with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the vial and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep in your heart to...
Okay now.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Wọ́n wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tádàdé, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And it is right there, Baba Ìjẹ̀bú. So they and anybody that spent more than a minute on this platform knows what that cough was all about. It's all about nerves. Nervous energy. 150 million have done of these streams, but every single time that the music stops and the thing lands on my ugly mug, I just a surge of nerves. So adrenaline, surges. Maybe not nerves. Maybe it's adrenaline. How do you pronounce that word? Adrenaline. Yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah. Good day to you. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we started off with that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We have a whole myriad. And by the way, we want to be starting as close to 10 o'clock as we possibly can. I've been getting so many feedbacks about the late start, and I'm seeing it playing out in the numbers as well. So we want to try and pull it back just as much as we can to accommodate for the lifestyles of our various audience. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with a greeting, and then after that greeting, we'll do a little bit of advertising, because I've been working tirelessly on your behalf, and I've got a bit of good news for you. Working tirelessly day and night on your behalf, and I've got a bit of good news for you. This coming Saturday now, a skip and a jump away from today. Today being Thursday, so just leap over Friday, and then you land on Saturday. And then on Saturday, we have a big beast coming to join us from the political space. Otumba Segun Showunmi, he'll be our guest on Saturday, 10 p.m. UK time. Let me send the link to that session. Make sure you go and give it a like, bookmark it. By bookmarking it, you press the bell notification so that it alerts you then when the session is about to start. It's going to be a riveting session. You all know who Segun Showunmi is, but what does he have to say? We find all that out on Saturday. So click on that link, go bookmark it, and dial all your excitement to Saturday. It's going to be a riveting session. A riveting session. Another session of equal might is lined up. So we'll be breaking the new year in with Omoyele Sowore, who will be joining us on the 4th of January. So he joins us on the 4th of January to audit the year that's just gone past, and then to look forward to the year to come. So all of that conversation, Omoyele Sowore, the 4th of January. So that's all set up as well. The link also for that in the comment section. Click on that link, go bookmark it. So and we're trying to get even more guests, either between Otumba Showunmi and Sowore, or succeeding Sowore. However and wherever, we're reaching to as many guests as we possibly can bring on. Because, of course, the people shaping that country, we need to be bringing them here to hold them to account. And some of them willing because they are confident in how they are positioned. So there it is. Otumba Segun Showunmi, this Saturday coming the 14th. And then Omoyele Sowore, the 4th of... and then Omoyele Sowore, the 4th of January. So all that lined up. So don't say I don't do anything for you. When I'm asking you to like and subscribe, you just look down your nose at me. But look what I do for you guys. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The protocol still, click on the like button. If you haven't clicked on like yet, please do that. So we always need the likes. You know why we need the likes. You know why I'm asking for it. So go on and do it. Same argument for the subscription. If you're not already subscribed, please do. If you know you're not subscribed, because the subscription button will be showing in a red color saying subscribe, inviting you to take an action. So take that action and depress that subscribe red button to a gray button that says subscribe. So do that. Click on like, and if you're not already subscribed, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So click on that. If you want to be party to the conversation, do that. And then, of course, share the links as widely as you can. The upcoming guests and this stream as well, always make it a custom. As soon as you come into the streams, just copy the link and post it in your WhatsApp spaces, etc., so that we can pump up the place a little bit more. So do that, and of course, super chat towards the stream as well. So that's entirely at your discretion. The super chat is entirely at your discretion, but the like, share, subscribe, and all that, I push that a bit more. So I pushed that a bit more. So a whole myriad of stuff to go through in this particular session. There's a follow-through from yesterday's session, the Kemi Badenoch narrative, and then there are progress being made in the state policing area. So we'll look at that as well. Mahmood Yakubu is looking to restructure the way elections run in Nigeria. So we go through what his plans are, and then we make the decision if it's for the greater good or for the rigging space. So, and that and a whole myriad of other things as well. It's a combination of article readouts and video clips, the formats that we usually use. So just lean back, kick back, take it easy, do this, put both hands up, and surrender yourself to the experience that's about to come. So surrender yourself to the experience that's about to come. Let's kick it off with this one. Let's actually... Let's start off where we finished off yesterday, and we go back to the Kemi Badenoch narrative. So we go back. Oh, yeah, I do love the obedience. I'm looking at George Blueshell's comment right there. It says, "One man, you have to love the great obedience and IPOBs to get the highest likes and subscribers." You see what George is saying here is a categorical truth. Because the most active spaces on social media are those two spaces that he mentioned right there. You know, you only have to lean in that direction and then your space is filled. You know, if you lean in the direction of the obedience or the hypobians, then your space is continual. I've seen countless... I've seen countless streams and I've tried to watch them, and they're just talking absolute categorical gibberish. But then they have 700, 900, 1,000, 2,000 people watching them concurrently. And what are they talking about? They're talking about Simonipa or IPOB or those sort of... So if that is your theme, then you'll be parked. But then, of course, that's not my theme. I don't align or agree with that sort of space. You know, I think it's just a bit of nonsense, the whole thing. So yes, I don't align there, and I cannot be disingenuous to myself. So bear with me one moment. Let me just unlock my phone. And I cannot be disingenuous. And there it is. Let me just shut that. Yes, I don't align with that, and I cannot be disingenuous to myself. But I do know what you mean, Judge. The most active space on within the Nigerian social media space are the Pobians and the OB followers. So there it is. We make do as we make do. We're a truth-led format here. So we stick to what we do, and then and then it brings us what it brings us. But like I said, we're following through from where we left off yesterday. The Kemi Badenoch narrative. She's come out with a little bit of a soup song. So let's see what she has to say. It says this is a call from a wider narrative. So this is just the pertinent bit. It says when I say call, I mean CULL, not CALL, but something cut from. Badenoch is, however, ready to fight. Her Nigerian heritage often comes up in conversations about her straight-talking style, but she says this misses the point. I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being Nigerian. I identify less with the country than with the specific ethnicity, Yoruba. That's what I really am. So listen to what she's saying here. Actually, I think whoever sent this in, I think there's a nuance to what she's saying here. I think Kemi Badenoch, the would-be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, come the next election, might well be a Yoruba nationalist. This is what she's saying. It says Badenoch is, however, ready to fight. Her Nigerian heritage often comes up in conversation about her straight-talking style. But now this is where you need to pay attention. But she says this misses the point. I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being Nigerian. I identify less with the country than with the specific ethnicity, which is Yoruba. So she doesn't identify herself as a Nigerian, but she identifies herself as a Yoruba. It says that that's what I really am. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies, and yet you end up being lumped in with those people. So she's now there's an undertone of British colonialism criticism in this, as she aspires to be the United Kingdom Prime Minister. Let's take the paragraph again because it's loaded with so many nuances. It says, Badenoch is, however, ready to fight. Her Nigerian heritage often comes up in conversation about her straight-talking style, but she says this misses the point. I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being Nigerian. I identify less with the country than with the ethnicity, which is Yoruba. That is what I really am. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies. So historically, you know, there was never really a historic beef or a historic fight between the Southeasterners or even really the Southerners. You may say there was a bit of a tension between the Yorubas and the Edos, but there was never really any fights going on eastwards. The Southwestern fight has always been to the north as they battle for supremacy between with that space rather. So the fight of the Yorubas has always been northern facing, and this is what Kemi is saying here. I have nothing with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies, and yet you end up being lumped in with those people. So yet you end up being lumped in with those people. Who did the lumping? It's the country that she's now seeking to govern. Badenoch is proud of her Yoruba heritage. It's given her a very strong identity about who you are, where you come from, traditions, and so on, including her maiden name, Adegoke. And by the way, all of this is in response, is a direct result of all of this is a direct result of the acerbic remarks thrown by what was his Kashim Shettima. So this essentially, she's claiming, because Shettima claims that she's distancing from what originates her, and that doesn't, you know, people don't like that. Even British people don't like that. They know she's black, they know she's Yoruba, they know she's Nigerian. So the more she tries to distance from that, the more disingenuous they find her to be. So she's trying to reclaim some sort of middle ground, associating with an identity, but still distancing from the Nigerian state. So this is really her responding to Kashim Shettima's acerbic remarks. Badenoch is part of her Yoruba heritage. It's given her a very strong identity about who you are, where you come from, traditions, and so on, including her maiden name, Adekoke. Somebody once told me when I was very young that my surname was a name for people who were the warriors. They protected the crown, and that is what I see myself doing. So she's pivoted it now back to campaigning. So Adegoke is not actually protecting the crown. No, it's actually crown being placed upon your head. That's what Adegoke means. Somebody once told me when I was very young that my surname was a name for people who were the warriors. They protected the crown, and that is what I see myself as doing. I am here to protect, and I will die protecting this country because I know what's out there. So she knows what's out there with a comfortable middle class background. So there it is right there. So that was where we left it off yesterday. That is where we're picking it up today. Also, a carryover from yesterday. Shall we send the link again? We need the studio populating. So let's send the link again. So that the studio can be populated. We want to have the conversation today. So. Oh, all right. So that's the link right there. If you want to jump on. Hold on. All right. Still carrying through from where we were yesterday. They will sue Farotimi in all the 36 states and the FCT, and possibly globally anywhere his book can reach. There will let's do that again. They will sue Farotimi in all the 36 states and the FCT, and possibly globally anywhere his book can reach. There will be a libel. Unfortunately for him, BABALOLA has too much human capital to go about this free of charge. So this is yet another suit being leveled against Farotimi. So we've had Oyo State, we've had the suit in Abuja. Of course, the one going on in Ekiti. So another one now comes in from Port Harcourt. In the High Court of, I'm not going to read you the fullness of it. I'll just document it as we continue to count the legal suits that come up against Farotimi. In the High Court of Rivers State, in the Port Harcourt Judicial Division holding at Port Harcourt, between Ola Faro and Dele Farotimi Esquire, Dele Farotimi are publishers, and DF Legal, formerly Dele Farotimi and Co. So this is yet another lawsuit by a guy called something Faro, Ola Faro. So that's another lawsuit right there. It says you are hereby commanded within 42 days after the service of this wreath on you, inclusive of the date of such service, you do cause an appearance to be entered for you in an action at the suit of Ola Faro, and take notice that what's being sued. I think it's a declaration. It says a declaration that the statement made by the defendant in page X of his book, Nigeria and its league and its. Let's do that again. It says a declaration that the statement made by the defendant in page 10 of his book, titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System, that Are Afe Babalola, Olu Daramola, Olu Faro, and the law offices of Afe Babalola and Co., Emmanuel Chambers, compromised the Supreme Court and the remaining semblance of integrity it might have had when they went back to the Supreme Court and got the court to swim in the sewers of corruption and shameful self-abnegation. Amounts to defamation of so there it is right there. So I think it's still lawyers within the Afe Babalola chambers that are still weighing against him. But still staying with the Farotimi space, I think they're out to destroy this guy's life. In fact, they're almost certain they're clearly out to destroy his life. So they're not asking that he be disbarred. That's the next move. They want him removed completely and expunged from the legal profession. Afe Babalola petitions LPDC wants Dele Farotimi barred from law practice. So it doesn't really matter if he has retired or not. They want that mark against his record. So whether he claims to have retired from legal practice or not, it's immaterial. They want a revocation of his license to practice law, retired or not, and that shuts down his chambers, I suspect. Afe Babalola petitions LPDC wants Dele Farotimi barred from law practice. So there it is. I'll only give you about 3-4 paragraphs of this. The law firm of Afe Babalola has written a petition to the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee asking it, let's do that again. The law firm of Afe Babalola has written a petition to the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee asking it to strike out the name of Lagos-based legal practitioner Dele Farotimi from the role of legal practitioners in Nigeria for allegedly violating certain provisions of the rules of professional conduct for lawyers. The 90-page petition, dated December the 6th, 2024, was signed by a partner in the law firm, Ola Faro, who was also mentioned in Farotimi's book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. The petition is titled, and then it goes on to give us the title. Ola Faro, who stated that he was writing both on his personal capacity and for and on behalf of the law firm of Afe Babalola and Co., gave a background of facts of the case and detailed the contraventions of the rules of professional conduct by the respondent Farotimi. According to the petitioner, Farotimi engaged in conduct which is unbecoming of a legal practitioner by making false accusations against the Supreme Court and the legal profession. The petitioners also stated that Farotimi participated in conduct that he believes to be unlawful by bribing judicial officers and having unlawful access to a judicial officer. So there it is. They want him removed from the legal profession. Almost certainly will succeed. Let's go on from that to the next one. INEC proposes computer-generated voting slips as alternative to PVCs for future elections. So is this a portal for reading? Not for reading or for rigging. So is this a portal for rigging, or is this a step in the right direction? INEC proposes computer-generated voting slips as alternative to PVCs for future elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission has suggested that permanent voters card PVCs should no longer be the sole. So they are not cancelling it, they are adding other options. That's what that reads like. The Independent National Electoral Commission, not committee, but commission, the Independent National Electoral Commission has suggested that the permanent voters card PVCs should no longer be the sole requirement for voting in future elections. The introduction of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, has prompted the Commission to recommend that computer-generated voting slips be used for voter accreditation, especially for those without PVCs. Speaking on Thursday in Abuja at the quarterly consultative meeting with resident electoral commissioners, INEC chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu explained that the commission had extensively reviewed the 2023 general election and subsequent off-cycle governorship and by-elections. This review has led to the development of 142 recommendations aimed at improving the electoral process. Yakubu highlighted the importance of these recommendations, which covers areas such as voter management, election operations, public communication security, and the legal framework. Among the 142 recommendations, 86 require administrative action by INEC, while 48 involved collaboration with various stakeholders, including political parties, security agencies, and civil society organizations. Yakubu said, this is followed by 48 recommendations that requires actions by a variety of stakeholders, including security agencies, mobile network operators, statutory bodies, political parties, transport unions, civil society organizations, and the media. On the legal review, there are 8 recommendations that require legislative actions by the National Assembly. Very soon, the Commission will make a presentation to the Joint Committee of the Senate and House of Representatives on electoral matters as they continue to deliberate on electoral reforms. Amongst the major highlights of the Commission's recommendations is the imperative of legal clarity in result management with regard to manual transfer versus the electronic transmission of results. So they want to legislate for the controversy that generated from that last cycle, so that everybody is clear on what the law compels before we go into another cycle. The Commission also believes that with the introduction of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, the use of permanent voters cards, PVC, as the sole means of identification for voter accreditation on election day should be reviewed. So the introduction, so if they already have BVAS, which already captures your details, you don't necessarily need the PVC, is what they are, or if you don't have it readily, so long as you are registered and you are biomodally captured, then that should be sufficient enough. They can it says those who already have the PVCs can still use them to vote, but going forward, computer-generated slips issued to voters or even downloaded from the Commission's website will suffice for voter accreditation. So, and there is the portal for rigging right there. So you can download a slip and use that to vote instead of your PVC. So that's a portal for rigging right there. So we already know how that's going to be bastardized within the Nigerian system. Those who already have PVCs can still use them to vote, but going forward, computer-generated slips issued to voters or even downloaded from the Commission's website will suffice for voter accreditation. So they will download it, photocopy it. I think the numbers will increase next year or in 2027 rather, just off the back of this now. You will want to call it an initiative or lack of initiative, more like. So yes, those who already have the PVCs can still use them to vote, but going forward, computer-generated slips issued to voters or even downloaded from the Commission's website will suffice for voter accreditation. This will not only save cost, it will also eliminate the issues around the collection of PVCs and the diabolical practice of buying up the cards from voters in order to disenfranchise them. The report also includes suggestions for early voting for essential workers, such as journalists, INEC officials, and security personnel, as well as exploring the possibility of diaspora voting. So they will continue to explore diaspora voting till kingdom come, but no chance of them ever actualizing that. Other reforms proposed include the creation of an electoral offense tribunal and a dedicated agency for regulating political party registration. The review report also contains recommendation on early/special voting for millions of Nigerians who do not vote at the moment on account of the role they play during elections, such as INEC officials, security personnel, ad hoc staff, observers, and journalists who are deployed outside the places where they are registered to vote. There are also recommendations in support of diaspora voting, the unbundling of the commission with the establishment of an electoral offences tribunal and a separate agency to handle the registration and regulation of political parties. Similarly, the commission will step up action on voter access and distribution to polling on voter access and distribution to polling units. He said, you all remember when the necessary papers were not arriving at the polling spaces, so they are working on that. In a bid to enhance voter access, Yakubu announced plans to collaborate with the National Identity Management Commission and the National Population Commission to clean up the voters register. The commission will also advocate for affirmative action to encourage greater participation from underrepresented groups and will enhance efforts to combat fake news through improved voter education. Lastly, INEC plans to refine its logistics process, building on the lessons learned from early deployment in recent elections to ensure smoother operation in future polls. Furthermore, the commission intends to review the mechanisms for a more effective implementation of agreements on logistics with the transport union and other service providers by consolidating on recent experience with early deployment and commencement of elections in the recent Edo or Ondo state governorship election. So there it is. The outtake from that is that beavers is no longer required. They are no longer compelled to have your beavers on election day. So you are no longer compelled to have your beavers on election day. We go from that to this. Senate orders Wike to stop building demolition. So I think Wike is running amok, and I think it needs to be pulled down. They need to reel him back a bit, and reel him back. They seem to be doing. So Wike being reeled back a bit. Senate orders Wike to stop building demolition in FCT. The Nigerian Senate has requested that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) Yemsen Wike suspend the demolition of properties within the FCT until investigations conducted by its ad hoc committee are completed. I think that's the outcry from that. You know, when you can step on as many toes as you like, but don't step on the great and the good. Is this Rita Lori outcry from yesterday that's now pushed for this. The Nigerian Senate has requested that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) Yemsen Wike suspend the demolition of properties within the FCT until investigations conducted by its ad hoc committee are completed. Correspondents report that this resolution was adopted on Thursday following a motion presented by Senator Ireti Kingigbe. We have that motion we'll play to you in a moment. Our correspondents report that this resolution was adopted on Thursday following a motion presented by Senator Ireti Kingigbe, who raised alarms about the escalated nature of the demolition in the FCT. Senator Kingigbe emphasized the necessity for Senate intervention. A portion of so we know what she said. So we'll following Kingigbe's, I'll play you a clip of her. So I'm not going to read that bit. Following Kingigbe's presentation, Senator Sunday Karimi, representing Kogi West, raised objections to the motion and urged his colleagues to allow the minister to fulfill his statutory duties without interference. He proposed that an investigation be conducted into the demolitions that have occurred so far. In response, Senate President Godswill Akpabio advised the senator to set aside personal sentiments and act in the interest of patriotism, emphasizing that damage should not occur first with the expectation of subsequent investigation. Akpabio expressed concerns that the government might face legal action from individuals dissatisfied with the demolitions. He then ordered a suspension of the ongoing demolition. An ad hoc committee led by Senator Jibrin Barau was established to examine the demolition. So it looks as though now they've put some sort of a bolting around Yemsen Wike's bulldozers. So this one now portends good news. It looks as though they are fast tracking. You want a new Nigeria. A new Nigeria is taking shape before your very eyes. Governors back state police as NEC defers talk until January. So January is a couple of weeks away. So they are fast tracking now into this state police space, which should delight a lot of Nigerians. Policing is local is a common phrase that we like to parrot within our space. Government backs state police as NEC defers talk until January. So let's see now what's going on. Apparently, all the 36 states are signed up. So it's fait accompli. All 36 states have submitted their position on state police, with the majority agreeing on the need for state-controlled policing. The governor of Kaduna State, Uba Fani, revealed this to State House correspondents after the 147th. Let's do that again. All 36 states have submitted their position on, and by the way, they gave them an ultimatum that if you don't submit by X date, then decisions will be made on your behalf. So I think they forced their hand. I think they gave them about 3 weeks, about a few weeks ago. All 36 states have submitted their position on state police, with the majority agreeing on the need for state-controlled policing. The governor of Kaduna State, Ubasani, revealed this to State House correspondents after the 147th meeting of the National Economic Council at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja on Thursday. He said, "Today, one of the discussions we had at the NEC meeting was the update on the creation of state police. As you are aware, there was a submission by states towards the establishment of state police. 36 states have submitted, minus FCT. FCT is not a state. They explained why they had not submitted, but 36 states have submitted their own position on state police. From what is available, virtually most of the states are in agreement with the establishment of state police in Nigeria. I want to say here clearly that most of us are in agreement with the establishment of state police. The Kaduna State Governor explained that the consensus stemmed from various security challenges across states. He highlighted the central issue of ungoverned spaces in Nigeria and the acute shortage of security personnel, including the police, army, and other relevant agencies, which are unable to cover all areas adequately. That is why most of us agreed that the establishment of state police in Nigeria is the way forward towards addressing the problem of insecurity in our own country, he said. However, the council deferred final discussion until January, when a detailed report from the NEC Secretariat will be presented for deliberation. But today, the council decided to step down the discussion until the next council meeting because we need to come up with a report from the Secretariat. After the report, there will be deliberation at the next NEC meeting, which will likely take place in January. Not only that, there was also a resolution in the last NEC meeting, which today the Secretariat agreed on, stating that there will be further stakeholder engagement after the panel and deliberation by members of the NEC. At its 146th meeting in November the 21st, the council gave Adamawa, Kebbi, and Kwara states and the FCT 1 week to submit their position on the proposed creation of state police. The council mandated these remaining states and the FCT to make their submission within the next 1 week, the Bayelsa State Governor Diri told correspondents. Diri said 3 states and the nation's capital are the only entities yet to submit reports out of the 36 states. On February the 15th, 2024, the federal government, alongside the 36 states, began talks expected to culminate in the creation of state police. So it looks as though that's all. So they agreed there. They send it to Godswill Akpabio to put a stamp on it, and it's fait accompli. So it's fait accompli. The last readout. Why I visited Buhari in Daura, Ooni of Ife speaks after meeting. So Ooni of Ife is the spiritual backing of the Tinubu administration. I wonder how many Omolomos has been sacrificed. Anyway. Contrary to social media speculations that it is about the 2027 elections, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has said he visited former President Muhammadu Buhari to check on his well-being after more than 1 year since he left the presidency. All right, thank you. So I think did he take his stethoscope to check his heartbeat, and did he take that thing to check his what was it called, his blood pressure or whatever? Nonsense. It went to discuss, look, I want my boy there for another 4 years or woe betide. That's what it went to say. So yes, contrary to social media speculations that it is about the 2027 elections, the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has said he visited former President Muhammadu Buhari to check on his well-being after more than a year since he left the presidency. Correspondents recall that Ooni of Ife paid a courtesy visit to Buhari at his residence in Daura, Katsina State on Wednesday, December the 11th. The meeting allowed Ooni to engage in meaningful dialogue, facilitating an understanding of Buhari's new life after his tenure in office. I am happy to tell the whole of Nigeria that he's living super well. When you see him, you will be completely shocked at how relaxed and vibrant he is, radiating good spirit. He looks remarkably younger than his age, and God has truly blessed him with renewed good health. He explained that Buhari's unique experiences as a former military and civilian president have the potential to ease governance challenges for the current administration. The first-class monarch and Buhari delved into a multitude of essential topics critical to Nigeria's ongoing development with the current administration. According to the statement made available to correspondents on Thursday, the two-day visit to Daura offered the Ooni the opportunity to delve into vital issues such as national progress and the intricate preservation of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage. The two leaders also discussed the exploration of potential collaborative efforts to foster unity. Also, it's nonsense. I don't know why they wrap it in all this meaningless language. They went there to go and say, look, I want my boy there for even longer. So that's the totality of that. So that's the totality of that. So that's the readout. Let me send the link. Anybody that wants to jump on. Oh, the link is already there. So anybody that wants to jump on. Let's play the clips we have, and then we see if we have a session. So we play the clips we have. We kick it off with this one. So Gbadebo Rose Vivo is up to his old tricks again, and here he is playing those tricks. Watch this.
For the worse. That's why they have to force themselves on the people, right? And they try to make it Igbo versus Yoruba. Go and look at where all the violence was happening. There's no local government that was spared. No local government. One way or the other, Ikeja, in Ikoyi, in Itiosa, in Alimosho, in Shomolu, in Koshofe, right? So we have seen this. Like I said, we are preparing for the worst. We are hoping for the best. We are hoping that these people would understand that Lagos is bigger than them. Lagos existed way before them, way before their grandparents relocated to Lagos, or even their parents. And if you want to lead, you must govern well so that people will vote you in. If you want to force your way on people again, it's not going to happen and it's not going to be accepted. That's all I'll say on that.
All right. Thank you, Gbadebo. I really...
At the end of the day, one of the biggest quotes is, if you want peace, you have to prepare for war. And that's just the honest truth.
There you go.
So
there you go.
Straight
well
up.
Said. Well said. Jimmy, you say what?
No.
For the worse. That's why they have to force themselves on the people, right? And they try to make it Igbo versus Yoruba. Go and look at where all the violence was happening. There's no local government that was spared. No local government. One way or the other, Ikeja, in Ikoyi, in Itiosa, in Alimosho, in Shomolu, in Koshofe, right? So we have seen this. Like I said, we are preparing for the worst. We are hoping for the best. We are hoping that these people would understand that Lagos is bigger than them. Lagos existed way before them, way before their grandparents relocated to Lagos, or even their parents. And if you want to lead, you must govern well so that people will vote you in. If you want to force your way on people again, it's not going to happen and it's not going to be accepted. That's all I'll say on that.
All right. Thank you, Gbadebo. I really...
At the end of the day, one of the biggest quotes is, if you want peace, you have to prepare for war. And that's just the honest truth.
There you go.
So
there you go.
Straight
well
up.
Said. Well said. Jimmy, you say what?
No.
All right. So there it is right there. If you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. That's the message that Gbadebo Rose Vivo is giving to his followers. So now we read the suspension of Wike's demolition in Abuja, but this is what led to it. Watch this.
Okay, so
I apologize to my colleagues for working out.
Then you
Now,
move your
added
motion.
to that, my colleagues, I expect fairness in the Senate for everybody. Concessions are given to other people. I expect them to be given to me also when it is needed. I apologize if you did not like how I lost my temper, but I was expecting
apology
this
is
to happen
accepted.
today.
Yeah, proceed to move your motion.
Apology, I keep so bad. Mr. President, my name and my distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Ireti Kingibe, representing the Federal Capital Territory. Note that the Federal Capital Administration, on the instruction of Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory, embarked on massive demolition of structures within the Federal Capital Territory. Also note that the demolition, according to the FCT authority, was informed by illegal structures and non-development of allocated plots of land by the FCT administration. Concerned that in recent time, the demolition exercise in the FCT is no longer based on reasons adduced by the FCT administration that necessitated the demolition. Further concerned that the current demolition in the FCT is not in line with due process of court orders to demolish. As such, a cross-section of individuals had suffered untold hardships occasioned by massive demolition, which has led to a loss of properties worth billions of naira. Also concerned that at the moment, an estate by name Messrs. Paulosa, for which late Colonel Paul Osankwanwa Okbebo is the chairman, is currently under revocation and demolition. And from reliable information, the said plot of land was allocated to him in 1984 with requisite title document. And further concerned that the owner of this estate was a patriotic Nigerian who served the nation meritoriously and one of the first intakes of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, with registration number 001. Senate resolves accordingly to urge the FCT administration to halt the ongoing revocation and demolition of the said property, as it does not fall within the purview of the reasons for the massive demolition being carried by the FCDA. Also, all demolitions should follow due process. Second prayer. I so submit.
Thank you, but I have one, off your mic. I have one problem with your motion. That number 001, are you very sure? Because I know that Wellington Bassey's estate, Wellington Bassey. Okay. The first 001 was for the Nigerian Army. Then this 001 is for the Defense Academy. Okay. Any seconder? Yes. Senator Natasha.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished
Today
colleagues.
is for women, so go on.
I'm Senator Natasha Kotiuduaha, representing the good people of Kogi Central. I stand to second the motion as raised by distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe that we should please put a stop to the demolition of Paul Osa Estate in Abuja and set up a committee to investigate the matters that are arising. We should call for the petitions from the estate owners and also invite the Honorable Minister and his team so we can view things objectively from all sides. Thank you so much. I so submit.
So there it is right there. So that's what propelled the Senate suspending Wike's demolition spree. So I wonder, that's entirely led by that Rita Lorry outburst yesterday. Of course, you have to be not functioning fully not to come to that conclusion. So that's an offshoot of that outburst by Rita Lorry yesterday, a senior member of not just the Ijaw community, but really the entirety of Nigeria. Who doesn't know Rita Lorry in Nigeria? So if you move against those sort of people, this is the sort of a comeback you get. And there seems to be a sisterhood, something forming within that Senate as well, with all these women backing each other's pleas. So that's what's led to the suspension of Wike's demolition spree. But does Wike care? Do you think he does? Watch this.
In fact, you cannot be in this kind of position. You say you will not be blackmailed. Particularly as regards this Abuja. There are so many land grabbers. Some of us have come to put our feet down. Let heaven fall. It is even better that heaven comes down now, so that we will not be fasting again to go to heaven. We will stop anybody who thinks that you can take government land for whatever without formal approval. We will not look at your face. If you like, you can be a civil rights activist. If you like, you can be a television talker. What is wrong is wrong. No amount of blackmail can stop us. Let me tell you, and some of us may not understand this. What does FCT get in a month from the federal government allocation? If the federal government gets 1 trillion a month, for example, we take 1%, and that is 10 billion naira. Assuming federal government gets 1 trillion a month in terms of the allocation, 1% of 10 trillion, 1 trillion, is 10 billion. Today, the salary of this staff, yes, the salary today is no less than 13, 14 billion a month. So where will you get the other one? It's through taxes. It's through revenue. You are talking about Wike is working. Roads here, flyover here. You own a property, pay your ground rent. He won't pay. Then every day say, Wike is working. He will work with his blood. I mean, I've never seen people like this. You don't sit down to ask, where is this money for flyovers coming? Where is this money for derivation coming from? There's no oil here. We are not collecting derivation. It's only what the federal government gets in a month. They give us 1%. 1%. So we must come very, 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 very strong. All those who have not paid, who thought we are joking, I am going to revoke all. I am going to do it. You think that, nothing will happen. Something will happen. Can't come and be praising me, I'm doing bridge, I'm doing this. With what? So if you know whether you are seated here, go and check your records. If you have not paid, I will give you time to pay. But once the time expires, forget it. I will revoke it and allocate to those who will pay. I need money to do the roads. I need money to provide services in the satellite town. I will not use my blood. Even my blood. How much?
Right, so that's Wike saying 2 words to his critics. So he says the first word, and the second word ends with an off. So he says 2 words ending with an off. So that's Wike right there, giving them the middle finger. So that's Wike giving
Here's a map made in 13.
I think we played this yesterday. So that's Wike giving them the middle finger. Let me see. Let me just play you one more. Which one should I play you? Let me play you a light-hearted one. This woman now that insists that she will choose Nigerian citizenship over an American citizenship. I personally will go that route as well because I don't like the United States. But how does she justify this decision? Watch this.
Nigeria, United States. Choose one. I choose this one. The reason I choose this one, okay, several reasons. Let's just start with, first and foremost, year-round sunny weather. Like, you have not really any major natural disasters. No hurricanes, no earthquakes, no tornadoes. No mudslides. Literally, you are safe. Another reason, oh my God, the food. First of all, we already know jollof rice is great, and I love the food in Nigeria. But more importantly, natural food. There are markets on every single corner. Like, do you know how far I have to drive to get to a farmer's market or an organic market? here in, the US. No, it's not that easy. They make junk food and fast food way more accessible than it is in. Do not tell me I cannot stay in Nigeria. I had a different part 2, but I had to recreate my part 2 due to the level of comments from my first part of my video, which was meant to be the reasons why I like Nigeria. I've traveled to Nigeria many times, and I absolutely enjoy my stay, and it's a very comfortable stay. And one thing I will say is that if any one of you in these comments who are complaining about Nigeria was given $10 million to move out of Nigeria, you would not leave. Because guess what? You have money now to stay there comfortably, and you can't tell me that you would leave your country. If the richest black man in the world lives in Nigeria, you cannot tell me that that place is not livable. If all of these Afrobeat stars and artists, even I can say Davido, who is an American citizen, lives most of his time in Nigeria, you cannot tell me this place is unlivable. Also, you're probably saying, oh, they're rich, they're celebrities. And if you want to complain about poverty, okay, yes, poverty exists there, but poverty exists everywhere. Do not think that people in America are not living under bridges, have no running water, are homeless. It exists tremendously here. Many of you are telling me not to come to Nigeria. I'm crazy for wanting to be there and all of the above. And you don't realize that you are contributing to the destruction of your own country. Foreigners invest in the country and provide jobs. Foreigners create tourism, and therefore tourism builds many successful economies today. And that is the thing. So it's interesting how many of you don't understand that concept. That's the worst thing to do, is to try to build.
Was it Moritz that said here the other day that if you go to Nigeria and you stay in Lagos or Abuja, you are still abroad? So I think that came to mind just as that lady was speaking. The Lagos experience is not a Nigerian experience. So go to Ileoluji and then tell me how much you love Nigeria. Go to Abakaliki, go to Geli, and then come back and tell me that you love Nigeria. Living in some expensive Airbnb in Lekki Phase 2 with full electricity, gated community, a driver and a security to take you around, and drinking in wine bars. That's not Nigeria, no. That's just a holiday resort. Lagos or Abuja is not Nigeria, no. You are still abroad if you go to those places. But there it is right there. So that's a lady then that wants to convince us that if she had the option, she would pick Nigeria over the United States. I cannot say she's lying, because I would make the same choice too. The care guys, and then we see who turns up. We'll send the link again, see if anybody wants to take on the conversation. But first, the care guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. ṣòdùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o. ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it says right there, Akuko Orume, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us at General Thomas. Always a delight when Thomas is here. Our regular staple, your favorite voice and mind, that's Baba right there. And to give us a very high functioning perspective to affairs, Zita joins us as well. So good to have you. There's still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. We want to have a full session today if we possibly can. We kick off the conversation, start it off with Zita, if she's ready to go. Zita. All right. Let's kick it off with Baba then. I think Zita may need a moment. Baba.
Yes, one man. How are you today?
I'm good. What are you making then? I'm making that conscious effort to start a bit earlier, just because of the feedbacks that we've been getting that it's getting later and later, and people find it difficult to wait for it.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad one. People will get used to it. Everyone has been complaining, so you've given everybody the opportunity. So I hope tomorrow will be better. They will come early. It's a good one, particularly we're in the Yuletide season now. So a lot of activities, everybody is busy.
Yes. Have you brought your turkey yet? What's your go-to? I don't like turkey. It's so bland. I buy geese. That's what I buy, geese.
Oh, my son, my last cat, he prepared the Thanksgiving turkey, and we all couldn't believe it that he could do such a thing. He's just 17 actually, for a college fresher, and it was nice. So I look forward to him to doing another one for us this Christmas.
Brilliant.
He did it well.
All right. It looks as though Christmas may be coming early for Nigerians. This state police now, nothing is good. I foresee it coming into being in the first quarter of next year.
Yes, let me salute first General Thomas and Zita in absentia. I salute the early arrival at the comment sections, and for our viewers, please click the like button. I like that all the time. And those that are refusing to click, search your conscience. Click. Don't just come here like a witch and listen and vent and cook yourself inside, eating your intestine and just go away, because we are not kowtowing to your own beliefs and things like that. Come on, click. That's a civilized thing to do. Thank you. One man, let me start with Kemi Badenoch. That's how I had the name being pronounced at the parliament, because I think they had the prime minister's question time or so today. I listened to her and I find it enjoyable. In reading response to, where did you get that from actually? One man. Oh dear.
So sorry, I'm here. I was muted. It was sent
Where
in
did
by
you get that Badenoch?
It was sent in by one of my agents all over the place. People send me stuff, including you. So it was sent in. Somebody saw it and thought, this must be discussed.
Okay, I think I'll comment on it, because I align with what she's saying there, and I understood perfectly what's there, the nuances, but even reading between the lines, I understood what she's saying perfectly. And that's what a lot of us are not really brave to come out openly. I think the best I've said, and I've had other people of my ilk saying, is that I'm a Yoruba man first. We hide under that banner. I'm a Yoruba man first before a Nigerian. And I think that's exactly what she's saying openly there, that look, Yes, Nigeria is a space. I'm reading between the line now. Yeah, it's a country. That's where the Yorubas are. I belong to the Yorubas. I'm a native. I think that's what she said. And she has a right to say that or to make that distinction. Because we are at a crossroad in Nigeria right now, with everybody, one ethnic nationality threatening the other, and it's becoming irritating, and we are not very accommodating of one another as it is as it stands today. People wanting to.
Baba, she went a lot deeper than I'd anticipated. She said she says I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being a Nigerian. I identify less with the country than with the specific ethnicity in Yoruba. That is what I really am. And this is where she really hits hard. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies, and yet you end up being lumped in with those people. She didn't pull any punches.
Yes, that's why I say she's brave. That's all of us don't want to go to that extent. So we just say it and stop at I'm Yoruba first. Invariably, what we want to say is that, look, I don't have anything in common with everybody. And we are just pretending, because what she said there is not new. If you put it in perspective, she is parroting the Sardauna of Sokoto. What Sardauna told Zik perfectly, pre-independence. Sardauna told, I think it's somewhere on YouTube, he said, look, we are not one. We are not one. One, I'm Fulani, you are Igbo. I'm Muslim, you are Christian. My culture is different, your culture is different. Sardauna said that. So what Kemi is saying here is not new. Most of us are not brave enough to say it openly, but deep inside us, we know that's what we meant all the time. You understand? So the pretense just is like stripping the masquerade of his garments. That's exactly what is happening. And we're being pushed to that corner right now. And the earlier everybody bears use of our Father's name, the better for the peace of everybody. Because we are in disagreement and very disagreeable at the moment. Things that will make the country as a unit go forward, people are deliberately slowing it down. That's how it has been happening since independence. That our growth has been stunted and we have arrested development. Because as a 64-year-old person that's not matured like Nigeria, it has arrested development. So if we continue to throw blame here and there, it will get worse. So for us all not to go into that rabbit hole, it's better we have a conversation. If it's not working, let everybody go asunder. It's simply as that. I love what she just said. I'm not brave enough to say it like that because of, not because I fear any backlash, but I just like to be polite. She said it, yeah, I don't have anything in common with you up there, with your Boko Haram culture. I am Yoruba. My name is Adegoke. I give her kudos for that. I think I
may have that sound. I think I may have that Saldana clip that you just referenced.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been...
tell me if this is it.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody.
No, I don't think that it's not that one.
I'll find it and send it to you. I'll find it and send it to you. You understand? I even saw a clip this morning of this their ministry, or what they call him, they always give him a name, Alhaji Maitama Sule, who was, I think, our first external affairs minister. As a young man, I think that was some series of BBC debates, early 60s. I think he will not be more than 12 years old then, participating in that debate. That's Alhaji Maitama Sule. And he said it there about their culture. He said it as a young man in a BBC debate, black and white. He said, look, in as much as we eat in a bowl where everybody dip their hand in it, we don't even eat with Christians. Christians cannot dip their hand in the bowl in which I eat. A man who at that age of 12, 13, who grew up to be our external affairs ministers soon after independence, saying that as a young man, you can imagine as a grown man, whose interest would he be serving? Whose interest will he be serving, or was he serving? I can remember him too as an adult, a politician. He said it that, look, power belongs to the North. He said, we don't have industries like you have in the South. The Igbos are traders, they are making their money. The Yorubas are diplomats and civil servants, they are doing well with it. Then we should let them have the power forever, so that everybody with their own specialty. Alhaji Maitama Sule said that. They said that. So all these pretense, trying niceties, we're trying to grab our language, being cautious. Man, people like Kemi, they see through all that ruse. It's all a ruse. We're all pretending. So the better we start having this talk, this open talk, the earlier for us. If not, what I see ahead is not.
You know, Baba, there's a lot that a lot of people align with this latest output, and I think she's throwing this at Kashim Shettima. You know, I have more affinity, more empathy, more familiar with somebody from Togo or Niger or Benin Republic than for somebody like from Sokoto. So I have as much in common with somebody from Sokoto as I have with a Chinaman. You know, you know, exactly. I view him with distrust. He views me with distrust. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we're not a country.
Honestly, that's the basic truth. We just being nice to ourselves. And when you are being nice to yourself, you are not true to yourself. Then it's just all pretense. So I give Kemi his flowers. Honestly, I appreciate what she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I'm lost here because...
Don't be lost too.
When one man said he feels like the way he feels with a Northerner is the way he feels like he's feeling with a Chinese. One thing you will understand is nowhere there is a homogeneous or monotonous society, whatever you call it. But the most important thing is that this society, when different types of group of ethnic groups and people come together to become a nation, they try somehow a way to walk around it and live together as a state. But if we start saying things like, well, I don't feel like a Northerner, I don't feel like I don't feel them, they don't feel me, and therefore we should have a conversation on how we feel about each other. I wish you people luck.
No, but a man from Kebbi State, for instance, is as alien and foreign to me as a Chinaman.
One man. Look, he must have an understanding. At least in Belgium, for instance, Belgium, one part is French, one part is German, the Flemish and the French. And it's not like they get along together, but each of those parties, they know how to govern. Their constitution allowed the two of them to share power equally and resources equally according to their strength. Even at that, there is still small tension, because I watch people like there are these two women tennis stars. I forgot Kim, and the other one I've forgotten her name. Even when they are playing, you can see the tension. One is Flemish, the other one is French amongst them. And then let's go to Switzerland. Switzerland, I think 5 cantons or something, or 6. People, they always identify their ethnic nationality. The man in Lugano will tell you, I'm Italian. The people that are nearest to Austrian border or German border, they will tell you they are Germanic. And in their power structure, they have 5 or 6 of these people, each sharing the presidency. So if we acknowledge our differences, then we should have to do rotational presidency so that the presidency can go around. Luckily, Chief Alex Ekweme already came up with this. Let me finish. Chief Alex Ekweme came up with this geopolitical zone thing, which all of us are mounting today, which we've accepted. Then let the presidency rotate. It's as simple as that. So the constitution is faulty. We have to adopt that so that everybody will feel belong. Is it coming?
You see, if we want to do something like turn Nigeria into, what do you call it? It's not democracy. What do you call it again?
There is theocracy. There is
where you have you decide who becomes what. But if we are in democracy, and
sorry, Zita, Larry, no, it's not William's sister. That's Kim Clijsters. I remember the other girl's name. They won a lot of Grand Slam. The other one, Kim Clijsters, only won, I think, 2 Grand Slams. Carry on, Zita. I'm very sorry for that interruption. Very sorry. Pardon me.
Politics is a game. Nobody hands an election to anybody. Even when you are going to rig it, you are going to put an effort of negotiation. But if some certain groups in Nigeria hate me or like me, I will keep saying it because I am sick and tired of all this hate brewing in the world. It's really scary. All these things we sit down here to say, it makes some people feel...
Sorry, Sita, I didn't want to break your stride, but I'm not sure that you're on the strap line. What I think Baba is saying, certainly what I am saying, is that 70 odd years on, we still don't feel a sense of united kinship as a country. And that goes beyond politics. You know, we still view each other with extreme deep suspicion, extreme deep distrust, and a cultural distancing. We're nearly a century now as a country, and we're still not bound together in any way that identifies one homogeneity.
And who is the problem?
Because the mix is wrong. Kemi Badenoch said so. The mix is wrong. The mix is wrong.
What makes the mix wrong?
Because the
because we are not true to ourselves.
Yeah, because the ethnic stocks making up that country, they're too divergent in their cultural and worldview, and they're too big ethnically. It's like Nigeria is like having a country made up of Italians, Germans, French, and the English. You know, that country can never work.
Okay.
A country made up of Italians, French, Germans, and it can never work. Who takes the lead? Who subordinates? Who does what? What structure? And that is where we are.
It's unfortunate that most of you are sitting in a country that is built up that way and are working. and you actually have to run away from Nigeria to go to that place. Anyway, what I am saying is that if you say we lack trust, I still ask you, whose fault is that? Because the people, from the tone you guys are using, the people you are throwing the jabs at, probably thinking they are the cause. I have never seen anywhere where they promised anything and failed.
Just hold on, Zita, please. One man has just sent you a WhatsApp now. If you can crop the picture, I mean the video, show Maitama, Alaji Maitama Sule. Crop it and play it, please. Carry on, Zita, please. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I've not seen where I will even say they are even more dependable than the other side. The people we sit down to think they are the problem are not actually the problem. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they are better off to deal with. They have an environment. They have already created an environment where somebody can come in and have a conversation and a discussion and a debate, even an argument with them. What
No,
about
I
the other
disagree.
side?
I've not seen them do that. Give an example.
Let me say this.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where are you talking about the North? Because
Yes,
we're not.
I'm talking about the North.
Yeah, I mean, if she says they give us opportunity to talk.
We're not even bashing the North. The composition of Nigeria is wrong all the way through. The Southeasterners distrust the Southwesterners. The Southwesterners treat the Southeasterners as a distance. The South hate everybody. The Plateau, everybody distrusts everybody in that country. The composition is wrong, Gazeta. I think everybody knows that.
No problem.
Oh, you don't agree? Yeah.
You see, I don't agree. I don't really agree. I don't agree. But
okay, I will ask you pointedly, Zita.
If you people can keep brewing the disagreement, I can assure you, if God.
Let me ask you.
Sometimes in life, there's something about life that I don't really like. That is when we think that if we do a particular thing, it will work. One thing I don't like about life is that we are not given opportunity sometimes to have it and see how disastrous it be, and then revert to the old thing and see whether, so that we can no longer talk about the other. You see,
okay, wait.
So many countries in Africa has come up with this brewing you people are brewing, and they're separated. Where are they today? The thought is one side thought is the other side, and the other side thought is at the point they said, look, we cannot work together. Why can't we go our separate way? And they did. And what happened? And what next? And so what?
Pakistan and Bangladesh are thriving nations as we speak.
Did you call Bangladesh?
Yes, they're doing
at least if I'm fighting with my brother, I know I'm fighting with my brother rather than an outsider.
Pakistan and Bangladesh, please don't go there. I wouldn't even wish my country Pakistan and Bangladesh.
So if they are still under India, what will happen to them?
It's a nuclear power. It's a nuclear power.
Bangladesh and Pakistan. That's what you wish.
Wait, if they were still under India, how would they have been? Their lot. At least they are governing themselves.
Okay.
Whether they are poor or they are rich, that's their fault.
Okay. No wahala. So you govern yourself, and then if it's your first, that's your wahala. Well, I think you've closed the argument at that point.
All right. Let me take you on to the state police, Baba. But let me play this Maitama Sule clip and then we pivot on to the state police. This is the clip that Baba sent in.
Do you have any sense that Nini from the Gold Coast is less purely African than you are?
Yeah, I often feel that.
Why?
You see, we in Nigeria, and now part of Nigeria, northern Nigeria, we often feel that Africa is for Muslims, not for Christians. It's meant for Muslims. And our social life is entirely different from the Western ways. We are totally opposed to it because it sort of try to disassociate our religious principles.
We were talking a moment ago about discrimination between white and black. Suppose Nini comes to visit you in Nigeria. Would he be discriminated against in any way?
I suppose so, simply because, for one reason. Is we eat in a bowl. We in my home, we put a big bowl down, and you have about 3 or 4 people putting their hands all at the same time into the bowl.
There is an element of competition.
And you see, we don't allow Christians to interfere. We don't allow Christians to put their hands inside. You see, it's one of our religious doctrines. We don't allow, we're not supposed to eat with Christians in the same bowl unless we're obligated to. And so that's one of the things which will...
On this question of religion, I'd like to ask you one more thing. I've heard it said recently that Islam is gaining rapidly in Africa and Christian influence is declining. Is that true?
I wouldn't say definitely it is not true, but to some extent it is. You see, there are 2 sides to it. We have the Ahmadiyya movement in Nigeria. They come from Pakistan, and I think it originated about 1885. I don't know.
I wonder if Nini would agree with you that Christianity is on the way.
I disagree with him. The point is, Muslim teaches purely African, principles. That's the case. They had the Mohammedan influence in Africa, around about West Africa, in about 1,000 years ago. About some few centuries ago. But Christianity came down in Africa about 200.
They are totally opposed to the Western ways, he said, in crisp, flawless Queen's English. Look at that.
That's a guy.
Flawless
that's the guy who became. You say what?
It is an oxymoron, isn't it? It's a contradiction. He's speaking better than the Queen and telling us he's opposed to their ways. It's one or the other. He should have said it in Arabic and then...
Is that what you guys have been saying up till now? What is the difference from what
no, I'm only just... I asked him to play that tape.
Now?
I asked him to play that tape to imagine that young man rose to become our first external affairs minister, very revered in the North. I'm sure you know who late Alhaji Maitama Sule was. You can see they've been indoctrinated right from childhood.
I don't understand this. I don't understand what you mean by indoctrination.
Oh, didn't you listen to what he's saying?
Baba, please, hold on. I have listened to people. I won't say other places I go to talk, do presentation. I want to talk about this platform. I have listened to people on this platform. When they open I have called caution to it several times. When they open their mouth about the West, what you see, you hear and feel is opposition. So let me ask, what do you mean by indoctrination? Are you telling me that the whole of African is indoctrinated to oppose the ways of the West? Because
you didn't listen to that young man then.
Hold on, Zeta. That's not the point that's been made. You heard him quite clearly. He said the guy from Ghana, I think the other black guy there was from Ghana. It says he automatically subordinates by virtue of him being Christian and him not being from his stock, that if he came into his region, they would treat him as a second tier sort of a person by virtue that is not of the religion and of the culture. And this is from way back when, the black and white era, and that mindset very much still in play, not just in the North, in the totality of Nigeria, because
that was early 50s, before independence.
The composition of the country is wrong.
Okay, let me say this. So what you are saying is, I don't know about the Yorubans because I came to understand that your Muslim culture, your Muslim religion in Yoruba land is not as strong as that of the North. That you people kind of are very liberal about it. You mix up with Christianity, but let me not go there. Let me go to the rest of Nigeria. I don't see. Are you saying that the rest of Nigerians, the Christians, they welcome Muslims into their fold and then make them first class citizens? Is that what you're saying? I don't get it.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not
Look,
what we
Zita,
said.
you
But
are not getting what I'm saying. I'm talking politics now.
Okay.
You get my point. All other countries that are diverse, they make provisions for every part of that diversity where they can rotate power so that everybody will have a sense of belonging. Here in Nigeria, we've left it to each region's devices.
Okay.
So in a situation where I am 10 and you, Zita, your region, you are 30. One man's region, they are 40. Another region, Thomas, they are 60. Do I stand a chance? I don't stand a chance in hell. Hell will have to freeze over first before I can attain power. But if we all agree that, okay, I will have it for 4 years, you will have it for the next 4 years, the other will have it for 4 years,
Oh
and
my
it will
God.
go round, of course, I will stay put in that arrangement.
I don't get
Confident
this.
that
all
also
right.
I will lead one day.
No, one man, please don't
All
go
right. No,
out of
no,
this
no.
topic.
Hold on. You have the last word on that space, and then we move on to state police. So
You
I
see,
have the last word.
One thing I buy from what Baba said this evening was that he said, there has come a time we should discuss this. Let's just swim, roam, sink in it. Not whenever we want to discuss it, it becomes an issue. If somebody is flaring up, somebody is disagreeing, say, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. Goodluck Jonathan did not come from a very big tribe. He was the president of Nigeria, massively voted, according to you people. He's not even an Ijaw. So if you pick Goodluck Jonathan's ethnicity in Nigeria for them to be like, okay, this is the tribe because there are 60, let them come and vote and let him be the president. His tribe will never smell that place before an Igbo man or even before an Ijaw man. But he smelt that position. So anyway, I don't know what you are trying to get at.
Okay,
But,
woman, let me respond to
kind
that
of
if
not.
she's finished.
All right. If you respond to it, then you'll go on back and forth a little bit more. But okay, have that final response, and then I want you to pivot on to state policing, and then I'll take you to one more topip. Then I'll come to
Okay,
Zita.
let her continue. Someone's at the door. Just give me 1 minute.
All right. Do you want to pick it up then, Zita? Or Prince Daddy? Yeah, Prince Daddy.
No,
come in.
okay, I'm here. I'm back.
Let me have a word.
Look, what we are saying here.
Hold on, Baba. Let Prince Daddy insert a word. Prince Daddy. Prince.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Trump Daddy, rather. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, to what Baba was saying, we should have a rotational presidency. And in comparing it, trying to compare with I think it's Belgium, one of those Western countries. It worked for them, I guess in Switzerland also to rotate, but it would be a terrible idea for Nigeria. Well, we all know that. If you have a constant rotation, I don't think it's going to improve the country in any way, shape, or form. What we need is to continue to strengthen the federated units, the regions, the states, at the end of the day. Let each state or region try to develop themselves and do what is best in their own interest. We all know the Nigerian presidency doesn't serve the country. It does not. So what benefit is it to rotate among four main ethnic groups for what? How many terms? 5-year term for 20 years, for example, before the rotation goes back to another. That's not a working. It's not a working mechanism. I don't think so. It's a lazy way out. The Europeans, they have a much structured society, okay, and they abide by laws. With a differences, yeah, the Italian, the German, they are totally different people. They are, and the French, but they buy into certain structure of operation, a mode of operation in that country, in which Nigeria does not have. I think the government has systematically destroyed any semblance of structure or unity in that country. I mean, education would have been a great way, really, to blur the line over time, whereby Nigerians will see themselves as one. But the education has been destroyed. I mean, what other unifying system do we have to become one country? It's a lie. It's not going to work. Let everybody be. We can still be a country, a weak center, but strong states or regions. That's the way I see it.
Okay, thank you. One, let me just respond to Zita. Let's check how Jonathan came to power. He came to power by providence. Listen, you finished. I'm responding, trying to put my own perspective on what you said. Jonathan came to power by providence. He was a VP. His principal died, and he took over. And that paved the way for him to rule Nigeria for about 6 years. For about 6 years. So it was providence. And to Prince Daddy, when we are regional, I'm talking as the state we are right now, 36 states plus one principality, which is FCT, principal territory. 36 states, that's a structure that demands, which in his wisdom, Dr. Alex Ekwueme came up with this geopolitical zone, grouping each people according to their ethnic nationality into each of these zones. We had 6. So if we have to follow that as it were now, then the presidency, like in Switzerland, has to be rotational. If it's not rotational, it can't work. Then let's revert to regionalism. In regionalism, then everybody to their own. The center becomes weak, just like Prince Daddy said. And you own what you have. You pay your whatever it is you have to pay by agreement to the center. But presently, as we are structured, the disaffection is caused mainly that if I'm a Nigerian, why can't I aspire to the #1 position of the country? That is at the heart of all of the agitations that is going on. Because some people are just disenfranchised in the sense that their numbers are small. Let's face it, it is difficult. If we are left to, they are left to their devices, those that like central region, even the south, southeast, it's not going to be easy. Yes, you may say, okay, ordinarily, they need alliances. Alliances, not be yam. It's not easy to build, particularly if you have 2 units up that are like one. Because everything you hear, they come up to talk about. I know there is northeast. I know there is northwest.
I'm really
But when they come
surprised this
together,
guy is
let
saying
me
this.
finish. Let me finish. I gave you the time. You can still continue on this. We are contributing to national debate. It could start even from here on. If it's not taking, it could take roots. But when I hear them come, I hear we Northerners, which I've been hearing like
that's a separatist statement even. You know, so
That's
we
all I hear
Northerners,
in the
so
last
that
couple of
distinguishes
months.
them from
Actually,
the
that's
rest of
what I
Nigerians.
love about them. And that's the point I'm trying to push.
Oh, if you love
Yeah,
it about them, why are you denying it to other people?
Sorry, Baba. But you said that's what you love about them. But
yes,
that statement even makes the point even further.
Okay.
So when they say we Northerners, so
yes.
they are speaking them for a particular geomass, separate
yes.
and distinct
And
from the entirety of the nation. So that you are saying we're wrong to say the composition is wrong. But
no,
and if I say I'm Yoruba, you're opposed to that. Or the other people say I'm this.
Sorry, Baba.
To that.
Sorry, Baba. Hold on. You said we are wrong to say the composition is wrong, but the component parts themselves, they see themselves as ethnic nations in a journey in a foreign destination. So we the Northerners, we the Oduas, we the Biafrans, the composition is wrong. I think that's universally accepted.
But isn't
can I say something?
But see, it appears that we've not.
Okay, go ahead.
We've not been led into the game.
Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let our two Niger come in. Prince Daddy after him. You have the final word on that space, Zita, and then we move on.
There is no final word on it.
We
should continue discussing it. Because
all right. Hold on, Zita. Just to vary the perspectives, let Tunaja come in, Prince Daddy, and then we come to you. Tunaja.
Yeah, thank you for that. Greetings, everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I think somebody said something about most nations, they just cater to other people's, that's everybody to be representative. You know full well, one man, that is not the case in the UK. The UK, the South controls almost everything in the country. The leaders almost exclusively come from the South of the country. There is what we call North and the South divide in the UK. Most of the investments in the South, and to be fair, most of the South is generating most of the resources in the country too. And in the context of Nigeria, the North will never be able to be as wealthy as the South based on just dynamics. And the people that are coastal tend to be richer than the people in the other areas. And in terms of the way we discuss ethnicity, I think at the core of this is we are a little bit illiterate in terms of defining or a kind of attributing our identities, in terms of understanding that identities are fluid. There's a bit of illiteracy there, where we always think, oh, I have to be Yoruba, otherwise I can't be Nigerian. No, I have to be, if I'm Nigerian, I can't be Yoruba. That's crazy, because you are a father just as much as you are a Yoruba man. You are a professional just as much as a Yoruba man. You are a Arsenal fan just as much as so. It's like we don't know how to fit our different identities when it comes to national identity versus your Yoruba or tribal or even religious identity. And I think it's something that people need to start making their peace with. You are in a world where it's structured in a nation, in a nationalistic this in the nation states, isn't it? That's what the world is structured into now. And once you are part of a nation, you're part of a nation. It's like you're part of humanity. It's like saying you're part of humanity and you are saying you are not a human. You can say it all you want. The rest of the world is not going to participate.
Is it important to feel a sense of kinship with your nation?
Yes, it's important.
And is kinship is it wrapped around identity, kinship?
My audio is messed up. I can't hear you.
No, I said it's kinship.
But can you hear me? If you can't hear,
no, I can hear now. I can hear now.
You can hear. What about Scotland and the Welsh?
Yeah, they are still subservient to the this United Kingdom. Even the states in
are
Nigeria,
they not agitating?
They can agitate all they want. Even
they can agitate all they want.
Hold on, Baba. The question is why are they agitating?
If when they talk about the Welsh, the English went there and thought these people are already dead. What is the point? There's no point going after them anymore. But
all right, Tunaja, answer this question.
To do that. They didn't go and get anywhere.
Calm down, listen and answer question. Why are they agitating?
Why are they agitating?
Oh, they are the ones that are agitating, which is a minority. They are agitating because they want their own this country, because they felt like the UK is dragging them into things that they don't like leaving the European Union, Iraq War, all those things is what is
And
triggering
are
them.
they wrong in that light?
No, they are not the only ones that went. Even Scottish soldiers went. It's just that the nationalists use that as their argument. They are not using that the UK is fleecing them dry or stuff like that. They are using the argument that you know, and they don't succeed.
That's not the full picture. The full picture is that the Welsh and especially the Scottish, they want their own ethnic nationhood. That's really what they want to be Scottish and not be. They feel subsumed. They feel overwhelmed by the Britishness of it, and they feel that their identity is lost under that, and they want to come out of it so that they can breathe. Which is what
I'm surprised he doesn't know that.
No,
he knows that.
I clearly know that. See, the point is that they didn't succeed, and the reason why the UK even bothered to give them that is because they knew they were not going to succeed. They came close, but they didn't succeed, and they tried to do it again. The UK took it away from them. They are not allowed to do that again, and they have to wait.
No. I think there is a hiatus of 10 years or so. They will still come back to visit it. It's in their unwritten constitution.
It's not a constitution. It's the UK that grants it.
Unwritten constitution. Listen attentively before you answer.
Are you even in the UK?
I schooled there and I lived there. Search your engine. How many years it will take Scotland again to ask for that?
No, there's no time limit. It's in the privilege of the this is the Prime Minister and the Crown to grant it. If the Crown doesn't grant it, you can't go ahead. It's just that it's period. That's it. If the Crown doesn't grant it, you can't do it. And David Cameron thought he was going to win. That's why he did it. He thought he was just going to shut the this independence movement down.
How many percentage? I will check that as a fact anyway.
All right. Let's bring.
I'm telling you, that's what happened. And anyway, David Cameron won, didn't he? The UK side won the argument, but in the case of the European Union, they lost.
How many percent?
No. Let's bring Prince Daddy, Trump Daddy in. And by the way, this Kemi Badenoch commentary is taking an ethnic dimension, but Trump Daddy come in.
Yeah, I was going to say, look, what is it from Obasanjo's second time around? Is that the Fourth Republic, right? Anyways, since Obasanjo's time till even right now, well, let's just stop at Buhari's last term. We all can see that, look, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, your tribe, and you became the president. It's not a passport or a guarantee that your region would be successful or you're going to have everything that you need. I think by now we have a very good pattern to look at. To me, it has come to simply, laziness of many of our leaders, especially the politicians, okay? Because once they get power, is to enrich themselves and their cohorts, and nothing really for the people. And I think the Nigerian people should have seen the template by now. We don't. This presidency thing, it's if Tinubu does not do something that's profound for the country as a whole, whereby again the federating units, the states of the region are strong on their own, then it's a futile exercise at the end of the day. I look at all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. I would say though that the Igbo tribe. So I always think about them being a unique tribe in the sense that they can show Nigeria or Nigerians a format whereby they can totally ignore the presidency and self-develop and self-actualize, because they say, and I think they do have the capacity and the capability to do so. And given the size of their region, I think a lot can be done as the people. I think they have wealth in so many ways. They have the brain power. They can develop their own region if they choose to, okay, and be great and totally ignore the presidency. But again, their leaders, just like the northern leaders and Yoruba leaders and the rest of the leaders, they are greedy. They are super greedy. They care at the end of the day about their own pocket, what they get, But truly, there comes people like Samuel Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu agitating. Okay, but we know for sure that the leaders, the people in the Senate, they have high positions that can make effect or bring about change. They're not in the same boat as they are. They're not. But they shout marginalization. Why? Because they don't have the presidency. Okay, but again, I think they are in a unique position to develop their region, to do great things. Okay, over time. Okay, and be a great people. Because this presidency that we all jumping up and down for, whose turn? Northern turn, Yoruba turn. What did Buhari do for the Northerners? I understand Jonathan tried to build the Almajiri schools or some kind of program for the Northern kids. What came about it? Okay, great. Now you have Buhari. He had all the support from the Northerners. He was there for 8 years. What great thing did he do for the North to alleviate that plight in terms of the kids, terrorism, and all these things? Nothing. So why are we jumping up? But this presidency thing is like a thing of the past, especially in the context of Nigeria. We can't really compare Nigeria to Switzerland and these Belgian places. I don't think we can. Nigeria is unique in its own self. And the best way to go about it is each region or state be free to operate and develop themselves. Self-actualization. The aspiration perhaps and the desire of the Yoruba people may not be the same as the Igbo people. So if they all have their own resources and manpower and capacity, let them do whatever they want to do.
All right, Bilan, do you want to have the final word on that space, Zita, and then we carry on with the conversation? All right, I think Zita may be momentarily unavailable. Baba, let me take you to a totally different space. A brief commentary on this, and then we move the conversation around. We go to
if with your permission, I just want to touch briefly on the new suit against Farotimi. If you don't mind, just 1 minute of it. Because I have fresh informations actually.
Yes, if you are going to the Farotimi space, there are 2 slots there. There's another suit coming out against him in Port Harcourt, so that guy is locked down for the next 5 years. But then Afe Babalola has also petitioned the Legal Practitioners Association to have him disbarred.
The disciplinary committee.
It says they have the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee to have him disbarred, to have him struck off the bar. So those 2 spaces are. That guy, he asked for it. I think now he's getting it,
Yeah, I just want to put it in perspective because a lot of people really don't understand the matter at all. So they are just following. It's a bandwagon effect. Dele Farotimi was never involved in the case he narrated about. He came into the case when everything has ended. The matter ended when the owners of the land or sold the land. They are sold to another family, the Letu family. The Ojomo owns the 254 254 hectares. 254 hectares. Yeah, 254 hectares. They sold it to a little family and went behind and sold it to several groups of realtors who developed estates in that 254 hectares. But the original people they sold it to won the case at Supreme Court. This is what happened into Supreme Court. I'm not a lawyer, I keep on saying that, but when they give a judgment, just like the local government judgment they gave, when it is not clear or there is a mistake in the judgment in the form of a slip or anything, a party can go and ask for the judgment to be varied or properly explained. It is allowed in law. Every lawyer knows that. In that judgment, when the Supreme Court, the 5 panel, gave the judgment, they made a mistake and referred to the 254 hectares as 10 hectares in some of the paragraphs of the judgment, while they talk about 254 in other parts of the judgment. That was what Afe Babalola went back to court and said, look, there's a mistake here. Because the original lawyers for the Ojomo family who sold the land to the realtors behind the back of the first party they sold it to was represented in that case 11, 12 years ago by Rotimi Williams Chambers. So he got the judgment to say, okay, it is 254, actually, we are sorry. Supreme Court said that. Then one of the realtors now engaged Farotimi. That one is a Friends Colony Estate. Friends Colony Estate is the party he represented. And they asked him to negotiate with the original owners, the buyers, a little family, how much they have to pay so that they don't bring bulldozer to destroy their property. That's the part he acted. I don't know where he got all this other information from and starts talking about 11 years later. This thing ended, I think, 2013. The case ended finally. And you start talking about it, printing book, writing book, 11 years later. And telling them in part of that book that they can go and sue you. He was of that firm belief when he was writing a book that he can sue me. He thought, like Lagos State and Edo State, thought every state in Nigeria have done away with the criminal libel clause in their laws. So, and you know, when it comes to legal civil suit, it could even take 10 years. It could take 5 years. And those that he mentioned, they've even retired already. The Supreme Court justices have retired. Afe Babalola is getting old. So he thought maybe by the time he drag it, I'm not too sure, I'm just reading his mind, I may be wrong, that when we get there, they will have passed on before the case expired or go through the gamut of the stages of layers of the law courts. So he has nothing other than where he got his facts, how they got to Supreme Court and everything, at appeal, at the High Court level when the matter started. He will never involve in it. Never involved with it. So I pray for him. Though they said Kuka and Baba OBJ, Archbishop Kuka and Baba OBJ have intervened, talking, and Baba Afe Babalola said, 1, he should go and plead guilty. 2, then he will have to retract everything he said publicly. But first, he must go and plead guilty.
If he does that,
that's a trap.
If he does that, it's finished. If he retracts, it's finished. It's lost all his credibility. It's a shell of a man.
He just has to dig in and face what is coming.
Yes, he has to double down on his ignorance. Yes.
Yes, and face what is coming to him. Because there are things, you know, when we're very small, young, when we will be talking anyhow, and our mother will just pack our mouth. You shut up. Yeah? They will just pack our mouth. Maybe they didn't pack his own mouth when he was young. Because when your mom now say, come here, look at you talk too much, pack your mouth and twist it. Maybe they didn't do that to him, to know that not everything your eyes see, your ear hear, you know with your brain, your mouth will say out. There are some things your eyes will see, your brain will know, acknowledge it, your ears will hear it, but it remains inside of you.
All right, brilliant.
That's it. That is it.
All right, brilliant. We open that space a bit more, but we want to whip around now, make sure every voice is touched. We go to Prince Daddy Dewale to Niger. If Zita is ready, she'll let us know. But we do 7 minutes monologue, kicking it off with Prince Daddy, the star after to Niger. Prince Daddy, you're up next. We're talking about Afe Babalola attempts to strike him off the legal register. We're talking about the state policing fast tracking now. All the 36 states have now submitted their position, and it looks as though then it's going to be presented to Parliament. Very good chance that we will have state policing in Nigeria by the second quarter of next year. INEC looking to make changes to the electoral laws, saying now that you no longer need your PVC for future elections. So does that open a portal for rigging? It's where the question is. And then Kemi Badenoch, of course, she comes out rather to respond to Kashim Shettima. But in doing that, she seems to have opened up somewhat of an ethnic portal within the Nigerian space. So those or whatever interests you. Prince Daddy, like about 7 minutes monologue from you. Prince or Trump. You have to revert back to Prince Daddy. He's Trump
well,
Daddy.
Yeah. That'll happen soon. Yeah, I'm going to be short. I'm not too versed with the topics, but yeah. Hello, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. Love the show. Go ahead.
Sorry, Trump. You don't have to stick to the topics. You can just free flow wherever your interest is. Just let's just hear from you. 7 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Kemi Badenoch, I sent you earlier like a caption. The headline says, "Is she the next Margaret Thatcher of the UK?" So I'm not sure how much traction she's gaining or popularity. Quite frankly, I don't know much about that. But you know, she seems to be a rising star, which is good. I don't really know the exchange between her and Kashim Shettima, quite frankly, and I don't think I've been too much into the news lately. But on the issue of DELE Farotimi, right? I've always thought. I was asking Benny the other day if there's an abuse potentially. I would say that could occur with his court case and how they're dragging him. Because it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy, so to speak, because it's always said that the Nigerian state, they operate with impunity, no respect for the law, and they do whatever they want to do. And that is true because Ben himself, I did acknowledge, human rights violation, extrajudicial killings, and whatnot. That's what the Nigerian space is known for. So now they're going after DELE Farotimi, rightfully or not, I don't know. But somebody said earlier that he wrote a book about an event that occurred 11 years ago. So what? In the event could occur 30 years ago. I mean, isn't that part of history? It doesn't matter when it writes it. The question is the content of the book correct? That's, I don't know about his book or the case. Lawsuits claim that they're trying to bankrupt him. Okay, well, that is yet to be seen. And I said it before, DELE Farotimi, not a big fan of him. I see him as too, pessimistic, and maybe rightfully so from his own point of view, because what is working for Nigeria? I mean, that is for the common people. I think it's always complaining about that, but the way he talks about it is what is uncouth. It's just crash. I would say for a lawyer, it's always complaining. I mean,
we're losing you so much, Prince.
Oh yeah, I was driving. Is it better?
Yeah, a little bit marginally. It's playing like a guitar. Yeah, sir. But carry on. We'll soldier through. Carry on. I think he may well have lost signal completely. So Prince, when you get a better signal, you carry on from where you were.
Can you see anyone, man?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So you're in a good spot now. So if you carry on from there.
Hello?
We can hear you. If you can hear me, then a conversation is taking place. We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying that's my submission on Dele Farotimi, quite frankly. So I'm just concerned about the abuse of power. I mean, people don't know. I can tell in Nigeria, we used to, okay, you do something wrong, police go arrest them. You go and arrest somebody. That's what we do there. Do you not know? I know you know one man that you can be wrong and still be right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being oxymoronic, but you can be wrong and still be right in terms of how the states will approach you and treat you in trying to address you regarding the crime supposedly that one commits. Okay, but in Nigerian space, the one that has money or the influence can abuse the so-called guilty person, and I don't want that to be the case for Dele Farotimi. I don't think it would be fair, because today people that are against him, the same states, the same system will come after them when maybe somebody else gets into power, or somebody that don't like him, they go after their opponent. So let's treat the man justly and rightly in the system. There's no need to abuse him because he's wrong. I don't know if he's wrong, but that's what they're saying. So it should be treated fairly at the end of the day. To talk briefly about the state of Nigeria. Again, I'm not sure exactly what Kemi Badenoch said, but that country, Nigeria, I've already said the PDP, people deceiving people. That's who we are. People deceiving people. I don't think we really want the freedom for that country. And the other day we were talking about we should unshackle ourselves from the British government. Yeah, right. Like we can truly do that. You know, um, sometimes to participate or to fight your opponent or your abuser, you have to be equipped. And Nigeria is not a place that equipped. We're still talking about trying to have a decent manufacturing base so we can have job creation and be competitive in the marketplace. That you want to go, debate your masters, the people that brought about mechanized industrialization in the world. They are more refined and they're more structured. So I mean, until we do something drastic, we will forever be slaves to them. Then that's what they do. They know how to control people, and we Africans, we can be easily controlled. That's who we are. They can be easily controlled. Um, yeah. So what else can I say? Or what else can I say?
Are you distancing yourself from your?
Why are we easy to control then? Why do you think we are easy to control?
May I interject, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's rich coming from you as a MAGA when you talk about the judicial system. Like I know, what's up with the Supreme Court here, and you know all the kind of things that's going on in the legal circle at the moment in the country. And Nigeria is not the only country that's have problems. Every big and small nations have. As we speak today, there is knife crime and epidemic in the UK. So also there is mass shooting epidemic in the US. As we speak, close to 500 mass shooting this year alone. And schools are being guided. Schools are being guided by paramilitary or military men, and teachers are even being encouraged to arm themselves while teaching in classrooms. So Nigeria's problem, should not be seen as something unique or terrible, or we are in a kind of devil's paradise there. But the only way to solve it is how we are talking about it right now. We have to do something. If the structure is wrong, it's not working, then either pull it down and rebuild, or make adjustments here, raise necessary pillars to hold the roof down so that it doesn't come down on top of everybody. That's what people like me are saying. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, I agree with you, Baba. There's nothing. The Nigerian state or what happens in Nigeria is not unique. Each country has its own issues to deal with, and no doubt about that. Yeah, even in America, the West, they have a lot of problems too. They do. But for us, it's like well, we have no. It's a lost cause if you ask me in a lot of ways. I don't think. I mean, what does the future hold for Nigeria? I mean,
You,
it's
you, you know, you know that your criticism of Nigeria and the black race, it consumes you as well. It consumes you as well. You're not sitting outside of it looking down. It consumes you as well. You are swept up in it.
well, and there's never been a point in time that I've tried to distance myself from it. I'm part of it 100%. So it's not criticism. Me, I'm always optimistic, positive about a lot of things, but I don't like to deceive myself. Sometimes when Larry talks, I think he talks kind of simplistically because he thinks things can be easily changed, or if you do this and that. No, we know the stronghold that Nigeria has in terms of the people, what they call the cabals. So even Tinubu can just show up and do whatever he wants to do. No one can. So the man, that's why I respect Tinubu, and that's why I don't fault him for the bad economy right now, so to speak, and some things going on that's not very palatable to the citizens. But nonetheless, the man is systematically trying to bring about change and progress into that country. If Tinubu is able to do 50-60% of the things he intends to do for that country, and if we hold that position going forward, I think Nigeria will be a much better place, much better place. I don't see any presidency that's going to bring about any change to that country. It's not going to work. We just can't operate in that way. It can't. I've looked at it from my own, I guess, limited point of view that the country has to be in the original form.
Sorry, Prince. When was the last time you were in Nigeria? And what's your association with Nigeria still? Do you anchor after it? What are your retirement plans? Where are you looking to spend your latter years?
Well, I was just there a couple of years ago.
American, through and through.
No, the last time you asked me, the last time you asked me the question, that was about a year ago. It's almost 2 years now. It was almost 2 years now. I was right there before the election, actually. I was right there before the election, actually debating people, convincing my brother and his friends why they should vote for Tinubu and not Peter Obi. I was actually making an argument. If you saw me, you think I was talking for Trump. I was actually right there talking for Tinubu, and they just looked at me crazy, my brother and his friends were part of the people that made Tinubu, rather Obi, win Lagos. Because truly, some Yorubas and some groups did vote for Obi. They did. So it's not really surprising, quite frankly, that Obi won Lagos. It's not at all. Because so I'm there. You talk about retirement plan. See, I every time I go back to Nigeria, what is there to do? What is there to do? I look at it. It's absolutely, for me, there's nothing to do. Is it to go to club and go back home? There's nothing really to do. I just don't. It's not a place where I no. I can go there, but this is what I realized. Actually, if I was in Nigeria and working, I think I'll be better off. I'll be much better off as a person. I'll be consumed with the work or whatever I'm doing. But to go there and maybe try to retire or be part of the system, it's super boring. It's like super boring next to London or England, where you're from. Because where you're from, it rains. I always imagine what you guys do in England. Apart from I don't know what you guys really do. It looks super boring there. You and your hooligans, you go to the soccer field and drink beer and yell and go back home. Then what else do you do? It's like super boring. I just feel sorry for you guys.
Football. There's rugby. There's
don't worry, we do plenty. We come online and talk nonsense. That's what we do. We come online and talk nonsense.
You do rugby, yeah. But see, just like Baba knows and some of the people, and depending on what part of the country you are in.
One game for 3 days. cricket. One day, one game for 3 days.
Yeah,
and
that's the kind of life.
And then they call it a draw. That's what really nobody wins in cricket. It's always a draw.
Say it's if you assimilate, like let's say kind of assimilate into the American way of life, not to lose your identity, and that's the beautiful thing about America. America doesn't care. But if you can assimilate, you can truly be enriched and enjoy what the country has to offer. So much stuff. Is it from sports? And I mean, just name it. Sports, entertainment, outdoors.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. It is so much to do. I mean, by yourself or with other people. It's just, I mean, the weather is so diverse. And you can traverse across the country and never leave this country. And I always tell people trying to mock America, so you guys don't travel, you don't do this and that. I said, what the heck? Well, where do you need to travel to if you're an American? You can go to, in America, you can experience so many different kinds of weather and topography and climate at the same time from different parts of the country. The country is so vast and so rich in its culture and a lot of things it has to offer. So I don't know about retirement, man. I don't know. I mean, even in America, I don't know if I'm going to retire. It's about finding something to do that you enjoy. I mean, retire and do what? Do you know, by the way, one man? It's sort of like that. Many Americans actually they retire and they go back to work. They go back to work because I mean that's what
everybody does that though to top up their pension. Yeah.
No, actually, some people are falling into a different category. They go back to work because of boredom. Believe it or not, one man. Boredom. They go back to work. They cannot stay at home. I mean, all their life they've been working and being productive. And me as a fairly young person, I can't really put it into right mind about retiring. If you retire, then what do? You sit down and surf television, the TV. What do? So it's boredom can kill, absolutely. And a good example, of course, when during the COVID, a lot of relationships or marriages were exposed actually because it showed that many couples don't have that skills to deal with one another and to manage their differences, because now they were locked into the same place, being the same house and seeing each other every day. I don't know if you knew, one man, but a lot of divorces occurred during COVID or right after COVID.
A lot of babies were also born after COVID. A lot of babies.
Yeah, I guess where not in Europe. Maybe amongst the Hispanics and the black people. I don't know, but not necessarily amongst the white people that are complaining that their population is dwindling. So, but yeah, it's the Nigerian case is always interesting. I mean, again, born in Lagos. I mean, I love it. What people talk about everybody going apart. I don't see it that way. And especially if you grew up in Lagos, where more than 50% of your friends or so are Igbos, and you mix with the Calabar people and Hausa. I mean, you're so diverse in your thinking and the way you relate to people. And I think that's the way I am when it comes to the case of Nigeria, really. I think a Nigeria living in a country where everyone is Yoruba is going to be super boring, I think. So I do like the mixture that the country has to offer. Of course, we are unable to capitalize on our differences as a nation, but individually, people are nice. We have a lot to offer together. If we bypass the division that the leaders try to sow in our society, we're more productive, if you ask me, as a people, and we're better off. I mean, if you ever be in a class where you have a diverse ethnic group, you can sense it, one man. I think you went to school in Lagos. You can sense that, hey, people are smart in different ways, and the way they do and think about things. Anyways, one man, thank you.
Oh, all right, brother. So that's Prince Daddy. I think he answered the question in a roundabout way, and it's settling down in America for life. Dewale, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue, then on to Tonight Zita. Dewale, you're up next.
Thank you, Warman. Thank you, everybody in the studio and the listeners and those uh, typing hand in the comment section. Great job you guys are doing. You make the conversation a little bit interesting. Good job. Woman, let me start from your sister, Kemi Badenoch. Um, you know, a lot of things been said about that young lady, but she's lucky she's a female. Why do I say that? Is because she got married to another nationality. Um, I guess the guy is also a British. You know, she won't really feel it much in her later days in year. I mean, in her life. But if it were to be a man, that would have become a really, really, really uh, problem for him and his offspring. You know, there's one thing about identity. I asked some of my friends here, you know, yes, you guys, how do you feel about being called African American? And there is the response I got from them is that they have a mixed feeling. Here they are, they are not accepted in their in the country they found themselves, and the motherland is actually, you know, they pinch their nose to talk to them. So it's a double whammy for them. And I told them that there's no other feeling like when you come to a place where everybody look like you and everybody feel like a king and queen. Everybody have this melanin shining, you know, with that wonderful sun, and you know the atmosphere in the motherland is so good. It's perfect for our skin. And they always have this nostalgia that one day they will buy the ticket and come home and just see how it feels like. You don't value what you don't have. Unfortunately, in the case of Kemi Badenoch, she's throwing up everything for the sake of politics. She's going to grow old, she's going to leave politics, other people will come up. Pandering to the paymaster for the benefit of opposition, and you are selling yourself cheap and you are throwing your people under the bus. It won't help. Nobody asks you to glorify your homeland. I mean, I'm talking about the motherland. Nobody asked you to be the PR. Nobody even, but you know, there was a statement she issued one time where she praised the motherland about all her upbringing and everything. And on the other hand, because of the exigency of opposition, she's decided to throw her country under the bus. I'm talking about where she was, her original country. Now, she has a prerogative as a human being to adopt whichever country she chose. In this case, she chose to throw away her past and embrace the future. And I hope the future will be kind to her. That's my take on her. And then to the brother that is being shaken down, Dele Farotimi. I was listening keenly when Baba was, you know, narrating the imagined story about the case itself, the original case. And I'm beginning to scratch my head. Um, you know, one thing in life is that my share back. For the benefit of those who do not speak English, do not offend the elders, the owner of the word, so that you will not stumble. Um, I know in some space, the belief is that, well, this story must be real. It must be. I'm not doubting the story that people don't use their influence, but I was playing back Arise News TV with Oshoma, I believe that's his name, the lawyer that they usually feature on their show. And he was talking about the power of influence, that even Dele Farotimi himself had used his influence in the course of this saga. That On the day one, he was put on handcuff when he was brought to the court. But the subsequent appearance in the court, he came walking in like a free man. But inasmuch he's enjoying some benefit as a known figure, that a lot of people that they mention two people that you can consider the public figure as well. Uh, Darlington, Speed Darlington, and your friend Ijele. Those two people are still languishing behind the bar. Nobody talked about them. But because it's happening to deliver to me, I don't have pity for him. Because if this had been an accidental thing, I would have said, well, sometimes people make mistakes. I'm on a Koreman. You can't walk without your neck shaking. But here is the thing. He brought it upon himself. And some of the things I heard was that Babalalala is asking him to, play guilty. But he is asking Babalalala to withdraw the case first before he will apologize. Now, we will now see who will blink first. Baba Sanjo and Reverend Hassan Kuka was reported to have visited uh, Babalola to plead on his behalf, to just try to find a common ground or a landing spot for him. He has put himself in the middle. I don't think Babalola is going to blink first. And with the plethora of other charges pending in all those places across the country, the guy is in for a long time. Like they always say in the local parlance, it's a long thing. They will shake him down to the last cover he has for his savings of his entire life. And for those uninformed mind that are making noises on the social media or that are listening to us anywhere across the globe, please don't bring cobweb on your head. You won't be able to remove it completely. What our brother has done here, even if the story is true, there's a way you go about it. You don't deliberately publish something that will bring wahala. He's not an hero. Maybe I should just say that. He's not an hero. He's not. Because if you wanted to play heroic part, it would have gone in a route that would not bring him this, what he found himself. But unfortunately, here he is. And all those pity party, sympathy drum people are drumming up and down. Oh, they've used police to look.
You know that's going to die out very quickly. We're going to we're
It's
by
already
next week.
dying out.
Yeah,
It's
we'll
dying
roll into
already.
the festive season. People will start to switch into Christmas mode. By the new year, people are depressed from Christmas, and they whenever he appears in court, they'll say free DELE, and then they'll go. It will end up another Nandekano.
Mm-hmm. This is not going to be like this is Yoruba land. This is North Southeast. Maybe a lot of people should know. There are some people that take sides. Even in that Ekiti where he's in custody, those people showing up at the courthouse are probably maybe obedient in the Ekiti state. And I'll tell you the influence that Baba Fubalola has in Ekiti state. They revere him, they respect him, not just ordinary person. Virtually everybody in Ekiti state see that man because this is a man that you won't find on the pages of newspaper on a daily basis. But now I'm even surprised that some people, as vast as they think they are, they don't even know who Afebolala is. A prominent lawyer for them. And you see them arguing so blindly. Look, the man uses what is available to him. He employed the law enforcement. He went to the appropriate quarters to lodge his complaint, and the law took it fair. And if you are wanted and in court and you didn't show up, the court will issue the warrant of arrest for you. And who will effect that arrest? It's the police. So the argument that the man sent police to harass him, to abduct him, I've heard it from people that I expect to be more, how should I put it, more knowledgeable about things around them. But they're echoing the same narrative. oh, it was abducted. This is the same country people know the specific location this man is. And yet that term is being used from every corner. That is how, I don't know how serious we are. Yes, we can be sympathetic and biased, but we must always look at things from the point of view. What is the cross of the matter itself? If somebody defamed you, would you fold your arms and watch? When it happens, I've heard people saying, well, it's 95, he's on his way out. Why is this still fighting? No, it goes a long way. This is a Yoruba man. That's why Ekiti would look. Maybe he doesn't know what. Thank God he's an Egyptian man, you know. But Ekiti will not bow. Ekiti will not blink, especially when they know they are fighting on their right. No, we don't do that. Maybe we will all learn a lesson at the same time. Speaking on,
do you want to declare your self-interest in this particular matter? Do you want to declare your bias?
Of course, my bias already showed from the day when you could see that I changed my name.
You're an Ekiti man. You're an Ekiti man. After Babalola is an Ekiti man. So is there somewhat
we are not rich. We are not rich. You see, in the Yoruba land, we know our area of expertise, our strong point. If you go to the Ogun State, they're rich, they're influential, they have influence and affluence. Same thing with Lagos. But when you started moving down south, when you have the Oshun or even Oyo is a little bit, we are super conservative. We really cherished our good names. That's why most of our people, either in politics and in social startup, they are not rich because they don't believe in accumulation of worldly wealth and stuff like that. No, we impact generation. They know how to. This Abapadola gives scholarship to thousands, even millions of students across Nigeria, especially starting from Ekiti State. He purposely started a school in Ado Ekiti. Why? He could have done that in Lagos, where there's population. That is who we are. Look at the Femi Falana. Femi Falana is a multi-million-dollar worth lawyer. But hardly you will see him parading himself as a rich man. The same with Wola Olanipekun. These are the people that people run after, but you will never see them as being rich. They're doing the job. They will never be in the public office. They're lawyers. They will represent anybody. Even if Jesus come down today, they will represent Jesus. So for anybody to start linking Afebola to the government of the day, as if, they're using their position, who wouldn't? We have seen people who are doesn't even have much clout like him, and yet they're using their position because yes, you cannot defame me. I think you want to go scot-free. No, but if on the other hand, I give Mr. Farotimi the benefit of the doubt. If what he wrote in that book is true, then let him stand by it and prove himself in the court. People say he's not going to get justice. That is not true. That is absolutely not true because this case has generated a lot of public interest. So it can't just be like, they will just, they will do whatever they're going to do. And
no, it has to be settled one way or the other because what Dele Farotimi said was too big. But do you want to go on to another topic to manage the time and then we move it around?
Yeah. As far as the I didn't listen to the readout, but
we were talking about the state. I thought the state police would have been central to the conversation, and then INEC also now saying that you don't necessarily need to have a PVC on voting day. They can just do a printout, and I thought that opened a portal for rigging, but or anything else. And Wike the senators post these bulldozers demolishing everybody's property in Abuja.
I'm glad they did. Sometimes we have to. It must be something that will halt or put a man in check. I'm not saying what he's doing is wrong or right, but sometimes we need to have some checks and balances. When El-Rufai was there too, his first his signature then was bulldozer. Bulldozing. It was just bulldozing. But you can't have properties that will constitute nuisance in a city that's supposed to have developed that are rivaling any developed nation in the world. But what we have sometimes is just something that you can't be proud of. But I know it cannot happen overnight. But we must, tread softly. We mustn't do things simply because we're in a haste to make changes in that Abuja. Of course, the previous administration, especially the military era, they man, my goodness, it is well. But I hope I'm glad that the National Assembly did that. Secondly, as far as the INEC is concerned, um, I don't know how INEC is going to do, and they will be seen as a saint in the eyes of Nigeria, because every plan, every plan that they are bringing up, I don't know how Nigeria will receive it. Like when you look at somebody with a bombastic one-side eye, Abby, because every of their plan now will be misunderstood as a mago way of doing things. The PVC itself, did it actually serve a purpose? If you look at it, how many people collected PVC last time? There was a chances that PVC was deliberately
It was overtaken. It was not oversubscribed. I thought it was.
Oversubscribed, but how many people received their PVC to vote? The distribution of that card was
93
a flop.
million total PVC. And they found some in bushes, some river
It was a flop.
in bundle, in thousands.
It was a flop.
Nobody owned those PVC now.
So if you look at the amount of money expended to produce those cards and compare to the amount of number of people that actually collected the vote and those who actually casted their vote, you will say that it didn't serve any purpose. It didn't. But why should we be using card in this era to vote one man? Why? Why we cannot use our NIB number? Is it NIN number or any of those?
I agree with you. We have too many identifications in Nigeria. We have the NIN, we have the BVAS, we have the PVC, we have so many data capture. So why can't they just coalesce it into one singular card that can serve a multiplicity of a multitude of purposes? Yes.
Exactly, one man. And that is the reason why, even though they may meant well, but we don't, electoral agency in Nigeria has always, right from the day one, the electoral body has been created in Nigeria to oversee election. So whatever they bring in will not be, people will read some type of meaning to it. But it's left for them to explain to Nigeria why they are discarding that idea of using PVC and go for, you said a readout or whatever they're trying to do. Time will tell. But I think they will need to sensitize Nigeria more than what Nigeria believe now.
What man? What's the alternative?
What's that?
The alternative to PVC.
Oh, no, they said that you can have a printout. You can just have a printout. You can print something out and use it to vote rather than present an actual physical card. They said it was decentralized. Well, they can print it for you on the day. What matters most is the bimodal capture. So if you are bimodally captured, then they can print out a slip for you on the day to vote rather than you having to present a card. So, but I think that opens the window for rigging, but we'll see. Thank you, Dewale. Well, we go on now and we move on to Tunaja. The interjections are allowed. It sounds somewhat like a lecture somewhat, but Tunaja, the floor is yours. Your audience awaits the mighty man to Niger.
So what's happening? Are we looking at Badenoch, police, DELE Farotimi? I think maybe I should start from DELE Farotimi actually, because
why not the Badenoch, my brother, to Niger?
We will get there.
It's in the order, in the order.
Okay, you want us to do it in order? Okay.
Yes, sir. Let's start with Badenoch. It's the most important topic.
Let him go with how the mood takes in.
No, that's my brother now. He understand.
Okay. Thank you. Badenoch is a bit of I think we have had conversation about this type of traits among Nigerians. This is why when I say in the West here, if I go into an office, I see a Nigerian versus I see a Jamaican or any other group of people, I get what when I see a Nigerian there. Because whenever we go to other people's climes, we completely discard whom we are to an extent, especially in terms of serving them professionally. Maybe culturally, we still try to hold on to our Nigerian ways, but in terms of serving other people, my goodness, we do serve. We serve with everything we've got, and we make sure of it by even throwing our people under the bus. And this is what you are seeing in the Badenoch. And you can argue that maybe she's got arguments for it, because if you think about it, the president himself does the same thing. There's something, I think what Prince Daddy said earlier on, there's something seriously wrong with the way we think as a people. And we are so like conditioned to disregard whom we are and put other people first. And you can see that in her behavior. And you can see that in our president's behavior. You see that in a lot of our behavior. Sometimes you will see Nigerians overseas, and another Nigerian wants to travel to Nigeria, they will tell them not to travel. Not to mention foreigners. If a foreigner wants to travel to Nigeria, they don't go. It's like they treat their land like a leper. For the life of me, I don't know what this land has done to Nigerians. And we behave like totally spoiled children. I saw the video you played earlier on where the other lady was talking about going to Nigeria, choosing a Nigerian passport. We really do behave like spoiled children. We think we are the ones that have had it worse. If you look at what is going on in the Middle East now, have we gone through anything like that? And they will go through more. And they will still fight for that desert land that they've got. But yet, our people, my God, I don't even know, man. Like I said, I feel like we are taking our existence for granted.
Yeah, to Nigeria, sorry to interject. Did you listen to what one man read about what Badenoch said?
Yes, I saw a bit. I don't.
You want him to read it again?
No need. I think I got the gist of.
My brother, Baba, Nami will talk to this guy. Nami will interject him. Let him talk.
She went into the divisive aspects of the Nigeria again and started, talking about how Yoruba this. It's just this mumu behavior that we tend to have. As if you say that makes a difference. Sunak didn't know. Is Sunak not from some part of India? Do you see him talking that nonsense? Our people do this stuff, and sometimes I look at our people and like we are retarded or something.
No. In terms of Sunak.
No, Baba, please.
Wait, Africa, wait. Sunak is an Hindu, and there are Muslims in India, and there is these people. These people who wrap scarf on? Six. Yeah, there are 6 and several others. So by making that ritual, he identifies himself as an Hindu.
Yes, because he's Hindu.
Okay, I want you to get that clear, because you say it as if he represents. He put himself forward as Indian.
He put himself forward as Indian. Actually, well, he made that clear. He said it.
When I saw him, I said, "In an Hindu." That's what occurred to me first.
Well, of course, you're going to see that, like our people, like I always say, in terms of identification, we are a little bit retarded in that. But we don't know how to identify ourselves.
I'm not retarded anyway. You like strong language.
No, I just feel like we are not developed enough in terms of the way we refer to our identity. We act as if we are living in the 14th century, like as if you say you're Nigerian, you're going to stop you from being Yoruba. What kind of nonsense is that? I don't understand people sometimes. Why do people always have to go, I'm Yoruba, like because if you say you're Yoruba, somehow your Nigerianness is going to disappear, or your black manness is going to disappear. I don't get it. You have multiple identities. That's why I think the way we talk about identity,
I'm trying hard not to object to your language to Nigeria. No, I have it in me. Good vocabulary. Also attack you. Okay, I have very good vocabulary. I'm well schooled. I'm struggling to continue.
I think it's talking generically and not specifically at
No. In spite of that, you should modify your language.
Don't worry, Baba. I'm here now. I'm here.
You can't tell me how to speak about something that is factual.
No, that you are hiding your ethnicity doesn't mean I should hide mine, because nobody even knows where you come from, what you belong to, whether you're Africa or you're a Joe or a Laje, nobody knows. You are not proud of where you come from. All I know, you could be a product of the gutter.
What's wrong with the gutter? The gutter is
Plenty.
not.
You stink. You stink.
No,
Why is it so
Baba.
triggered?
I think you made the point that Tunaja is making. Is the point essentially is a Nigerian and that's sufficient. And we
It's
get to
sufficiently. It's okay. It makes it like that. But to
we get to
abuse
bog
people
down on.
and denigrate ethnical group, that is very wrong,
I'm not denigrating it.
uncivilized, uncultured, uncouth.
Okay, let me use a calmer language that you prefer. I am not denigrating your ethnicity. I literally said, because you say you're Nigerian doesn't stop you from being a Yoruba person. Even if you say you are African first, still doesn't stop you from being a Yoruba person. Just like you being a Yoruba person doesn't stop you from being a Christian or a Muslim. We have multiple identities. When you need to express certain identity, you better do. Don't always put the wrong identity when there is a context. Let's say they are talking about a context about Nigeria, they bring your Yoruba identity there. That is a toxic behavior, because that is not about Yoruba. When they are talking about Arsenal, let's say you are a fan of Arsenal, then suddenly somebody is talking about this thing, rap or this thing, Afrobeat. Then suddenly bring your Arsenal this thing, a credential. The people will just damn you. And I don't know why we allow people to do that. Because people just come, when they are talking about Nigeria, they put Yoruba first, or put Igbo first, or put Hausa first. That is not the point. You have multiple identity. Always, we always do. And we can't seem to manage that. And it is very, well, you know what I discovered? What I've realized today? Some of the most united people in the world are some of the people that have shared their own blood more than any group, which are the Europeans. They are still the most united people in this world today. And that is their greatest strength. And we still sit here doing all this nonsense, and you think we'll never prosper. And it's a shame, because the day of damnation, when it comes, all the reason why we damned ourselves was basically because we cannot even be bothered to understand identity. What a disaster. A people that have been around for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, and the reason why they failed was they couldn't figure out identity. Come on, man. Let's get past that issue. In terms of Kemi Badenoch, like I said, I don't like the way our people behave when they go anywhere. They always have to tear. It's like lost children. They go out there and they have to tear their own. If they don't tear their own, they will not make. It's like they don't get credit for their new person that they are serving. They don't get credit for it. What's his name? Sunak didn't have to do that. Obama didn't have to do that. Or most people don't have to do that. But Nigerians special. They have a special place for that. They are very, very happy to tear Nigeria down. And unfortunately for many of these people that do these things, they also fail to realize that Nigeria is a very, very important nation. And it's a sad tale. And I for the life of me, I wonder why the rest of the world, many of them are struggling, fighting for desert land and killing themselves for anything. Why Nigerians are here willing to give everything away? Nigerians right now.
Just to pivot you a little bit to Nigeria, do you have a position on what's going on in Syria? Just give us a little soup song as you're carrying on. We have to introduce that as a topic. What's Assad, whatever his name is now escaped to Russia.
Yeah, what is going on in Syria? Assad is a disgrace of a leader, I must say. Although I can understand why he left, and I don't want him to suffer the fate of all the other leaders like Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein and all. But he didn't organize it. If he wanted to leave, you could have. He did try to an extent. He did leave his PM to pass over power, but he could have made it so that whoever took over had a legitimate ground to sit on. In other words, so that they don't look at what Israel is doing and taking the nation apart. Turkey is taking its own. America has disabled Syria for a long time now. America has been a bane. It occupied about a third of Syria and stealing their oil. Then sanction the country put on top. As a matter of fact, no country can survive like that. When the superpower of the world is sitting on a third of your land, it's like sitting in Niger Delta. Like America come and sit in Niger Delta, take all our oil, and make sure they sanction Nigeria put on top, and then sponsor terrorist groups inside your country. How are you going to survive as a nation? That's the killer of nations. And that is exactly what has happened to Syria. But I would have thought my issue with the leader was that he never really fought back. He just sat there and watched maybe the Russians and the Hezbollah, Iraqi militia, Iran, all of them come and save him. He never really fought for anything. And for that reason, I don't think he did very well. And now look at the state his country is in. It basically become like Libya again. And this is what they do. And America is spoiling for the fight right now. America, the West, they are spoiling for a fight because they are trying to lure all these powers into a war because they know they are stronger at this time. Because if China gets stronger and stronger and stronger over time, then their power will win by default. So that's what they are doing. And I think they made a big strategic win by taking Syria. It's a big, big, big one. I don't know how the other side are going to recover it because Syria is needed for if Russia is ever going to get power and China is going to ever move, to push back against America, they need land and space in that region. That region is very critical to the powers in the what they call the heartland. And if you know about the Mackinder theory, you find that these lands are those lands bordering Middle East and Africa is very, very important. If you control it, you control the world, really. And that's why America is fighting for that area badly. And all the bloodshed that is going on there is nothing to them. They just shed blood as if it's nothing. Look at what they are doing to the Palestinians. So, but that's on another side. And when I see those things, I learn lessons. And I look at our people, I'm like, it's like this is what our light years, even the ones that are dying are light years ahead of us. It's like you can't make it up. These people are willing to fight tooth and nail. And Arabs are some of the most useless people because they are divided. That's why they are like that. And this is something that we should learn from too. Because Arabs are so divided among themselves, they are busy hating Iran. Their whole neighborhood is being torn to pieces. At least Africans to an extent don't like that. Africans don't like any other nation coming to Africa to invade. We don't like that. And I have to give Africans credit for that. If you see northern leaders, you see, we like to say all the northerners, they are not very sensible. But whenever like America is having, or like this trip that Tinubu went to France to, do some schmoozing with Macron, you saw how the northerners reacted. That they don't want these people around Nigeria. They don't want them in any country in Africa even. That is how we should be. Because the moment these people start showing up, and sure, they're already everywhere, to be fair. But the more they gain ground on the continent, if they want to divide Nigeria, all they need is to fund some Southeasterners or fund some despotic people in the north, militants and all the rest, and they will cause chaos on your land. And this stuff is real survival issue here. And I feel like the way we talk about ourselves, the way we don't value our own things, I feel like when that time comes, how are we going to rally ourselves? We don't build anything. We don't make anything. We are really, really backward. At least the Middle East, they have nuclear powers there. We don't like it. We like it. Israel is a nuclear power. Iran is almost one. Saudi Arabia has the capacity to become one. If they need to, easily, they can do that. UAE can do the same thing. Where are we on the equation? All we do is talk about tribe all the time. And this Badenoch also brought it up again. This is what we do. What is wrong with us? It's like we are obsessed with identity.
Mama, you said we can interject. This guy is going too far now. Can I just interject a bit? Good evening, sir.
You are free to interject.
Good evening, Oga. One and the Baba. A Caroline, the money would be here for Germany. Huh? Yes.
Yeah,
did you play? Did you listen back before coming to make some contribution to Nigeria? Did you listen back a bit?
I did listen a little bit. Yes.
Yeah, because before you come into the show here or into the platform, you have to listen back a bit. That's what usually take my time. That recently of late, I always come a little bit because so I need to be guided a bit so that I know what to say, so I don't be like Okbebolo, so I don't want to gaff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's it. So now let me just tell you one thing. If you have listened back a bit, at least just recently, there were two videos that were played. One from Amadou Bello and Maitama Sule. And then you should have, consider that before making those contributions of just try to abuse our own sister here. You don't do that. You don't have to.
Are you referring to Amadou Bello talking about the South?
Hold on. You need to apologize to that woman for calling her a foolish woman or whatever.
I didn't call her a foolish woman.
Yeah, because you just use some bad language.
So
yeah.
sorry.
So
before you apologize, hold on. Just hold on. Before you apologize, I know what you're apologizing for. This is what Kemi had to say. This is where the whole Kemen narrative, this is where it started. So this is what kicked it off.
And running to be prime minister when you're a 42-year-old is by definition ambitious. But I am ambitious, but for our country and for our party. I chose to become a Conservative MP to serve, and I chose this country because here I could breathe free and I could be everything that I wanted to be. I grew up in Nigeria and I saw firsthand what happens when politicians are in it for themselves, when they use public money as their private piggy banks, when they promise the earth and pollute not just the air but the whole political atmosphere with their failure to serve others. I saw what socialism means for millions. It's poverty and broken dreams. I came to Britain determined to make my way in a country where hard work and honest endeavor.
So that's what she had to say about Nigeria. But she did not just say that about Nigeria. She went on to run similar commentaries about the entire black race. So Kemi is happy to throw the entirety
I
of
get
any
you.
and
I get
everybody.
you. I get you. They play sentiments.
Hold on.
Yesterday.
Can you
Uh-huh.
my guy? Just hold on. There's a secondary clip. It's only a minute.
This is the past. We need to talk about the future. There are many countries now who want to use guilt to try and exploit the UK. They ask for reparations. I saw it as a trade minister. It's not culture wars. I was at the WTO. I won't name the minister from another country. And he was telling me that we needed to give up some of the things that we were doing because of colonialism and because they needed time to develop. These arguments are a scam. Don't fall for it. We need to make sure that we put this country first. We work well with our neighbors. We work well with other countries, but we have to look after ourselves too.
Well, I mean, those advocating for reparations would say, shouldn't we just make up for some of the damage we did through the slavery? As a black woman saying that, they may find that hard to understand from you.
Well, there are many things that the British Empire got wrong, but there are many amazing things that the British Empire also did. And we need to be honest about that and stop pretending that it was all bad. The British Empire ended slavery, the Atlantic slave trade. We need to talk about that more.
So she's willing to throw the entire black race under the bus for her ambition. To Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what the point I was criticizing, that it's not only her. Our president does it. Our fellow Nigerians do it. We do it all the time. Everything she's doing is just an image. You know, the other day they were badmouthing, what's this Nigerian musician's name again? Davido, because of what he said in America. But as much as I deride what he said, I wouldn't say that. But that's what Nigerians do. We are such, I for the life of me, and one of the things they always say is that, hey, what has Nigeria ever done for me? What have they done? My God, I'm telling you, man, I don't even know how we are still standing in this world when a lot of people fight to die for their lands. I don't know how God is still sparing us. Because some of the things we do, if the land had life, the land had power to do it, it will wipe us out by itself. Because we curse that land all the time. We treat it like rubbish.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You see, sometimes we do contradict ourselves. Sometimes I come on this platform and I said, you should not badmouth Nigeria. The last person we invited to this platform said he has lost hope in Nigeria, and he said one or two things that didn't go down well with me. Sometimes again, we support people who badmouth Nigeria, and sometimes we say, why won't we badmouth Nigeria? Is it good? We should tell the truth and say it the way it is. Now, let me ask you a question. Separate the lady's skin color and where she came from. Let's talk about what she said. Remove her skin color and remove the fact that she said Nigerian. Let's talk about what she said. Is it wrong? Is it true or false?
It is wrong, actually.
Leave the moral aspect of it. Is a Nigerian. Yes, somebody will say, why throw your country under the bus? She's a black woman. Why are you throwing black people under the bus? Forget about that. I said, let's remove it. The message, is it true or false?
The message that Nigeria has issues. Yes, Nigeria has issues, but
So,
she very much knows why.
So, I'm always somebody who, when I want to say things, I try to separate the two. You are right the way you did your submission, but I wouldn't do my submission that way. I will separate her skin color, separate the fact that she is a Nigerian, talk about that area differently, and then talk about the message, her point, differently. That's the way I will approach it. But if you say because she's a Nigerian and she's a black woman and she's blabbing, I think I will have issues with that.
Madam, she has a message. I think Chunaja didn't answer you properly. The message is wrong. There are two messages that I was trying to pass across. The second message about black people, that reparation and stuff like that. There are more people died in slavery, through slavery, than the Jews that died in Holocaust. Germany paid reparation to Jews. Apart from that, if you look
I
at
wonder if she would have run a similar commentary on reparations to the Jews. They will.
that you
They,
by
She
now
will
she
not
will be
get that
dead.
now. They will bury her now. She
You
knows.
see, that's the question. So the reparation to Jews, whereas there are
Sorry,
more no,
woman.
but Emma interject me.
No, Patoski, I just
Emma
want to
interject
chip in
me.
something. The
Tibachileton.
Abacha
So
reparation, where is it today?
You see, Emma interject me. You were relevant in thing because Abacha didn't rule Africa, and slavery did not only happen in Nigeria. She had to be argument in your work. So what I'm saying is that the number of people that died in DRC.
Can I ask you a question?
Madam, you asked me.
Just one question, please.
Hold on. No, hold on. I don't think he wants his flow broken. So let him land. Patoski, carry on.
So the reparation, more people died in Belgium, Congo than during Holocaust. They were not only people that died, their resources were plundered and are still being plundered today as we speak, both by the British and by the French people. You understand? This same British that she's seeking to rule. There are like that. She said they did certain things right. Oh, they ended slavery. Who started slavery and who benefited most from slavery? They. So why is he taking credit? Oh, we stopped. So they could still have been enslaving us. What kind of thinking is that? You understand? I feel very, very, anyway, I'm not embarrassed. It is the hatred for the country with which some children has been raised. That's the manifestation of what we are seeing. Some people in their home, their parents tell them bad things about their country, and that's what they carry on. And obviously, that's what she's going to pass to her children. That's the truth.
But Patrick, why are we not, improving? Why are we not see any improvement? Like
we are improving. We are improving.
No, hold on. I heard you guys talking about Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. They were in the same country, and then Baba made a lot of solid points there. But I don't know why you guys are trying to avoid
Bangladesh are you talking about? What is
yeah,
even now?
hold on.
Even now, no, wait.
No,
Don't control. No. Please
let me just say, let me just quick.
Let me finish. Tony, I beg. When we say Bangladesh, some of these countries we think of what is in Bangladesh? What is Bangladesh that we are talking about? We are always thinking that other people are better than us. When we're coming here, we thought, oh, this place is good, oh, wonderful, this is going to be better. Now we are here. Let's be objective. So many of us are seeking opportunity to say, once if we make this much, we are going back home. Why? If the country is that terrible. If you seek the interest of Nigeria, Nigeria will create prosperity for you. If we continue with this hatred, some people, even if they come to this Europe, they will still not make anything because the mentality of complaint will not make them see opportunities. And that's why some of them still come here, they are still not doing well. You hate. Hatred is inherent. That hatred is not only directed to their country, it's directed to their neighbor, it's directed to the white around them, directed to blacks. We need to change. And the better to change is for our own individual good. That's the truth. I can't imagine I'm in a home, my wife, my children, I'm spewing hatred. I'm spewing hatred into the atmosphere. If it's not directed to my children, but it's directed at my country, I'm putting poison into my children. That is evil. That is evil. That is evil.
Thank you.
One man,
That
may I interject,
that
please?
lie,
When he's
that line,
finished.
We
that
need
line.
that woman is not properly raised. That's the
No,
point.
hold on, Patrick,
She's raised with hatred.
Patrick. Things are not improving.
How can
Our
you say
presidents
the
are going
blacks?
to England for medical
So they
care.
don't have an apology. They
Yeah.
don't have apology for killing, taking people's ancestry. Some people lineage
Since
are
Corona time,
completely lost.
we should have
Forget
been
about
able to
Corona
set up
time.
some hospitals in Nigeria.
Forget about
Nothing's
Corona time.
improving.
Okay, let me hold on. Forget about Corona time. Now look at.
All right.
Sorry, let me
All right.
just land this point. I'll wait for my phone.
Yes. All right. Patrick landed. Baba interject, and then Tunaja take the floor back. Let's do it in that order.
Look at the country that we're talking about. We're saying is the Nigerian policy have turned to Nigeria to piggy bank. Where is the piggy bank? The UK is the bank. Europe is that piggy bank. Europeans have created platform for them and for African politicians to fleet the continent. And they have stolen more from this continent than the blacks have even taken to those places. What are we talking about? In short, she's so ignorant, obviously. I'm sure if she knows all these things, her conscience will not allow her to be making all those kind of statements. What does she want to be? Prime Minister of UK. And so what? Anyway, whatever everybody, so that was what they will reap. If you hate Nigeria this much, but not them, that's what you get from the country.
But see, I don't know. Let me bring you this. And then Baba coming after it. I think we have lost this in the fog of it. She doesn't necessarily identify as Nigerian. This is what she's saying. This is a response to Kashim Shettima. It says Badenoch is, however, ready to fight. Her Nigerian heritage is Badenoch is, however, ready to fight. Her Nigerian heritage often comes up in conversations about her straight-talking style. She says this misses the point. I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being a Nigerian. I identify, so this is the part I want to bring to you. I identify less with the country than with the specific ethnicity, Yoruba. That is what I really am. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies, and yet you end up being lumped in with those people. So she doesn't necessarily hold any truck with being Nigerian. She doesn't give an FUCK about Nigeria. She's a Yoruba girl, and she hates the north.
When did she say this? Is it recent?
This came out today. You know Kashim Shettima launched her? Did you see Kashim Shettima launching her?
I didn't see the video, but I know he told her whether if she wants to give up her name, she can give up her name. And but what she came back with is even more vicious, because she basically divided the country with her language again. She's just like, I'm a Yoruba person, I don't care about Nigeria, and call the Northerners enemy. She literally attacked Nigeria as a nation. That's what she did. This is exactly my point. She literally not just attacked the people alone now, she attacked the country itself.
But I'll be saying that here. I had a discussion last week with a woman and Larry, that we're not the same. We have to, we're not the same people. The other day I was having this issue with a woman and Larry, where they were able to say that they want Taha. The ambassador is in Germany. You remember that woman that I told you guys that have nothing in common, like names. That if I see a Demola, if I hear Larry, if I hear Baba, I know that these are my people. You remember woman went to
Why
go?
don't we break the country? When can you say break? Why
in a country?
But we're not. But 64 years of trying by error. No way. No, there's no way forward.
Why don't we break the country? When
yeah, that's it.
Break,
the quota system is there. Then the federal character is there. Many things.
You see the way they talk. You see how we talk. That's all we know.
And now
that's what we don't want.
Can't if you don't come up with ideas. See,
People
okay.
people follow people following
Let me talk, please. I'm
their
tired of
forefathers
Woman, I'm still
agenda.
waiting to
Now wait for
contribute.
my
Yeah,
turn.
yeah. Hold on, Tony. Let Baba have an interjection. You take the floor back. To Niger, Baba.
Yeah, thank you, woman, for the opportunity. I think a lot of people don't have sense of history or where we are coming from as a nation. I think they should go back and know how we become a nation, because the French did a better job than the British in the colonies they held. If you look at these French countries, apart from Congo, and we can talk about the history of Congo, all the rest are small, very small countries, so that they can manage them. But we were lumped together for a reason. And if I come into Nigeria as a Yoruba man, whether we come under one umbrella called Nigeria doesn't take away my Yorubaness 1 minute, 1%. Like the man in Lugano who always identify as Italian, even though he's a Swiss. Like the man in Bavaria, he will always identify himself as a German, but he's a Bavarian, no doubt about that. Ditto for the man in Belgium, the Flemish in Belgium. My Yorubaness is my identity, and nobody can take that away from me. It's not a kind of rabbit hole of refuge for me. It is my essence. It is my essence. Nobody can take that away from me. And that's what Badenoch is saying. That I identify more with my Yorubaness than a Nigerian. But where is today, geographically, where is Yoruba? It's in a space called Nigeria. Can't you fathom that out? Is that too difficult to understand? And if it's not, that space is not working. So what do? You agitate to either make it better. Yoruba say, this oracle, if it cannot improve me, let me be the way I am, the way I was. That's simple. If you don't get that, then I don't know what else you want to get out of it. Whether you want to be, because she says she's a Yoruba. The person that attacked him was the ethnic group of Shetima. What are they saying today? Are they saying Nigeria in the last moment? Are we deaf to the fact that all we've been hearing is we Northerners, we Northerners, we Northerners? Why don't you vilify them for that? Why are you crucifying her for identifying with our own people, with our ethnic group, with the essence of her well-being? Total being, spiritual being. She says she's Yoruba. What do we have against her for that? I yield, one man.
All right, tonight I take the floor back, but let me play you this clip.
What do you have
Hold
to say
on.
What do you have to say about what he said about Africa? What do you have to say about that?
All right.
The fact that slavery, the British Empire have done well by converting Nigeria to a Niger trading company and milking us from then till now. What do you have to say?
I didn't hear her say that.
You did hear.
All right. All right. Hold on. Hold that question in abeyance. To Niger, I'm going to play you the clip of what she's responding to. So I'll play you the clip, you respond to it, and use that to bring it home. We go on to Zeta. So this is what kicked it off for Kemi Badenoch to have to respond.
Who founded Facebook? The co-founder of Facebook was Eduardo Luis Sabirin, born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, of Jewish Brazilian ancestry. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, was a migrant from South Africa. He owns SpaceX and now X, formerly Twitter. I can name names. Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, is worth over $30 billion. He's of Russian background. Rupert Murdoch, the chief executive of News Corp, is of Australian descent. Madeleine Albright, who became the United States Secretary of State, was of Czech origin. Steve Chen, the co-founder of YouTube, is originally from Taiwan. Immigrants build nations and immigrants build civilizations. One of the men in the front seat here has a thriving business in Namibia. He lived in Australia for over a decade, adding value to the Australian economy. Hence, there is a need for us to respect and cherish immigrants. Migrants are the source of life in all societies. Rishi Sunak, the former British Prime Minister, is originally from India. A very brilliant young man. He never denigrated his nation of ancestry, nor poured venoms on India. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the British Labour or Conservative Party. We are proud of her, in spite of her efforts at denigrating her nation of origin. She is entitled to her own opinions. She has even every right to remove the Kemi from her name. But that does not underscore the fact that the greatest black nation on earth is the nation called Nigeria. 1 out of every 3-4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, Nigeria will surpass the United States, will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. 1 out of every 3 black men will be a Nigerian.
So he wasn't being that harsh. That was a benign criticism. He wasn't being, he was just saying, you know, all these people, you don't see them tearing their nation down, especially in the process of elevating yourself and using your nation as, or your roots as a bedrock for your credibility. It's like, who does that? And the people that, you know, you see how our people behave, how there are some people are trying to defend her because of tribalism again. This is the way we think. We can't think rationally about things without making it into a tribalistic way of thinking. Whether it's right or wrong, we don't care. You forget that there are how many million this Yoruba people in Nigeria that she's undermining. You forget that. That is the way this stuff debilitates us. We can't think clearly. This is why I say it's a retardation that we have. Because this woman is going out there saying things and doing things that it kind of damages the black community. It's like self-harm to the black community as a whole. Then not to mention then targeting Nigeria too. Most of those areas where she was talking about she couldn't sleep or they were trying to rob them and all the rest of it. Where do you think she was referring to? Is it Southwest? That's where she was. She was denigrating the entire Yoruba people too. And she pretend as if she doesn't know. She came. See, that's another nasty aspect. In terms, I think the madam was saying I should talk about the arguments too. She forgets that she lives in a country where there are people that don't want to be in that country too. That fought. The Scottish hate the English with a venom. The Irish hate the English with a venom. She knows. But she's acts as if it's only Nigeria. Like the UK is so united and everything is so beautiful and all the rest of it. This is the kind of stuff where our people do. And that goes to the core of my argument. This discussion, when we had it the first time, we didn't know it was going to get this heated. This discussion actually gets heated because the reason why it gets heated is when you point out to Nigerians that this is soft stuff we do. And it gets heated because we know there is an element of truth there. There is something about us. We go around and say, Nigeria never done nothing for me. Nigeria, many of us schooled in Nigeria. The place that gave you life, the place that gave your ancestors life. Literally in your blood, you have the sickle cell mutation of that land. Nigeria never did anything for me. There all kinds of stuff we do. I don't know. Maybe it's because we should just ignore those things and the ones that actually matter should go on to shape the country. Because what you see in Nigeria, which ties to this Farotimi issue, is that
look at where we are coming from. Look at where we are coming from. That's what we are saying.
What I'm saying.
Hold on, Tony. Let Tunaja bring it on. Sorry, Tunaja, bring it on and then we move it around.
You're not a child. You're a grown man. The most united people in the world today slaughtered each other up to 80-something million of each other. 80-something million in the Second World War lost their life. And yet they are the most united people in the world today. You are not a baby. Grow up. You are a man just like them. How do you think they came over it? They overcame it. You think they didn't remember their ancestors that died? They didn't remember their children that lost their life? Yet they managed to work together. How did they do it? Are they more advanced than us in terms of evolution? What is wrong with us? We get stuck in, and if you look at what is dividing us compared to what should divide the Europeans, what is dividing us is tiny. Europeans, many of them that are alive today, still know their grandfather that lost their life in the war. Still know what the Germans did to them. They knew what the French did. They knew what everybody did. The Russians lost 20-something million people in that war. What did Africa do to you that you are so hell-bent on destroying yourselves? Man, I just, that's why this conversation gets very deep, and there's something about it that will force our people to really think about what they are doing to themselves. Thank you.
All right, Bill, and that's the excellent Tunaja. We go on from Tunaja to Zita, but on the way to Zita, let me signpost big event sessions that we are going to have over the coming days. On Saturday, we have Segun Showunmi joining us. So nobody needs to be introduced to who Segun Showunmi is. It's one of the front runners for the chairmanship of the PDP. So he joins us on Saturday. So that's the thumbnail right there. And in the comment section is the link to that session. So go bookmark that session. This Saturday coming the 14th, 10 p.m. UK time, Segun Showunmi comes to speak to us. He has a concept that is working on, which he calls the alternative. So he'll expand on that and speak to All Matters Nigeria as well. So All Matters Nigerian as well. So that's this Saturday. Now, to break in the new year, we have Omoyele Sowore joining us on the 4th of January. So that's the very first week of January, first Saturday of January. So he'll reflect on the year that just went and project to the year that is to come. So that's for 7 p.m. UK time. The link to that in the comment section. Go bookmark those sessions and dial all your excitement to readiness for what is the blockbuster session. A blockbuster session, not dissimilar to this one, especially when you hear from Zita. Zita, you're up next. Zita. Am I being heard? Is there hello?
I can hear you. We can hear you. Let me go then.
Because Zita, she doesn't respond, and then when we go on to somebody else, you'll
then let me go. Let me go.
No, you are not next now. Yeah, if it's not Zita, then it'll be Patrick.
I should be the next.
No.
Yeah, Patrick,
I was trying to interject to Najana.
No. Who's watching sports? What's going on? Are you being arrested? Who's been arrested? Somebody's been arrested somewhere.
I should be the next.
Oh, all right. Then yes, the star, then Patowski, and then the mighty Tony. So the star, you're up next. 7 minutes monologue from you, the star.
Okay, let me make it quick. One on Shetima response to Kebbi. I think his reaction is on the letter mode. So basically, I can't fault him in his response. That is for that. And back to Kebbi last well too. Yeah, even though she might have appeared to take her comments more a little bit unpleasant, but and of course we have to be fair to her because of her position. She worked hard to be in that. We are talking the highest black authority in UK, and nobody has ever risen to that position in African continent. For her to be there, and he has to sustain our political ambition, and of course, she's aiming to be the #1 prime minister in that place. So the downfall of the immediate past prime minister, either we like it or not, we know that her background from affiliations to India, his own country to also contributed. So I think Kemil is trying to play safe, and of course, this is a career. Nobody, Nigeria didn't help her to that level, so he has every right. But maybe we can only complain to some extent. Maybe he shouldn't have taken it to that extent. That is for that. Then there are a lot of there are some element of truth in what she says too. Number one, either we like it or not, if not because of this Tinubu of stuff, we are only deceiving ourselves. We are not one in Nigeria. Look at and most of the people, even the Yorubas, many of the Yorubas too, they are not happy with the way. Look at the way the North, the way they are threatening every time, the way they threaten, Jonathan. Good Lord Jonathan, that he did not have a God to implement 2014 confab. It's the same thing now. They were threatening Tinubu when Northerners are there. Buhari for 8 years. Nobody, no region, other part of the regions, they didn't threaten him with all what he did. They give him support on the until he get away. So if Kemi is saying obvious, then if you go back to the slave trade, independent. Some are even saying, of course, the British, they did a lot of wrong things to us, to Nigerian nation, but at the same time too, there are some good things too that they did for us. And if, as a matter of fact, some people are even saying the problem of Nigeria, the root cause were Awolowo's of this world, Zik, that by the time that we got independence, we are not yet ripe. Look at the South Africa that didn't get their independence, that got their independence late. Can you compare? Can you compare South Africa to Nigeria? So I think, and then if you are even talking of a slave trade, who are the people involved in it? Are we not the one that is selling ourselves, our forefathers? So if we want to criticize Kemi, I think we have to be fair to her too. So that's that is that. Then what next again? Which topic again?
Now 5 minutes you get to 5 minutes. You come back later now.
Which topic again?
Police demolition in Abuja and INEC.
Okay, I don't think I have any opinion on that. I'm indifferent to that.
Okay, make I interject you about the Awolowos that you said that they caused us trouble. They didn't cause us trouble. They started very good, very well. They know exactly what they wanted. So when they drove the white men away, Western region was the best. Our region was the best in the whole world. You know what I'm saying? We beat all this French, in case of, technology, industrialization. We were getting it right, before the military came to truncate the something.
All right. Tony,
so don't forget.
Let me move it around a bit. Let me move it around quicker so that we can get to you quicker. I'm not conscious that people have been waiting, so that the interjections are still allowed, but I want to speed it up a bit so that people are not kept waiting for too long. Let's see if Zita may be ready for us now. If not, we go to Patoski. From Patoski to from Patoski to you, Tony, and then Tony to Kulata. So Zita, are you ready? All right, that's Zita. So Patoski, the floor is yours. You know the conversation, and you were strong in your opinion, interjecting. So let's have the fullness of it now, Patoski.
Yeah, woman, thank you very much. I still want to say that I feel that that lady has not done well. She has not said the truth about Nigeria. Obviously, she doesn't really know Nigeria. It's second-hand information that she's passing across in a platform where they say they are talking about a country where you want to sell yourself. She was trying to say she came from a place that was tough and that she worked hard, and that's how she was trying to sell herself. In doing that, you don't have to say, oh, your country is so messed up, your country is so useless.
Are you there? Have we lost you or have you lost me?
I can hear
No, we
you.
can hear
Can anyone hear
Patoski. We
me?
can hear you too.
Hello?
So
We
yes,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear you.
woman.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
We
We can hear you. We
I
can hear
can
you.
hear
We can
you,
hear
woman.
Patrick. Yes.
Okay, should I
Can
continue?
anyone hear me?
We
Yeah,
can
just
hear you.
continue, Patrick. Continue. We are listening.
So you don't have to say that your country is messed up.
Hello.
You now went to talk about Africa generally. You even don't know about those other people. You understand? You don't know about DRC. You don't know about Gambia, about people that went through different kind of things, and then people well-meaning and very strong leaders like MQ and the rest. They were champions of reparation, and you, with your level of experience and I don't know level of experience about life and very little sense of history, you are saying that is not really worth it. Even when look at what the Jews with their civilization, with all their money and resources, they are still getting money from reparation. But what
Is
that
anyone
whole
speaking? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear
yes,
you,
we can
I
hear
woman,
you.
can't
like
hear a
every other
word.
person. Can you hear me, woman?
Oh, sorry. No, I can now. Sorry, my microphone unplugged itself.
Okay,
So
it's
sorry.
your
Apologies,
sister.
We
But you
Patrick.
can hear everyone now, right?
Yeah.
All right. No, I can hear you perfectly. Apologies for that. Carry on.
Yeah. So to sell herself, she doesn't have to do all that. She doesn't have to say my country is so messed up. But even if she wants to say the truth, she should say the complete truth. That African countries, even in UK, there she should say complete truth. That African leaders steal money, but they bring it here and we take it. Why didn't she say that? That they bring it here and we take it and we sit on it and we refuse to return those money. They come here, they use the money to buy properties and to drive our real estate market.
Sorry,
She didn't say all
can
that.
I interject? Sorry, can I interject?
Yes, you can.
Patrick, I'm surprised that you're talking like this. Well, what do you think she's interviewing for? Is she interviewing to be Nigerian ambassador to the UK, or she's interviewing to be UK Prime Minister?
She's interviewing to be UK Prime Minister, so she has a right.
So why are you
She has
talking
a,
like why are you talking like she should be talking like a Nigerian
no,
ambassador to the UK?
No. I'm saying that she's interviewing to be UK Prime Minister. She has a right. She could say that, but we have a right to push back, and nobody should try to crucify us because we're saying what she's saying is bad.
No, you can push
I am
back,
not
but she
interviewing.
owes you
People are
nothing.
pushing us back. We owe her nothing. So we should be able to say you're wrong, you're lying, you're not saying the truth.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
But people are saying, oh, look at you. She's saying this, she's saying that, and then as if what we are saying is wrong. In short, somebody has been called as having come from the gutter because she said that. She was trying to get to correct her.
She can say whatever she wants to say or needs to say to get the office she wants.
Exactly, but we, for example, you are telling me this now, and I'm okay, but I can't imagine you now saying, Patrick, I don't know where you come from, whether you are from the gutter or not. You understand? Somebody has been called.
No. I think I have to
out. Baba,
intervene
that's
now,
what you
one man.
said.
You
And
wait. I said that, and I have no apology
no, you don't have to
whatsoever.
apologize.
Listen
You
to
don't
me
have to
careful.
apologize. That's
Look,
disrespectful.
I
Even
have
the boy is
the
5
right to
years old.
interject. You call me out, so listen to me. Nobody will come here and denigrate my ethnic
Nobody's
nationality, and I'll let
denigrating
him go.
anything.
Did you hear what he said?
She didn't say it's from the. She didn't say my ethnic nationality is from the gutter. But you went for her.
Okay,
That
let me quote him. If you were not listening, I will not use a hard word on you. He said, I'm talking nonsense, and he used a lot of word against Yorubas. That's why I had the right to reply in that force. That if you come from somewhere, you will not denigrate other people's ethnic group that way.
But
and where do you come from yourself? Let me know, because I identify as Yoruba. Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Did you hear when he said that?
That he's Yoruba or something? Or what?
No, he was denigrating Yorubas. That's like Ken Badenoch, as a Yoruba person, was stupid to say that statement.
So, because she's Yoruba, if they criticize her, they criticize Yoruba.
She did criticize. He criticized Yoruba, and you went for her.
You want to go and roll back the tape and hear what Tunanja said about the Yorubas. So I have the right. I have the right to ask him.
What did I say about
you
Yoruba? I said it about her.
Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
Let me even say.
No,
I don't know what you are talking about. I talked about Kemi Badenoch.
Don't come here and talk about Yorubas anyhow again. I will still ask, where do you come from?
Can you stop your retarded by this thing?
You are very stupid. You are crazy because you don't know your roots. That's why you're a bastard. You don't know where you come from. Can you say where you come from here? A bastard like you.
No. Let's not.
Beast of no nation. Beast of no nation like you.
Everybody hold. No. I don't think we've quite gotten that out of Baba yet.
For crying out loud.
No, hold on to Nigeria, gentlemen, please. And I'm using that phrase, gentlemen, advisedly. So maybe conduct in that same manner as gentlemen. Back to you, Patrick.
Yeah, I didn't intend to start off something, but I'm saying that if we are arguing and we are making cases, we should not really be going for ourselves on the platform. Kemi Badenoch is seeking his own interest. She's seeking our own interest, and she's saying something terrible about our country. I don't care where she comes from. I don't care. You understand? I respect Nigerians and I respect people. Wherever you come from, everywhere you see human beings, we should respect them. We are Yorubas or Igbo Hausa, not by our own choice. We just happen to be from there. We could have been from the north. We could have been from... It's not even our own making that we are where we are today. So we shouldn't just stereotype everybody and try to profile everybody as this and that. What Tunaja was saying is that we should stop this ethnic identity kind of thing on an international platform. If we come to Nigeria, then to differentiate ourselves and say, oh, I can say I'm from Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba man.
What about the tax reform that is causing trouble right now?
Don't interject me.
Yes, the north is the north and the south is the south.
That's what he's saying. He's inside Nigeria.
Inside Nigeria, we can say, oh, we are this, we are that. Not when we
Patrick, Joe, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
We need to think about this. Like, you can't force everybody to be Nigerian or to have a sense of being Nigerian. Because there are a few things. There's one thing I can never change. I can never change being a Yoruba man. Never. I can change my citizenship. Easy. I can change my religion. Easy. But I will never, because it's impossible for me to stop being a Yoruba man. So if Kemi identifies as Yoruba because everything, essence in her being is Yoruba and not Nigerian, and she's right. You're talking about the Fulanis that we ward over each other several times in the Southwest. And similar style. So if she doesn't identify with Nigeria and she has bad experience from Nigeria, can you let her be? Is it by force to be Nigerian?
No,
hold on. Who told you that you cannot stop being a Yoruba man? Where did you get that one from?
How am I going to stop being a Yoruba man? I mean, tell me.
So
tell
you know
me.
about nation. You know about nation. You don't know how to run other
Tell me. How can I change my ethnicity? It's impossible for me to change my ethnicity.
Move nation. You can
when Yoruba man is 300 man,
that's bullshit. Because I was born into my ethnicity.
You see how our people think.
So it's not about how your people look. Tunaja, if you look.
This is why it's good to challenge.
Tunaja, can you please keep quiet? I asked for interjection. So
he's a Notana. He's a Notana.
Keep quiet, Tunaja. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Let me speak. I will never, ever stop being an
Exactly. That's
a Yoruba Ijesha man
what you
that
should
I
say.
am. It's impossible for me to change. I can change my name, I can fool myself, but I know where I come from. And I identify with where I come from more than anything. I can switch my nationality, I can switch my pledge of allegiance, but I will never stop being a Yoruba man.
My God.
So you can exaggerate, you can do your fake shenanigans, but that's up to you to do it. Keep doing your fake stuff. People are telling you hardcore stuff, and then you're just shouting and ranting with your emotional bullshit.
You are the one that just said something just now that was false.
Yeah, because I'm interjecting Patrick. So if you will, let Patrick speak.
That is the future. That's the future. Because just a question of time, we are going to divide that country.
Yeah, look at that one. You see, see, the point is that if you are trying to say, "Oh, I can stop being a Nigerian," you can also stop being a tribe. Don't you know that? Tribe is a kind of organization too. You can decide you want to divorce yourself from this tribe and join another tribe.
You divorce yourself from where you come from.
Hold on. Sorry, Kulata. I think you may be mistaken in that thought, Tunaija. Nigeria is a construct, and the tribe and ethnicity is a being. You know, so Nigeria is a construct.
Thank you, woman.
You cannot own Yoruba yourself.
Construct too. It's a construct.
One man.
Hold on.
One man, Prince Daddy, please give me 5 seconds. When the Benin artifacts were cut, keep quiet. When the Benin artifacts were taken away from Benin Kingdom, Nigeria was not formed. When they returned it, they gave it back to Nigerian government. And what did the Nigerian government do? They returned it to Benin. Isn't that so? Or wasn't that so? Why did they have the recognition that this actually belongs to the Benin people? Because they are part of the ethnic group that formed the nation called Nigeria. Whether they join voluntarily or involuntarily is not the issue. And if you join involuntarily or voluntarily, you can say you want to go. That's it, one man. Thank you.
Not all nations you can just off and leave like that. It's not that simple. There are great forces that are at play. And in terms of Nigeria, we have about 40 million at least Yoruba people in Nigeria that Kemi Badenoch is bad-mouthing their prospects by doing what she's doing. And sometimes we forget that. We say, oh, because our tribe person. If because I'm a Nigerian, I go overseas and start bad-mouthing Nigeria, are Nigerians not supposed to respond because I'm a Nigerian? Come on, man.
Wait, one man. Kemi Badenoch was born in 1980. Today, this year, she's 44. So if she left Nigeria 16, I don't know when they brought her back. Let's say between that 1980 and 1996, look at Nigeria's history of that period. You will be able to understand exactly where she's coming from. Between 1980 and 1996, 16 years of her life, she stayed. So let's see that what happened in Nigeria for that period. Then, Shikina, if you know history of Nigeria, look 80. Yes.
Let me ask you.
No, why not? We are debating. I love robust debate. Yeah, I take no offense. Believe me.
Apart from Baba Ewudada, look at it. Apart from the call to kill murder people and say stuff that Nnamdi Kanu says, apart from that, denigrating Nigeria and identifying with his Biafra identity, what's the difference between what Kemi Badenoch is saying and what Nnamdi Kanu is saying?
Nnamdi Kanu was an advocate of his people, but also an advocate for the use of violence. That is the difference. Kemi Badenoch is not saying one tribe should go attack the other.
So that's the only thing, it's just the violence side of it. That's the difference between her and Nnamdi.
No, that's not true. Kemi Badenoch is not coming out to insult other tribes or to denigrate them or to do one thing or the other. And she's not calling for secession. So there's a big difference between Kanu and what she's saying. All she's saying is she doesn't identify with Nigeria. She identifies with the ethnicity, and there's nothing wrong with that.
She insulted other tribes a little bit, or she called the Northerners Jamja weeds.
Yeah, she did that, and it's an attack on Nigeria itself because you can see
what
what's
word did she
happening on
use
the
for
panel.
Northern? Sorry.
Yoruba people are defending
Boko Haram.
Nigerians.
Shetima is Boko Haram man, like I wrote yesterday at the comment
didn't
section.
say
Where
that.
one man was
She didn't.
mentioning
She
him.
was
She never said
referring
that.
to Shetima. She was referring to Shetima.
Yes.
Hold on. She said I identify less with the country than with the specific ethnicity Yoruba. That is what I really am. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies, and yet you end up being lumped in with those people. So somewhat,
But there's no insult there. Those are
But
facts.
that's what she's saying. That's the same thing I'm
Is that not
saying.
You should call them
No, that's not Janjaweed. She said,
No, hold
On the
on.
nation itself.
wait,
Sorry.
one
Because
man.
we're
She
having
said
arguments
she used
along
past
tribal
tense.
lines now.
One man.
To Nigeria, what she's even saying is that those people are our ethnic enemies.
Where?
That's what
Where? Not
Nigerian is
ah.
saying.
She said where?
The
Patrick, English. Where?
Yeah,
Where?
but why
ethnic
did she have
enemies.
to? Why did she have to include that? There? This is an attack on Nigeria.
Yeah.
What
Where?
she's
How
doing
many?
is an
How
attack
how
on
long
Nigeria.
ago?
And
Patrick.
people can't even see it.
Patrick, are we supposed to deny history? Are we supposed to deny
Wait now.
Jalumi War? Are we supposed to deny Usman Danfodio? Are we supposed to deny what happened in Oshogbo and Ilorin?
Listen to
And
this.
Auchi,
Listen to that message.
And Auchi.
Okay, let's talk now so that audience will
So
hear.
is there a point that we move forward? I mean, are we
Listen to that
requiring
message.
or are we demanding of Kemi Badenoch to be more statement-like in their pronunciation or the way
Let
she
her do
speaks
whatever
about
she
Nigeria?
likes. I don't care
Or
about her.
give it.
I care about the way Nigerians respond to it. What she is doing now, you see what she did? She just divided people along tribal lines. That's she attacked Nigeria. She didn't attack just Shetima. She actually attacked Nigeria with what she said. She divided Nigeria.
I did not announce attacking us now. I did not announce,
Kemi spoke her truth. Let her be.
So,
Patrick. She's like many Nigerians. Even Tinubu is like her. Many Nigerians are like that. I'm not saying she is unique, but it's just that we have to call it for what it is, because what she's doing is affecting Yoruba people negatively too.
She spoke her truth now. She spoke her truth, which is okay. So let her be. But the point is that what she has said has effect on people, has effect on the perception that people have of us as a people. You understand? Because somebody at that point is saying something like that about the country. And she said she doesn't identify with them because they were our enemy. So she did not only say there was a war in the past, she's extending the consequences of that war to the present by saying the reason why I don't identify with them is because they were our enemies. She's in the UK. The British people currently still don't see the Germans as their enemy, whereas they were their enemies. You understand? They were the enemies. So that's what Nigeria is trying to say. We need to grow beyond this. You will see now. That's not the kind of a leader that should govern UK. You understand? And you will see what you will see. You will see. I am very, very disappointed in
somebody was saying yesterday, Patrick, that she's just a space filler. That when it comes towards the election, they will look to replace her. I'm not sure who said that yesterday. Yeah,
they will replace her now. They will replace her. So let's just leave her and move on. Let's not even give her this thing by even discussing her.
Well, politically, I think she's an original.
Now,
unless she found one thing, we never remove her.
All right, one voice. Let Prince come in.
Okay.
Yeah, Prince, then to Niger, and then Patrick, one more topic, and then we're going to Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he said it before yesterday, or maybe a couple of days ago, that she's a place filler. I don't think so. I mean, given the work environment and nature of the UK, I don't think she's a place filler. I think she's a legitimate contestant in that regards. If there's a chance, I don't think she's a place filler. They may push her forward just to satisfy all righteousness, so to speak. But I think she's legitimate, and if she's able to get that position and go to work, and people respect what she does in her positions, I think she stands a chance to be for real. Not just a place filler is. I don't know the narrative behind the place filler. It's just kind of a easy thing to say because she's black, but it doesn't hold water.
Those that are saying that you see her today in the prime minister's debate in the parliament and see how robust she handled herself against Tama.
She did struggle a few times, but
all
I
right,
was
to
supposed to
Niger and
ask.
then back to Patrick. Yeah,
Yeah,
go on.
see, when I see her, I see her as a possible original, and in the UK political landscape right now, it might look like the current prime minister has a vast majority in parliament, which is a very very difficult to surmount. But he actually got less vote than Jeremy Corbyn that lost the election last time. This is the anomaly on the ground. And so what that means is that if Kemi Badenoch is able to rally enough support within the Conservative Party and maybe things are not looking well for the UK government, there's a chance she's very good with conservative voters, the grassroots voters. There's a chance, it's not impossible, that she could end up being prime minister of this country. And history suggests that people like her that come into like Conservative Party after they've just lost an election, they never make it to the general election. But because of the political landscape that seems to allow for that, the vote count and the way the electoral map works in the UK, she just might make it. It's not impossible. And she's original enough. She's the kind of person that if you remove her from office, she might come back 2 years' time again. She's that type of politician. That's what I mean, like David Cameron. Those are no, not David Cameron. I mean Boris Johnson, because they are an original. The way they talk, the way they tend to appeal to people. She might fall, but she might still return again. She's that kind of person. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Patrick. Pato.
So let's look at
okay, sorry. Patrick.
No, is it INEC now? They are considering alternatives to PVC, right? If it's something that is going to strengthen our electoral process and is going to improve turnaround time in terms of voting, then they should do it. We should continue to improve. Our democracy is still young. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in that process to improve the credibility. To me, that should even be the focus now. You understand? A situation where somebody will come in and we know that they rig or they vote buying and stuff like that. That should be the target. We should find a way to stop vote buying. You understand? We should find a way to do that. Let's have meaningful election. Let the role of money in Nigerian politics is something else. Consider that we have a country where wealth is not evenly distributed. That will put power in the hands of very few people, and we need to start looking at that. To me, any government that wants to make a change in electoral system or process, that should be the area they should be looking at. The role of money is just way too high, and it needs to be addressed. Thank you, woman. Let me just leave you guys to keep discussing.
Hold on, Petoski, and 1 minute. So, getting rid of the PVC, how did INEC explain the benefit of the safety
They're not
for the
looking to
election
get rid
process?
of it. They're not looking to get rid of it. They're saying it's no longer compulsory. So if you don't have your PVC at the booth, then they can just print out something from the biomodals or something or the other, which already captures your essence anyway, and you can use that voting slip to vote. But I was wondering if that opens a portal for rigging.
Oh, okay. They give you okay. Given the history of poor logistics and the moving of materials across the country, that's just an added layer of incompetence that's about to occur in the next election, if that being the case. So I don't trust that system. So with the PVC,
Sorry,
at least.
they used to call these votes something votes before. Is it discretionary vote or something? When you don't have your voter registration card and you show up, you know what, that vote, that was the main tool of rigging. So what I'm trying to say is this may be a good way to rig. Because back in the day, if you didn't bring your voting card, then they will allow you to vote using. There's a word for it. It's skipping my mind. But
okay, hold on. Say like auxiliary vote, but they don't count it with the main vote. Is that what you're saying?
they count it, but it's not with the main vote. They count it after. It's called. Someone in the
Okay,
comment section will
isn't
remember
that
what
room for more corruption? I mean, so you want to count
yes.
separate
That is
votes
room
out?
for more corruption. That is what I'm trying to say.
Uh-huh. But again, do you even trust the system to have the ability to print out the whatever document at the point of voting? It's a mess. I see a mess already. It's not rocket science. You can see that it's not something that's going to be viable so easily done. But anyways.
Okay,
all right,
can I come in now?
all right, Brilliant. Tony, you're up next. Tunaja, can you hold the fort for me just for about 10 minutes or so? Tony up next. Kulata after him. Whenever Zita is ready, she takes the floor. Just give me about 10 minutes. Just hold the fort.
Okay. Kulata is not allowed to speak for the next 10
Okay,
minutes.
thank you. So that is the Arewa note again at their game. You know what I'm saying? They are trying to up their game. This is the Northerners we are talking about. What the hell is that? It shouldn't be coming out from INEC man, Mahmood Yakubu, all those foreign names. It should be coming from another group like I don't know whether a human rights group or whatever in Nigeria. A lot of people have been advocating for for a change in the system. Let those people speak. But meanwhile, it is too late to cry when the head is already off. No more time for discussion. It's the total separation of this country. Separation, peacefully. We work together as neighboring African countries because we are not the same people.
Tony, how's Mahmoud a foreign name?
Yeah, you said what?
It's
No, Mahmoud is a foreign name. Let me tell you. Look, I'm a respecter of women here, okay? I want that woman to know because sometimes when I talk roughly here, she will say, "Oh, Tony, why you talk to me like this? Why you talk to me like this?" Once upon a time, we should have Temini. Remember that girl, Temini? We have Victoria. We have a lot of names here. They never accuse me of insulting them. You know what I'm saying? But that woman, whenever she's coming, like the first day I will listen to you guys when they say that somebody will do something in South Africa against Nigeria, then people are say that Nigeria people are useless, and that woman say that they say, yeah, it's okay. Then the other girl, Chidima, is not allowed to do something. Yeah, it's okay. That means she's not a Nigerian. If you are a Nigerian, whether you are from our place, Western Nigeria, or you are from Igbo or whatever, you have to also respect the fact that you need to protect our people. So if somebody is fighting your papa, you don't have to ask what was wrong before you start to help your father out. It is after the fight that you start to ask Papa, what did really happen? So anybody that is coming here, with foreign names, you know what I'm saying? Then you are coming to defend South Africans. Whatever they do is okay against Nigerian.
But is Tony not a foreign name? Is Tony not a foreign name?
No, Tony just say just my this name, just my he say my YouTube name.
Nigerian name. I'm asking.
No, hold on.
Answer that
Hold
one
on, party.
first.
Hold on, party. Please don't let me. Laho wo. Ejo. Laho wo. Laho.
Don't worry, you caught him there. It's all right. Go ahead.
So my brother to Nigeria is nice to hear your voice again. You know what I'm saying? You see that the country, you are our friend now. I know you are a northerner from the Benue Plateau area there. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to say you are from the north, but I know that those people are the most dangerous northerners. Those so-called people will say that, oh, they are not Muslim. Let me tell you something. I want to tell that madam that spoke like that. I want to tell her about our culture in the Western Nigeria. You can never see a Yoruba or a Bini Muslim, that doesn't have, a Christian wife or a Christian husband. Every family in Benin that have a Muslim there must be a Christian there. In Ibadan, in Ijebu, anywhere, Shagamu. You know what I'm saying? So you don't say that our people. So those people in the north, Christians and Muslims, they are of the same mindset. So they tend to follow this agenda set out for them by Amadou Bello, the wicked man. You know what I'm saying? Who said that Northerners first. So if people say that Northerners first and Trump, okay, our brother they here, Trump man, America first. So we should be preaching also Southern Nigeria first or West Nigeria first. So there's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's where Kemi did the right thing. Imagine how they even cheated her. You see, one of our own, Kemi Adeolu. Is it Adeolu? That finance minister, how the Northerners took her away from the job. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about the system in Nigeria that doesn't work. A system that is corrupted. With a quota system, federal character, federal disadvantage, disadvantage area, as if somebody is holding your mother to go to the bush to go and plant cassava to pay your school fees. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you though, if you put okay, I don't want to use crass language. I'm trying
anything at all. Anything. Say I'm
not
up for everything.
If you put baboons inside a jet and ask the baboons to fly that aircraft, would the aircraft be able to fly? But in your own case, you blame the aircraft, but you don't blame the people.
Yeah, in the south, we have no aircraft in the south. Now get now. Now get all the whole effort. We have spent. Hold on. We have spent $500 billion. Hold on, fighting Boko Haram and all those insurgency in the north for the past 15 years, 20 years. Do you know that? And then, assuming we are not living in the same country, don't know that Nigeria.
Tony, how much you call them? $500 billion?
Yes.
Where you see where you see that kind of money?
No. Hey, how much is Dijani stole? Dijani. How much did Babangida stole from the Iraqi war, 200 billion. You know what I'm saying? These Northerners, they don't finish or they don't flat us like flat tire finish.
Tony, you're criticizing yourself. You just said how much Desiani stole. That Desiani, is he from the north?
It doesn't matter, but that's just a small one. That one not big now.
Let me finish. The president who was ruling Nigeria when Desiani was the one stealing, is he from the north?
No, that's what.
Okay, hold on.
Accidental president.
Hold on. How much Babangida steal? The vice
200 billion. 200 billion.
The vice president of Babangida for the whole of that time, is he not from your town? Is he not from your tribe?
Hold on. That guy was just a vice president.
Hold on. Let me finish with you. You take Desiani, I've settled that one. You take Babangida, I've settled that one. You are from the south. The Bori man from that stole your south money and took to UK. Is he from the north?
Yeah. I know. Now, my brother,
Tony want to blame the north for everything.
Hold on. Those are their stooges. Okay. Hold on.
Let me finish. The Edwin Clark, the Akpabios, the Boris, the Igbinedion. Are they from the north?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to tell you now. Do you know what? Those guys you just made mention of, they are only there to get what they can get. The small money what they bring comes out. Those are just okay, they pocket them. But the main money is there for not. Okay, now they get the oil west. But look, you have to be ashamed. You know what I'm saying? When you look at what is happening in Abuja, you are rail system running like in Canada, like in Germany. Are you not ashamed that we don't have those kind of places in Ibadan, those kind of infrastructure in Ibadan, Benin City, and then all this Port Harcourt and everywhere, and Lagos, even Lagos self, So I mean, the north is they kill us. They are killing us softly, something like Wyclef we say, killing us softly.
How can you possibly say that they are killing us? Are they the ones killing Cameroon, Congo, and all the other countries? Why do we? Well, let's leave.
They are not killing them now. You don't know that you have a very good rail link to Niger Republic to Cameroon roads, highways from northern Nigeria to Cameroon, into Cameroon and all those places where their people came from. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Ishetima in Nigerian. Is he not from Mali? With that guy that was running with Obi, they are all Malians. Can we go to Mali?
We should be
yes, can we go to Mali? How can he come and say that our son should take off her name? That man must be something must be wrong with him. Why is he going against his master? Why is he going? Why is he going against his principal's tax policy? teaming up with the North. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scene, pulling the strings against his own master.
I think the any region of Nigeria has a right to argue for their interests. That is how it is in many countries, and I don't understand why you are seeing that as a problem.
That has always been my problem. So all this kind of thing that people are thinking is it started when I was like 13 years old. I see this Northern Governors meeting. Eh? I said, what is this? Not I don't see Southern Governors meeting, and this so Northern what? But we don't have what is it South.
They have
guys.
They have it in the South. You have the you have the
No. Those are just socio-cultural, organization. We are talking about political wings, political powers. Yesterday this man was speaking now. He was speaking like Patrick just now.
Are they
Sanusi.
stopping you from forming your own? Are they stopping Southern governors from holding their meetings? When they said power should come to the South, didn't the
You know
South,
what? You know what?
Didn't the
I want to
Southern
make
governors
wait. Man, just to end. I don't want to tell the whole time. I don't want to tell the whole time. Tunaja, you know what you do? Tell your people to take all those lands from the Southerners from Abuja. Those are Southerners land. Better take them for the turn back home. Because they stuck their head there. It did not. They stuck their head in Abuja, a city that was built to entice the Southerners.
Who are his people? Who are his people?
He's from Middle Belt now. From David Mark and all those criminals.
It's from all right. It's from Niger State now.
Let them take all the land. Let them seize all those land. Let them revoke all those land so that Southerners can begin to get their own sense. May they come back to the invest for Benin City, for Ibadan, for Djibouti, for Shagamu, and then for Wari, Sapele, Urumi, and then Sabogudaura, Afuze. You know what I say? And then Kokoedo. Let them take out the whole land.
You see the kind of language you are using to describe the Northerners. It reinforces the problems of Nigeria, because one of the reasons why
you see that Kemi Badenoch listen to Tony. He didn't listen to one man went to Mo, because that's exactly how I described the last time. I said that nothing come up with them.
Just try to listen to what I'm saying. See, one of the
yes,
reasons
sir.
One of the reasons I gathered from speaking to a Northerner why Northerners tend to sympathize with like the colonizers and the British and the others, because they know if they are left to the vices of Nigeria, the tribal South will use their tribalism to a kind of disenfranchise them. They are not going to get a lot of resources. They are poorer. They don't have access to as much resources as the South. They don't have access to the sea. So to maintain their power, they sell out. They will sell us out to Igbo man any day.
What are they doing with their population? They said that they claim to be having. They said they have population.
Forget about population. The point I'm making is that by you saying all these things you are saying, you are reinforcing the chain that is tying you. Instead of you to find a way to bring them closer together, like people have done, you have to bring your people together and form a group that can be able to defend your interests. All this one we are arguing amongst ourselves, it's just making us. You are tying the chain around our own neck.
These people that regard us as infidels, untouchable. These people they prefer people from Saudi Arabia and Egypt as their siblings than us, who are just. Have you seen any Northern girls coming to school in our place, Federal Government College or whatever, or coming to do the NYSC? They don't want us to touch them. You know what I'm saying? We want to. Why should our girls be going up north? Why? Let us separate that country peacefully. We can live together as brothers, as fellow African brothers and sisters. We should be ashamed that Ghana is doing everything right. Our Lady Foundation done for us, but we are just playing mumu. We want to be politically correct, and then we are losing out. Thank you very much, Waman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Tony, of course, the inimitable Tony, and thank God for that. So the inimitable Tony to the incomparable Kulata. Kulata, you're up next. Unless Zita is ready, Kulata, you're up next.
Is Zita ready? What are the topics apart from Madam Kemi?
Yeah, we were talking about Kemi. We were talking about, there was this topic that I thought a lot of people would have picked up, but they're not picking it up. The 36 states have now submitted their assent to state policing, and it's going to be discussed at NEC as early as January. Fast forwarded to to the Senate to be rubber stamped, and there's a very good chance that by the second quarter of 2025 we'll have state policing. So all the state
Not
government
so
autonomy.
fast, not so fast. Have the state assemblies, because the state assemblies needs to pass it, and the state governors need to ratify it before they send it back. So let me start first. Has it passed through Federal Senate and Federal House? Yes or
No,
no?
it's not. No, it's not passed through. What has happened is that the ratification at the states faces that has happened. So the
No,
state.
it needs to. No, it needs to start. I mean, if my knowledge of this is correct, it needs to start in the House of Assembly and the Senate, where I don't know which one goes first between both. It needs to start there, and then from there they can now take it to the state, and then the state's legislatives will pass it, and then the governors will ratify it before it's now sent back, and then Tinubu will put his signature, and then it's an amendment to the constitution. So if that hasn't happened, it's still a long process. It's not. I mean, maybe they've agreed it may be expedited, but it still takes time. So it's not. I don't think it's something that can come like that. And even if it's something that they pass quickly, state police is not something we should do in a hurry. Not with the level of maturity of.
I thought the need was immediate. Why not?
No, the need is immediate, but then don't screw up the implementation. Because, like, if we mess up the implementation, we will not recover from it very soon. It needs to be. It needs to be well thought of.
Kolada, I sympathize with you on that front, but if you look at the way the CPS and the Inspector General of Police are running the police right now, they don't recruit people when they are supposed to be recruiting because they are busy arguing amongst themselves. I think that will end with state policing.
No, that will end. I'm in support of state police 100%. But if you rush into state police, imagine the Yaya Bellos, the Wikes, the Governor Wikes, which other crazy governor, the Kano State governor. Imagine how they will be using state police if we don't implement it correctly, if we rush to it.
Yeah, I agree with that, though.
It will be a major disaster. This one that they couldn't even arrest Yaya Bello, assuming they've done state police. You'll never be able, we've seen federal police and state police fighting on a regular basis. When politics come, time for campaign, they'll deploy. So we do, while I want the bill to pass, I want the implementation to be extremely deliberate. Extremely deliberate. Otherwise, we're going to mess it up. So, good first step. At least they agree in principle. They pass the bill, but please give it some time to bake, to think through it, to kind of like get it. I mean, to try and start with the footstep. Because if we rush into this, my God, we're going to be running a cowboy country. So I mean that's my take on the state police thing. Okay, I'm going to talk about another topic.
All right, go on. I wanted to.
I think.
Go on. Yeah.
Oh, if you want to ask more questions on the state police stuff.
No, not state policing, but I'll go on. Talk about what you want to talk about. Then
I want to talk about Peter Obi. He has finally destroyed Labour Party. Do you notice like 7 House of Rep folks from Labour, they joined APC this week. At this rate, there will be nobody left in Labour Party in House of Rep. I think even in governor, it will only just be Alex Oti. There will not be. I'm not even sure there's a Labour Party president in the Senate, but the way it's going, House of Rep will be wiped out. All of them are moving to APC, and if they have anybody in the Senate, those ones too will move to APC. Labour Party is dead, and I think it died because of Peter Obi's inactions. That man simply doesn't have the skill to run operations. He has the ability to take advantage of situations. Yeah, I give that to him. But he has not demonstrated ability to kind of like build something and sustain it. Starting from his time in Abga, he couldn't grow that party. He ran. Before he ran, when Ojukwu was alive, he promised Ojukwu that he will never ever leave Abga, he will build it, blah, 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 blah. He couldn't build anything. He ran away. Fast forward now, joining Labour Party. He really had that party in his hands. He couldn't build it. They just let Abure or whatever. I mean, he couldn't build. This is where you see the likes of Tinubu differentiating himself. Peter Obi does not have good organizational skills. I'm sorry, because there are many examples now that shows that, and it's just so sad. We will not have good opposition. He's going to run back to PDP. He started from PDP, joined APGA. From APGA, went back to PDP. PDP go to LP. So is he now going to go back to PDP now? Like, it's amazing. All of them, seven for the past 2 weeks left. They've gone to APC.
There was a big name. Is it a Boris daughter or something?
Yeah, James Boris' daughter left, joined APC from Labour Party. She didn't even join her dad's party. She didn't even go to PDP. So there's a big problem there. Like, there's definitely a big problem there. And people are waiting for him in PDP. He's not going to be top of the ticket. If he goes to PDP, he has to go and deputize Atiku. That's his best shot at this point in time. And he's looking more likely. Of course, you can.
Yeah, I think we all are not paying attention to what is going on, the foundation of what I think might play out in 2027. Let's take it from OT. OT is Labour. But when he wanted to organize the local government election, he took all his candidates under the banner of ZLP. He reached an arrangement with Danny Wanyamu. Quietly, I think it was 18 seats. He won all of them and everything, just like Fubara did with AAP or something in Rivers State. So this is my thinking. He will reach an agreement with Atiku. If he did, then that means they are going to use ZLP to contest the 2027 election, because Atiku too doesn't stand a chance in hell to contest under PDP with the whole thing that is going on there right now. So, and they are lucky, ZLP, LP, they look very similar. So it wouldn't be difficult for their illiterate followers and the literate ones to just know that the number 7 on the ballot strip, that's ZLP, just Z we put in front of L and P. So that's my thinking. Anyway, what do you think about that?
You're actually, I didn't even think about that. I think you may not be far from the truth, because it's true. Alex Oti, the only real Labour Party person, has gone to ZLP. I was thinking, well, Alex Oti may eventually jump back to APC if ZLP will not stand or Labour Party will not stand. That was my thinking. So, but the only thing I don't agree with in your assessment is, if they're going to use ZLP, then why will Atiku be on that ticket? If they use ZLP, why will Obi give Atiku president and him vice president? Because Atiku is not going to go for vice president. That's not.
Yeah, I'm just reading Obi's body language. He may fall for that thing and become VP. If Atiku promised to run for 1 term, and if he believes that, he should believe anything.
Yes, I think that's going to be Atiku's trick. That look, I'm old, I'm going to spend 1 time. But to what you said, Kulata, and to what Dual super chatted to push back, listen to this clip.
It is Peter Obi himself. I just don't understand how somebody who was this sparkling, inspirational figure, who created a movement almost overnight, galvanized the youth, the intellectuals, anybody who had any iota of principle in their bloodstream, at least admired him to some extent, even if they weren't necessarily going to vote for him for whatever reason. I don't understand how Peter Obi has gone from there to there, because as far as I'm concerned, he's like a firework that has turned into a damp squib. He's become so pedestrian. All I see is him making anodyne statements here and there on TV, wearing Babariga and going to donate boreholes in Kafanchan or wherever. You know, it's all good stuff. He's still a good guy. But where is the leader that the opposition needs so desperately? And he's not looking like it. In fact, if you look at, I accuse the entire opposition, the PDP for allowing itself to be derailed by my dear friend Nyesom Wike, by the way, I saw him a couple of months ago, and I told him, if I was a PDP Mandarin, I'd have tossed you out by now. So the PDP, I accuse Atiku of spending more time, all this manana, Dubai type of big man type of thing, not really effectively taking on the government. And I blame Peter most of all, because Peter was a shining star. And so many people committed themselves to him emotionally, myself included. I'm not an obedient anymore, to be honest with you, because he's such a disappointment. I mean, there's no aggression. The government is lousy. I mean, pretty much the only good thing I can think that Tinubu has done is keep herdsmen at bay, because I've noticed there hasn't been any herdsmen shenanigans since Tinubu came in. So I congratulate him for that, if indeed it is his, But it's kind of like, there's so many things this government is doing wrong. Contracts being awarded without due process, economic collapse, rampaging inflation, widespread hunger and disillusionment. And, you never hear anything seriously punchy from Peter.
Well, in fairness to Peter, there is a lot of stuff that he comes up with, a lot of it on social media. I mean, he doesn't go on traditional media most of the time. That's relatively rare, except when he's sort of maybe at a public event or something. But he does come up with a lot of things challenging the government on social media. The question
He's too
that you're
mild,
raising
Charles.
is whether it's effective enough.
He's too mild.
Yeah.
You see,
he should go more for the jugular, basically.
He should go. He's got so much. There's so much he could go for, and he would get so much public support if he did. I'm not just speaking for myself, by the way. I'm speaking for hundreds of obedience, ex-obedience, or current obedience who are really, really disappointed in him. We don't want a weak opposition leader. He's the star of the show. Atiku, PDP, they should also be doing more. But really, Peter is the star opposition player, and he's not doing well enough.
You see, I've not even watched that video before. So you see,
who is that?
Yes, even no, she's an ardent obedient, and even the most ardent,
a columnist, a British.
Baba, hold on. Even the most ardent obedience, they are concluding that he has plateaued. It doesn't have the carry through to follow through. A pedestrian is, how many times have we called him pedestrian here? Even his most ardent, they're not coming to that bus stop as well. Exactly what you were saying, Kulata.
yeah, the funny thing, the problem with Obi is not like he's not trying. He's now overexposed that he's now meaningless. So his back has no bite because he keeps backing on social media, but he's coming off like he's nothing. So that's when that glister, when you buy panda, you know what Yoruba people call panda. Initially, panda is shiny, right? Fake gold. Basically, panda is fake gold. Some, I don't know, whatever alloy. But give it some time, you'll start looking tarnished. So I think that's what Obi is battling with. And in spite of all that, you also now lost the party that you had in your pocket. How could you lose the Labour Party? How? Just how? How could you screw that up? It's unbelievable. Like, well, this is when you can see that this guy probably, if was elected, will not be able to do anything transformative. He will be cowering under the likes of Ndume and co. They will be bullying him around. And I don't want to hear something about, oh, this was the guy that did Kiniko and Anambra, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear that bullshit. This is like, it's a sad story. And what I see is a clear path for Tinubu's victory in 2027. Because PDP, if they don't move to PDP, if he looks for another party, ZLP that Baba just described, or create something else, PDP is still going to run. PDP has been decimated. So essentially, it's going to be a struggling PDP plus him that's also struggling versus the incumbent that is a powerful president. I mean, the result has written itself, guys. Like, I mean, what else do you think will happen? The result has written itself. So we really don't have any good opposition at this point in time. It's just, I mean, the whole thing is a joke. I mean, it's sad. He screwed up Labour Party. He's just messed everything. He messed it up. He had that party at least within his hands. Like, now it's gone. It's gone, gone, gone. So
Kulata.
Yeah.
Kulata. By the way, good day, everybody. Kulata, I don't think you're being fair to Peter Obi.
That won't be unusual.
No. I'm not saying things that should sound usual. I'm just talking about issues of common sense. You know, I keep telling you this stuff. You know, hold on. I keep telling you this thing. You know, I told you this
on his own part. He lacks common sense. I agree.
Listen, no. On your own part.
I know. On your both part, people lack common sense. If you can't see the writing on the wall, then your brain is dead.
Listen. Listen. It's
I don't even know how you're coping with a dead brain.
I don't know how I do, but I can still talk, and you can hear what I'm saying. So
it must be the lithium battery.
Alrighty, no problem. But this is the issue, right? If we're going to talk about Peter Obi and the Nigerian system, I think he has done good.
How?
He tried to save Labour Party. He is just one man. Within the same Labour Party, there are people that still cowards to him. But you see,
so when you want to get your yearly bonus, you're going to go tell your guy that I tried.
Finish. Look, let me finish. You see, Peter, we always forget the mantra or Peter B's intention coming into politics. His coming into politics wasn't to come do it the old way. And I wish you can just cut him this. You can cut him the slack.
Please don't sell us bologna sandwich now. Come on, man.
Okay. Even if you feel like I'm talking trash, just allow me to flow. I won't take much of your time. Okay. What I'm saying is this: he could have easily done it the Tinubu way. You grab it, but there was an agreement with Abure prior to the election. And we all saw it. I mean, these are things we discussed here on this platform. That how can the chairman be from the South and the presidential candidate come also from the South? And we discussed this thing here. And we all agreed, we all acknowledged the fact that if he had someone from the North as the chairman of the party, at least it will, stretch his base or increase his base.
So wait, hold on. 5 seconds. Wait, just 5 seconds. So are you publicly acknowledging that Abure used his head?
Abure did not use anybody's head. What Abure did was, you have people. You see, the one thing you wouldn't wish on yourself, Kulata. I don't know how your experiences.
This is not about me, honestly speaking. I don't know why you keep calling my name.
No. I'm just talking to you. I just want to address you. Just on the side note, I'm just saying this. Listen, I don't know your experiences with human beings, but I think today, I mean, even if it's not you, someone listening today will understand this. Whenever you're dealing with someone that has a narrow mindset, it is always dangerous. Abure clearly had or has a narrow mindset, and it clearly showed. He tried to major in the minor. Oh, let me hold on to this chairmanship. What is the worth of your chairmanship? If Abure was futuristic, if Abure had vision, Abure wouldn't make this a topic. He would step down, have a well-organized, what they call it again, and elect someone that is from the dot. At least you stretch the party, you open up the party. So what Peter Obi did was to say, look, this is where I stand. There should be a convention, and the chairman of the party should come from the north. There is nothing wrong with that. He made the point, he made it clear, and every one of us knew where he stood. So it is still in the spirit
let
of
me
fairness and
continue. I
equity.
think we get your
Thank
message.
you. I mean,
So
that's
bottom
what I
line, your
can tell you.
message, your message. If I'm going to just go summarize it, Aburi used Peter Obi's head. Whatever we said on this platform has nothing to do with whatever Obi wants or Obi should want for him to be able to achieve his goal. How do you start referencing some?
I don't know.
Hold
I don't
on
know
now,
what
Ashebi, let me talk
if
now.
you want to.
How do you start
If you want
referencing
to
conversation on some YouTube platform,
listen,
and then that
if you
will
want to use
inform
somebody's
Obi's
brain
action?
the
I
way
mean,
you're talking,
how can you even say that? For someone that wants to be
listen.
president, that should know what he needs to do for him to hold on to the party or to build the party, and now we're just kind of like saying, "Oh, woe is me." It was being altruistic while Abure was being more cerebral. So Abure is more sharper
Abure is
than
not being
Peter
cerebral.
Obi,
Abure is not being
which means
cerebral because
which
if
means
you
that
want to,
which alludes to the fact that the man doesn't have the capacity to do these things.
it's a lie.
You're
That's
pushing
no,
him
no,
into
no,
something he has
look.
no business to be doing.
Well, he's been a former
Joel,
governor in the past, so you can
Joel, can I
you
ask you
can
a
run your
question?
mouth on social media the way you
Joel,
want. Go
let me
ahead.
ask you a
Why
question.
now my mouth now?
Kulata, let me ask him a question. You see, this Abiru you are talking about now. When Arabambi and the rest were standing up against him and trying to let us know the kind of a person that he was, you here have told us that Tinubu and Co were the one planting them, that you know those planting them, you know this and that. But now I'm surprised now that you are speaking like this.
How am I speaking? Okay,
You
is that
mind
Patrick?
now?
Is that Patrick?
Mm.
Oh, okay, Patrick, how you doing?
Because
Okay,
you now for
see,
don't conquer this Aburi that time.
no. See, Patrick, this is the thing. Prior to that election, right? If you had removed Abure prior to the election, right? You don't even know the person telling you talking about Abure, which is Arabambi and the other guy. You don't know what their intentions were. We didn't know what it was. Under Abure too, Abure, we just said that there is no way you can say pick out Abure few months to the election. Remember, this election was run within 8 months. And the thing there is that we keep talking about people defecting. Today is it the first time people are defecting from a political party? It only shows that everybody knew what happened prior to that election. People jumped on the ship or on the bandwagon and got in there. We knew personally that not every one of them were obedient. They were so fortunate to have gotten the ticket, and they ran. Some of them were in America and they won they won the election. So it wasn't about we know that these things are going to happen. So somebody coming out now to say, oh, because out of 37 we lost 7, and more could still be. Who knows? Out of the 30, if some of them still say they want to go, there is no problem. The reason why OT used that ZLP in Abia State it's like a slap to Abure and the Labour Party, because it's a form of protest, just like Fubara did in River State. So I don't know somebody so I think it was someone that brought it up, and I was like, what is he talking about? We all know what is going on. All those members of ZLP are former Labour Party members. We know the game they played.
So
Thank you.
bottom line, no matter the tonality, the style of the delivery, and all that stuff, Obi lost Labour Party. Is 100% his fault.
He didn't lose Labour Party.
Is
He said
100%
he
his
lost Labour
fault.
Party. What was the Labour Party before Obi came in?
It doesn't matter.
I know
Actually
it wouldn't
that
matter
should be
to you
why it's more
because
devastating to you because
it's not devastating. It's not devastating because we still have 30 other members. We still have the same governor we had, or we have who again we still have senators. Kulata, just don't worry. Concentrate on your
how many
APC.
senators are left,
APC is gonna
and
win.
how long does it take
It's not
before they
like
jump
no
ship?
matter even if Labour Party was doing good today, you're still not going to give them their props. Stop acting like you wanted.
Okay, so are they doing good? Forget about the ifs and the buts.
Don't worry. Why are you bothered about them? If you
I'm
don't
not
care about them,
worried.
you
You
never
were
cared
the one
about
that
them. You
interjected.
never
That
cared
means
about
you were
opposition.
worried. I was
You
saying my
want the
own
status
thing.
quo to remain. You came up with all your data prior to election. They were all fake. They were
What
look at
was
when I
fake?
see yesterday.
Oh
No,
God!
no, no, no. You came up with your fake
Don't
data.
change the don't change the
You had the
topic.
temerity to
I'm
say
not
that
changing the
we are
topic.
brain dead.
I'm not
No,
biting.
you had the temerity to tell us that we are brain dead. Meanwhile,
I'm not biting.
every data
I'm going to
you
stay
put
on
out
what I'm
there
talking
prior to
about.
the election shows that if you have
All
no
right.
brain in the first
I
place.
don't. Let me continue my talk.
Look at Nigeria. Look at the way Nigeria is
Can
today.
I continue?
It's
Don't
because of
filibuster
people
me
like
now.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Please, when you
So,
want to talk, you talk like someone that has brains, please.
okay, thank you. Your own brain is under your foot. Anyway, going back
You have
going
none.
back to what I was saying.
It must be a full moon today. Everybody is just, even Baba was launching at what's going on today? Eh?
Joe will think he knows how to yap.
They've been
You
having,
never
have you
jam.
been the Christmas eggnog?
One man,
The
he
Christmas
has not congratulated me on the win of Trump. Look at this man. He has not congratulated all the things,
Yeah.
all the data he put prior to Trump's election.
I beg.
All of them failed.
Let me continue my talk before I go to bed.
Just before you continue, if you want to speak on that, I'll introduce it in a moment. But on that Trump space, I was hearing somewhere that there's some travel agencies, there's some shipping companies, all these yachts, I don't know what they're called. When you go on a ship, on a holiday on a ship, so companies like that, they're offering
Cruise, you want to
4-year
say?
cruise. That's the word. There are cruise companies offering 4-year cruises for people to just be out of America for 4 years and be on the ship just for Trump to pass, and then they can come back home.
And we reached that, and we love that. One man, look, let me tell you.
Okay, I'm going back to my topic. Sorry.
If someone,
when you get to your turn, you can talk about Trump.
I know you're angry. Just say, ask me.
I'm not angry now. I want to continue my topic. It's not anger. You will have your chance now.
Just give me 1 minute to just answer the question, and you can continue. Guys,
Okay,
we have
30 seconds.
man. 1 minute. I'll round up. And so, one man. The issue is this: we want them to go. If someone like Kulata will follow them, go to Nigeria, stay for 4 years, and come back. But the issue there is that one man, just like I was telling you prior to the election, we saw the reason why. It is not something hidden. If it were in Nigeria today, if it was Tinubu, he would win the election. But thank God we are here. And everything I told you, because I said there is no way that you will go to Walmart, you go to the store to have to get your groceries, or you want to get your gas, that you will not feel it, unless you're a fool. But thank God, everything went the way it went. Mr. Kulata, you can continue your jargon.
Okay. So thank you for the breaking. How do they say that thing in Nigeria again? Anyway, so the election, I think, is taking shape. I see now, regardless of how the government performs, I see a clear path, very, very clear path for Tinubu's re-election. I don't even think it's going to be close. So that's that. Now, on this DELE Farotimi of a guy, let me just quickly. I think that guy, I don't think he was prepared for this. Because, if he was prepared for this, a lot of things coming out that shows he wasn't even directly involved in some of the things he was writing about. He would not have tried this, he will have maybe had a rethink. Because that particular case, I think Baba described the case. He wasn't even the lawyer on that case. So why is he now jumping and writing stuff like, "Oh no, I was directly involved. I know all the facts. I blah 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 blah." But now they're calling out this bullshit. There's cases coming on a daily basis, civil cases, and there are 2 criminal cases. The civil case at this point in time was maybe more than 6. So that guy, I don't think begging. I think it's past begging time, because people are now even acting on behalf of Afe Babalola, people that worked in his firm or people that were influenced by him. The Attorney General, Nigeria's Attorney General, worked in Afe Babalola's firm. Like, imagine. And the federal government, if they want to, but I don't think they should, they could raise a case. They could raise a case against him for going. I mean, for saying all that crap about the Supreme Court. So
those
this man,
those individual judges could as well. I think some of them
they
are
could,
retired.
yeah. Those ones that are retired. I mean, the ones that are still active. I don't know how they'll do that, but those individual judges too could go after him. The guy is effed. Really, he's effed. I think he took that uncouth behavior, brash, talking anyhow, just shouting any kuri, just kind of like mannerless, like someone
Guys,
that
like,
wasn't.
do we have freedom of speech in Nigeria? And against
There's freedom of
Farotimi.
speech.
Oh, hold on. Did he mention people's name, the judge's name directly in his book? Is that it?
Yes.
It did. That's what it did now. This is what it did. I don't know quite. I think you are just thinking it's a freedom of. He mentioned people's names. This Afe Babalola. He said he corrupted the Supreme Court to get a fraudulent judgment. So he said it both in audio, visual, and in print form. So he left Afe Babalola no choice but to.
Did he source did he cite his source or sources?
He didn't cite anything.
He didn't cite anything.
He
wasn't even involved in the case.
He was not involved in the case, Prince Daddy.
Prince, when they say a rush of blood to the head, this is what they mean. A rush of blood, a temporary lapse in what is it's a rush of blood to the head.
He got carried away.
Allow me. So the guy, I'm honest, if I heard Baba correctly earlier, that he wrote a book 11 years afterwards. Is that a rush of blood to the head if he did do that after so many years that he wrote a book and made all these claims? Now, I mean, so you guys make it sound like this guy just off his rockers. He had no base for writing what he did. I mean, he just made it up. Is that what you guys are saying, really?
Nobody's saying he made it up. But if you're going to allege things like that, you must have solid evidence, solid proof. It must be unshakable. You can't go and be giving ngbati kinikon and be shalaing. You have to have hard, concrete evidence before you can go after people named by name. I mean, there's freedom of speech, like Idi Amin said, but freedom after speech, you can't guarantee that. You can't just use your own free speech rights to kind of like impact someone else's, rights. Where your right starts, where your right ends, another person starts. So
okay,
you can't say freedom of speech.
I agree with you guys. So, I mean, in listening to everyone, it makes it sound, I mean, if a Martian was listening to you guys, the conclusion it would draw would be, well, there's absolutely no corruption in Nigerian judicial system, that everything works as intended, that, there's nothing wrong with the system. That's what a Martian would conclude. But I know you guys don't believe that yourself. Everything
that's not the point. That's not the point.
It's not the point.
But the point, if he wrote a book and said there's corruption in Nigerian judicial system, and then he uses all these stories but anonymizes the names, Is anybody going to argue with that? Nobody's going to argue with that. Everybody will buy it, believe
Okay, okay. The way you're talking collateral, it sounds like he may have read the book. Because again, I've not read the book. I don't know. I don't know what names he mentioned in the book.
Prince Daddy, there is a difference between fair comment and accusation. He practically accused them. Name names. That is where the problem actually lies. Fair enough. If he is confident and maybe he has his proof, concrete, fine. But we are all keen. Myself, I want to see that proof so that I can shame those old men. We all know the judiciary is corrupt. We mouth it here. But beyond that, which is in the realm of fair comment, nobody goes to say, Justice ABC, that man, he took money, he's now riding a new bus.
Okay, there you go, Baba. So if you, I get your point, but as we all know, I guess he's a retired lawyer now, Farotimi we're talking about. So if that been the case, and he was at one point in time, an insider, do we give him the benefit of the doubt that this guy knows something that we don't know? I mean,
that's
it
what
may be
I'm
hard to
keen
prove.
to see. I'm anxious.
In the court of public opinion, yeah, you can give him a benefit of the doubt. You can even believe him wholesale. But in the case where you've defamed people and you don't have sufficient proof or you have no proof, you have to deal with the consequences. That's why if you're going to say something like that, if your stance is, okay, I'm an insider, I've been here, I've seen corruption, then say corruption. And if you really have solid evidence, you can call names. But if you don't have solid evidence, don't call anybody's name. Just use a character A, character B, character C. People can add one or two together. That will not be defamation because you have to make the leap. You have to make the inference to say, okay, this character is probably talking about Trump Daddy or Baba or something like that. But if he's going to call all this stuff out, people will not sit down lying low. And apparently, he called many people out. I mean, you must be on
Okay,
drugs,
actually, no.
or you must
I
have your
just say,
facts right before you do something like that.
I just say in Washington, if you go against the swamp will go, will come against you. So, it's going after the judiciary, and the judiciary is going right at him. Okay, I don't want see me personally. Okay, I don't want him to be destroyed. Though I've said it many times, I'm not a fan. I don't want the Farotimi to be destroyed by the corrupt system that we all agree that it is corrupt. All these people you guys making the name, but what is his name? BABALOLA, or whatever his name is, the guy in the kitchen say all these people.
He's
I mean,
Baba. Don't call him guy. He's 95 years old.
Okay, yeah, all these people.
Prince
All
Daddy,
these
let
people.
me give you panelists some example. I think in the 80s, this commissioner in Lagos State, Alhaji Idris, took Jeffrey Asher, the famous British author. You know Jeffrey Asher?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah,
We have a lot of his
prodigal
books.
daughter, Cain and Abel.
Not without my daughter. I mean, no. Yeah.
Exactly. Took him to court. In one of his books, I've forgotten the one title, said the commissioner, Alhaji Idris, took some money in a certain contract. He did not mention the name of Alhaji directly, but there is a nuance that points to him. And Alhaji Idris took him to court in London. And almost 10 years later, he won the case. I'm sure Google, if you put it there, Google will give you a pointer to this case I'm talking about. He won the case and got some handsome money. He didn't even mention the name, but everybody knows when we read the book that it's talking about Nigeria, Lagos State. It must be this man. And he won the case. So you don't even need to mention name directly. How much more? In his book, he mentioned about 5-6 retired judges. No talk of lawyers. Judges alone. They are even retired by now. You are not even letting them rest. People who have almost checked in already.
Baba,
Yeah.
It shouldn't mean that they should not be exposed because they retired. I mean, if they were corrupt at one point in time, they should be exposed regardless of their age or their retirement status. Okay.
No, he said sue me. He said sue me in that book. He said they should sue him. So that's why people like me, I'm very anxious, keen.
With that much audacity, maybe he has something. Let's wait.
That's what we're waiting for. But let me tell you my own upside for this case. I think with the advent, with everybody adopting social media, there's been a there's been an epidemic of people going on the internet and just making stuff up about people randomly, like calling people things, alluding to many things. For example, one man or myself can go for one platform and someone will say, oh, you've been paid by so and so. You just say crap. But with this case now, however it falls, because if it goes to court, if it gets litigated, at least they will see the thoroughness of the whole process. They will see how nobody really wants to get into all that stuff. So I really want this case to be pushed to the court to change the behavior of people saying nonsense. Go to X. People say nonsense. Someone just wakes up and just writes nonsense about you. And a lot of it is coming from this young true people, so-called obedience.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. I agree with you, and I've said before, even on Women's platform, that even these independent platforms, they are worse than traditional media. At least traditional media, they have a face, and you can put some kind of pressure on them. But these faithless people, so to speak, they are more dangerous. They smear people's reputation and they destroy people. Fine, but Farotimi wrote a book. It took his time, of course, to write a book and laid all those accusations against certain people. To me, that was not by happenstance or something that occurred extemporaneously. It took his time. I mean, again, let's relax with this guy. He's not the best of character when it comes to the Nigerian space in terms of his, pessimistic views about the country. But nonetheless, the man took his time to write a book. He's not a social media, pundit or some guy that woke up on X and started writing rubbish to smear people's reputation. Not this case. The man wrote a book.
I'm just upset that they didn't chain his ankles when they brought him to court. Why didn't they chain his ankles?
One man, I think that's the point I wanted to make, right? I don't think that the issue here is about what he actually wrote. I'm talking about public opinion, but I've been following this case. I think it was the manner in which he was arrested, the brash way through which he was arrested. That is what we are talking about.
How?
I mean, you just go and you arrest somebody.
There was a magistrate court that issued the warrant.
No. Do you issue a warrant or do you serve the?
The magistrate court in Advocate authorized it. So what's wrong in that?
No. What I'm saying is this, right? Are you going to? Is it you? It's like you're putting the horse before the cart. Are you going to arrest before serving papers, or are you going to serve papers, and if the person does not turn up, then you arrest? That is
we don't know for sure. I don't know for sure whether it was served or not.
That is the problem. I think if you have gone through the news, that is the problem. That's why people are using words like
but nobody knows. Nobody knows. People are just alluding.
No. It is out. It is out there. I mean, it is out there. The whole news about how he was arrested is out there.
No, it's out there, but the thing is, they said he's incoming. He alluded to perhaps some courts calling him or something. So it's kind of like alluding to him being in contempt on the court. And if you're in contempt on the court, I don't have evidence of that yet, but if you're in contempt on the court, what do you think will happen?
No, if he was in contempt, that's the point I was trying to make you understand. If he was in contempt and you want to arrest him, then that is cool. Right? And even at that, you have to, arrest him with dignity. Beating up the maid or people
They
you saw
didn't
in the
beat him
police.
up now. They didn't even,
No,
like,
they did
didn't
not.
you
They
watch
made.
the
No,
video?
they made. They made. No. Go listen to the people that were in there when the policemen came.
There's a
No, listen to
video.
the
There's a video of the
Hold
police.
on. Hold on. Well, Joel, that made story may have been made up because we saw
No,
the video.
there was an
Hold
interview.
on. Let me tell you why. I think that story may have been made up. We saw the video of Farotimi's arrest, and we saw that the whole of that building was covered with CCTV. So if that maid was beaten up, then the clip should have been released because it would have been captured because the whole premises was covered.
And no, one man. This is the thing, right? There are some areas that wasn't covered. The police beat that lady up, and when that, and even with their phones, right? They've got the lawyer. They interviewed the lawyer, and the lawyer that had the chambers, and he said that his phones were taken away. So you see, one man. My thing is this, right? I get it. If someone writes something against me, right, and I don't like it, I'll take the person to court. But let's do it in a civil way. This idea in Nigeria where you offend somebody and he picks up the police, he calls the police on you and they get you arrested, it's still happening today. It's like we use the police to threaten our fellow human beings.
But that's not what happened. You keep saying this. That's not what happened.
No. See, look, Kulata, see, even here, right? If you are in contempt, they will come and they will arrest you. But you will see the dignity. They won't come pushing everybody around.
What you are saying, or what you are alluding to, is like after BABALOLA walked to the police and say, "Go and arrest him."
No. But that is what. No. See.
That's not what happened.
Kulata, see, please. We know how Nigeria. We know where we come from.
No, let's not say we know. Let's deal with facts. Let's not do we know this, we know that, and make assumptions.
See. Can you here? Can you call the police to go arrest and DELE like that? You won't.
Did he call the police to go and arrest DELE like that? Do you have proof of that?
See. Listen. This is what I'm telling you. The police or the magistrate acted because of the man called BABALOLA. That's the point. And that I had.
So if they call you to court and you ignore the court, so it's BABALOLA that told you to ignore the court.
Kulata, see, let me not go between the BABALOLA and arrest and all that.
Everybody talks like that, like BABALOLA controls the police and tell them, "Oh, go arrest him," and that's not true.
Hold on, Kulata. If it happens to be that Mr. DELE Farotimi told a lie against BABALOLA, I hope that he apologizes or face the consequences. But I know for sure that DELE Farotimi is not telling lies about these people. We know who these people are.
He will prove it in court now.
Hold on. It was Babachua, right? Is it Bakachua?
All that Bakachua is not something you're going to take to as evidence. That one is nothing. Let him go and prove in court how these guys did whatever he said they did.
Kulata, see. What I'm talking about is the corruption within our court system. You're talking as if we don't know that these things that
there are two different things. There are two different things. There's a generalized statement saying there's corruption in our courts, in our judiciary. We all agree. Nobody is a fool. But now, if I say, okay, there are thieves in Tennessee, everybody agrees. Then it's a different thing for me to say Joel is a thief. Joel is not just a thief. Joel stole my jeans.
It should prove it.
That's the difference.
That's the reason why I said no. That's why I'm not saying some obedient. Or some obedient were like, okay, if it was something like Tinubu coming to arrest him, people will be on the streets. But now people are looking at it like, okay, this is a defamation case. Okay, who is going to prove what? Go to court, prove it.
BABALOLA is the person that charged him. Hold on. BABALOLA is the person that charged him to court. So BABALOLA will have to prove that it was defamed. And I think that's easy for him to prove that it was defamed. And DELE Farotimi will have to defend himself that, okay, it's not a defamation, it's actually the truth. And this is the evidence.
That's what I'm saying, that the court should decide that these matters are in court.
The court process.
Yeah, see, I don't care if it is 10, 20 courts. All I know is that if I know for sure that if DELE is able to prove what he wrote on that book, forget about the cases. We can sponsor his court cases. All we just want is this: if you are telling the truth, stand by the truth. If you are telling lies, apologize.
Okay, then why are we arguing? He has a very good opportunity to prove himself now.
That's the point. Now, I was just responding to Prince Daddy to tell him the reason why people were actually angry. It was because of the manner in which they arrested him. Apart from the arrest, I believe that he should go to court and prove himself. And this idea of putting him in chains, hold on. This idea of putting him in chains, he's not a criminal. He's not a criminal. You put him in chains and you allow the governor of Kogi State that stole billions to walk freely.
First thing, do you realize that there's a criminal case here that was filed? Actually, two criminal cases. One is
hold on. The Kogi
one is the cyber one.
Criminal or civil?
I mean, defamation in Nigeria is both.
No, I said the Kogi State governor.
Sorry,
is it criminal or civil?
What does that have to do with this case?
Hold on.
I'm talking about the presentation, the way they present him in court without chains.
Hold on, Joel. Hold on. Now, I think I know where Joel is. You see that image of you that you saw of the Kogi person is fake. The guy is still in custody, by the way. He's not been granted bail.
No, but he wasn't ever in chains. That's my point. If it was criminal, like Kulata is saying, it's criminal. I agree. Okay, you say it's criminal. You put him in chains. But can we have some consistency?
Sorry, Joel. Let me just make 2 points to the conversation. Let's establish what we do know. Prior to DELE Farotimi's arrest, he knew that there was a legal situation that needed his attention in Ekiti State. He knew that because he told us that they said they sent me summons. So he knew that, and he also knew that there was a bench warrant out for him in Ekiti State. So whether it was served formally, which it may well have been, or not, as a judicial officer, as an officer of the court, if you are aware or you have the inkling or there are speculations that there are matters outstanding against you in a particular space, then you look into it. All it just needs to is to phone a lawyer in Ekiti to say, go and find out what is going on there. He knew that there was a bench warrant out for him, and he knew because he told us that he knew. So if he knew that there was a bench warrant out for him and he did not attend to it, then what happened subsequently?
Are you asking me the question?
Yeah, I'm asking you because he told us
then he gets arrested. Now, I told you. Let me play you a clip.
It is not my style to bring my persecution by the system to the public space. Never. I have dealt with the numerous challenges and attacks that I've experienced in my life from the system and operatives of the system without coming to the public to talk about them, because I believe they are private to me, and as a citizen, quote and unquote, we will continue to test the boundaries of the law to find solutions to these problems and challenges. For 6 years, I was dragged through the courts. I was sentenced effectively to a term of life imprisonment unless I paid the sums of about, I think, 214 million naira. The EFCC was pressed into evil agency. For 6 years, I was taken through court systems. It took the Court of Appeal to free me. You can look up the case. DELE Farotimi versus the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I never came to the public space to talk about it. I took it. I never once came to you to tell you what I was dealing with. 6 years. It took the Court of Appeal, Lagos Division, to free me in a 2-1 majority decision, something that should never ever have proceeded to any court. I suffered the betrayal of one of the gods of men in this town. left wounded, grievously wounded on the battlefield. I never once came to this place to talk about it, and I still would not. In 2021, a traditional ruler in this town sat at the head of a plot to murder me. I submitted petitions to the Commissioner of Police at the time, Akim Udumosu, and I did submit one to the State Security Services, Shangisha. Nothing came of it, in spite of the fact that names were given, specific location was provided. Nothing came out of it. The only reason I spoke about it in public.
All right, sorry, that wasn't quite the one I wanted to play, but there was one, I think I may have deleted it, where he told us that, I think everybody has seen it anyway, that he was aware that there were summons for him in Ekiti, and subsequently a bench warrant was issued, and then he ignored it. So I don't know quite.
Yeah. So one man, the point is this, and I still maintain my point. I don't want to act like sound like a rabble rouser. No. The issue is the manner of arrest. I keep saying it. That is the problem we have with this issue. If DELE is found to have defamed Babalola, two things are involved. You either you apologize and you pray that he accepts, or you do the time if you cannot prove it. But the issue I keep hammering on this guy's case is the manner of arrest. Even if it is here, I mean, somebody shot people on the street, and he, on his way to they caught him on his way to the police station. He said he was hungry, and they bought him McDonald's. All I'm just saying, I'm not saying that should be applicable in Nigeria, because I thought that was stupid. But I'm just saying that we should treat our fellow citizens with respect. You treat the person as if he is not guilty. Let him go to court and prove himself. And if the court says that he did something wrong, then you sentence him. Shikena, that's all I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But this
that point, Joel.
in our society is where I don't like. Because it could be
On that
anybody.
point, Joel, I agree with you, and I just like I said earlier, that if we all support this crude way of arresting a citizen today because they are in the opposition, come tomorrow they will do the same to us. So we can't let it be because it's DELE Farotimi that's being arrested right now. If truly that they misbehaved and the arrest was crude as usual. And again, it kind of falls into DELE Farotimi's lap. You always talk about the abuse in the system. And it's been evident right now that yes, the Nigerian system.
Yeah, but what's the crude way? I still don't get it. You guys saying they arrested him in a crude way?
Let me ask both our friend Joel and Prince Daddy, because ordinarily I wouldn't compare, but they talk about somebody being bought McDonald's. But in this country also, we've seen commando style arrests, haven't we? Are you not aware of different patterns?
That is absolutely true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we should be careful in making comparison. Let's
you're right, Baba.
Talk about Nigeria. Carry on, please.
But Nigeria is built on the foundation. Nigeria is built on the foundation of abuse.
Prince Daddy, even here, before you have an arrest, that you have the SWAT team and all that, that person must have been considered dangerous. Or they say the person has a gun or something. You cannot have an issue of what they call it, defamation, and you see the SWAT team all over your place. It's not going to happen. Let's be realistic.
Hold on, Baba, before you get example. Okay. 1 second. See, Joel, I hate to bust the bubbles, but given this FBI that's been politicized, they actually went and burst down the door of a Christian man, unawares. That's the FBI, early in the morning, when the children were sleeping, and I mean they didn't give notice beforehand, and they broke into his house, arrested him, and tormented his children by the arrest that occurred. So, and that was an abuse of power. It did happen in this country, in America, I'm talking about. So and more than that, even the lady that was the person, the older lady or the older woman that protested in front of an abortion clinic was not really brutally arrested for doing that by Biden's DOJ or the FBI. So there've been
Let's not
quite
even
a
politicize this. What about that lady in Dallas that they just busted into her house and they shot, they killed the innocent person? That's not even an arrest. That's even death. There's so much sub story in America that we can't even compare, especially when they do it to minorities, the way they do it to minorities. So let's not.
well, yeah, but the two examples I gave were actually to white people. So it's not about minority. It's not just minority.
No, I'm even
And by the
saying
way,
if you start looking at it and put the
no,
minority lens, it's even worse.
not true. No, not true. The most gruesome killing I've witnessed. I mean, I don't watch stuff on the
It
internet that's
happens
like
everywhere,
gruesome.
but what I'm telling you is even when you look at the way they arrest some minorities here is disgusting. So
No,
we can't.
I'm trying to dispute that. That is not true. It's not unique to minorities.
It
It's
is
not.
disgusting based on
It's
some of the
not.
examples I have seen
Well,
online.
I can
Prince
show you
Daddy,
really
Prince Daddy,
terrible
you know
things.
the funny thing, Prince Daddy, the day I bust their bubble about 5 days or 1 week ago, that in US they can search without warrant and they can arrest without warrant. Oh, people went ballistic. They didn't. US citizens, they went ballistic. They don't
The
even know.
FISA court allows you to do that. The FISA court allows you to do that. Yeah, you can arrest people without a warrant known to the person, of course. You can get it issued by the judge.
Going back to Daily Farotimi,
Let's go back
how
to
was his
Deliveroo. You made
arrest
the point.
even? How was his arrest not? They didn't brutalize him. He walked away easy. Nothing. They didn't do anything wrong to him.
Kolaka, you make it sound like you
One
know
man show the video if you still have it.
the
When he
entire
was leaving his compound.
you make it sound closer that you know as you know. I'm happy that you're very trusting of the police and the system.
I
Kolaka.
watched
That
the
is good.
video.
Well, is that entire story? Is that entire video? Is that what you're saying?
All right. Prince may have not seen it, so let him say it.
Yes. play.
Play.
That was brutal.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it could have been any more civil. I mean,
that was extremely brutal.
you see how they were kicking and punching him, and see how they slapped that girl. Look at that, barbarian.
Yeah, they body slam her. Yeah.
So that's the thing, you know. So that's what these
You
people
see,
do, you
Prince
know.
Daddy, the way of spin, eh?
I know, BL spinners, yeah.
They said the manner of his arrest, and we've all seen the clip, and we're all in befuddlement that what manner of arrest? That's the arrest now. You see the guy gesticulating, gisting with the officers, so they seized evidence as rightly should. They escorted him to a vehicle unmolested. They were not strong arming him. It was free flowing. And they say it's the manner of what manner? What manner?
Kidnap.
I mean, they kidnapped him, you know. It was too brutal, too barbaric, you know. This is what we do.
That appears to be the entire video. So based on that, that's probably the most humane arrest I've ever seen done by the Nigerian forces. So that's pretty good. That's good. But again, that's because DELE Farotimi is a public figure. It's a known person. So I guess we thank God for that.
All right. Do we still have Kulata there? Have we got?
Go to someone else.
No, I think we may be. Does anyone else want to comment? If anybody wants to give us a commentary on this, maybe we'll make this the last one, and then we may call it a night. This is coming out of Goldman Sachs. So this is coming out of Goldman Sachs, and this is the projection for 2075. So you can see oh, it's not on the screen. So this is coming out of Goldman Sachs, and you can see this is the projection for 2075, and you can see the tabulation right there. It is from Goldman Sachs, so they should know what they are saying somewhat. And their tabulation, their projection is that Nigeria is going to be the 5th largest economy in the world by 2075, which is what? How many years from now? You know, so just can you see that? Do you buy that?
Well, I've seen that. I've seen something like that. This is not the first time. I've seen it many times now. Well, I want to assume the smart guys in Goldman Sachs know what they're talking about. I will buy it. I mean, based on whatever assumptions they built into their model. I don't know the assumption, but there's nothing to doubt it.
That is 51. Is that 51 years from now? Like 2024, 75.
Yes, roughly.
Yeah, that's what I call BS. That's just trash.
Right.
I mean, these people, they can't see beyond their damn nose. Come on, man. I don't pay attention to such silly projection of forecast. What is this? This is garbage.
You don't know the assumptions they used, Prince Daddy.
It doesn't matter. I can care less, really. I can absolutely care less. Now, if you said some AI thing that put it together, I kind of listen to the AI because it just uses raw numbers.
Why would you listen to AI? Isn't us feeding the AI with whatever AI is spitting out?
Well, yeah. Then I would know it's an AI projection. But the silly projection, I mean, if they told us what was going to happen in the next 5-10 years, maybe I might listen. But these people, come on, what crystal ball are they using to tell us what is going to be in some trash?
Yeah, Prince Daddy, thank you, Ja. This was a very full of, like yesterday, German president going to Nigeria. It's for nothing. The German doesn't respect black people. They be looking at Tinubu like a, so just Don't believe them. Let us forget about World Bank or international financial institutions. Let us see what we can do. How we can, you want to be 50, a world economy without a power, electricity supply. I mean, let us declare state of emergency on it, on the,
Right.
on the.
Actually, if you look at the list, so what is the common denominator for the top five
Don't mind them.
countries that they
Don't
that they,
mind them.
that they listed? To me, it
No
looks like
power.
population seems to be a big factor.
Yeah,
Okay,
Am I
Princess,
population.
let me
wrong?
tell you something.
Yeah.
India's economy has leaped England. I think is number 4 or 5 or something.
Kulata, that now white
Wait,
people,
let
now
me.
white people country.
Oh
White
my
people don't
God,
compare
now.
them with us. We not dey go
Okay, I don't
nowhere.
hear.
Yeah.
Motimbo. So in India, it's because of their population, because their per capita income is like 2,000 something dollars per year. So in essence, they're averagely poor, but when you look at them as a country, they're super rich. So Nigeria too can get to that point. Even if our per capita GDP is like $1,500, but we're 500 million people, then I mean we'll get those kind of trillion numbers now. But doesn't
Well,
mean
yeah,
we're rich.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what is the common denominator for the top five
It's
or whatever?
population.
It's population. So
Yeah.
they can extrapolate based on population that that big number. But it doesn't really tell me much. I wish there's more to the data that really tell me why they think Nigeria would be that big of economy in the next almost 50 years.
It may well be almost certainly it's an all things being equal sort of projection. All things being equal, if you look at Nigeria, for instance, Nigeria has an abundance of resources at the highest deposit level global in any resource: lithium, gas, oil, everything.
Oh man, you keep saying all these things. It's only oil and gas that were like top 10. The
What
lithium
about
and coal
lithium?
we're
We're
not.
not. All
We're
right.
not.
Let me check. I have to say. Okay, carry on.
You've been saying it since and I keep laughing. We're not top 10.
All right. I thought we were. I thought we. Why are they all rushing to come and cozy up to us then?
We should go back home.
They're
When we
rushing
have
in many places now,
yeah.
not just Nigeria.
When we are back home, we can make it happen within 2 years. Nigeria will be the best country, but not from speaking from abroad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, all these countries they do invite their people back home. They say, "Please come back home. Let's develop
Man,
our
this is
country."
something, man. Russia is going to be 6.9 trillion, and
Yes.
Nigeria will be 13.1 trillion. That's very interesting.
Doesn't mean
Russians
we'll be
can do
rich
many
though.
things now. They can build their own cars. They can build their aeroplanes. Their everything. I beg. Anyway, sha, no wahala. I don't know. Now daydreaming.
Maybe we should ask Kemi
Innocent
Badenoch what she thinks about that. If she thinks Nigeria will still exist as a country then, by then.
Now, madam, with that. Now, Oga, now she be.
I don't know why you guys are dogging the woman. She's applying for her own job. You people are using your own frustration on her.
Yeah, you demand them.
Oh no, not me. I like her. Not at all.
Which
I don't
how
mind
you
it.
do? I mean, what has Nigeria? Who be this woman? Said this a big care. Who be that woman when you they chop they chop amala they swell like football.
They actually have more lithium in Zimbabwe than we do, actually.
You see.
Zimbabwe is top 10, number 7.
Nigeria, I don't even know if we're top 20.
So yeah, all this it's not what it's not what we have really under the ground or our natural resources. It's how our society is going to evolve in decades to come. What system or structure we are going to have in place. I think that will truly determine how wealthy or how well we do as a country. Not a damn tomorrow they're going to discover more abundance of natural resources, be it lithium somewhere in the southeast or whatever. Good. And we have them plenty right now, and we've had them for many years. What have we been able to do as a people with those things? Okay, so magically, I guess with time, I mean, time does help. Maybe in the next 50 years, miraculously, we're gonna have a 16.9 trillion economy, just like that, just like that.
I think right now our economy should be over $1 trillion. Right now.
You mean it once they've rebased it?
Yes, if they rebase it, I think our economy should be over. I mean, if we use the other GDP count, is of course over $1 trillion. I forgot what that one is called. But the real GDP, we may be near. I mean, if they do it, if we can capture all transactions, every single thing, I won't be shocked if we're close to it. I don't know, but what do I know? I don't even know if we know our population.
Right now, are you saying right now, Colata, we like a $1 trillion economy? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I can't. I mean, I want to believe it's way higher than what it is now. Let me just put it that way. I can't really rely on the $1 trillion number. So let me dial back. I can't say it's $1 trillion.
I don't think you should dial back. If you look at the volume of activities in Nigeria, I don't think anybody will be surprised if we're in excess of $1 trillion. There's so much uncaptured within the Nigerian space. That's just what it is.
But sometimes, though, when you look at the amount that comes out in our taxes, IGR, it's so poor. Like, it's so poor. I mean, you guys, one state is doing 1 point something billion naira. You know what that is? That's less than $1 million. So, but those are kind of like taxes. But let's do a population count.
Where is that? Where that trillion? Let's just assume close to $1 trillion, whatever. Where's that economic activity?
The what? You're breaking up.
No, there's no production. That's what it's saying. No economic activities, no industrial activities.
Can you hear me now?
No power.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
I was asking, if we were a $1 trillion economy, where is that economic activities coming from? What sector?
I've dialed my statement back. We're not $1 trillion, but I think we're higher than what they call us.
What are we right now? Actually, what are we?
We're about 300 and I think we are still comfortably by distance the largest economy in Africa, almost actually.
Well, true, because Egypt is in trouble too. Egypt is most likely going to devalue. South Africa is okay, so we may be number 2, if not number 1.
Those are not African country now. Egypt and South Africa, they don't. I mean, just talk about Ghana versus Nigeria versus Uganda.
Ghana is a small country. Ghana is a small country.
Okay, then Nigeria may be number 1 then. But forget about all this, adding all this Egypt and South Africa to your Africa continent economy. I beg, these are white people. Not they compare white people with black countries.
Why are we monkeys?
No, we'll not be monkey. Now we get sense part, but now we they go backwards. I mean, I just can't understand.
I was just about to complete that statement with what you just said with black monkeys. Don't compare white people with black monkeys.
I can't believe that this our worst country. I mean, I beg. Look, we unite. If we can be able to form a country with the South and the Southwest, let's forget about the rest. Then we can be able to. I mean, we can live the first world.
It's so funny. The South doesn't like the Southwest.
They like each other. Don't be said. Are they not the same people?
No, I'm not talking about Edo people. I'm not talking about
hold on. Eh?
I'm not talking about Edo, but when you look at the normal South, there's a distrust for the Southwest. I don't know why. And Southwest never did anything to South at all.
there is something currently trendy right now. This Maka
You
again,
can
that Maka,
hear
that,
that in you can hear that in Aizon's voice anytime he
Exactly, it's
speaks.
Aizon that I remember whenever I'm like, what did we
yeah,
do to like
yeah,
Ijaw people?
yeah. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. They only talk of it, joy, joy,
No,
joy, joy,
I
joy.
think Aizo is just catching cruise. No,
I understand. I truly talk. Every time I don't talk,
But,
now only
it's
about
not
the
just
job.
him though. Like there's a general, I don't know why, but there's no. There's a feeling for I catch. I don't know whether I'm the one catching it, but I catch some feeling like many people from the South just have this thing
They
against the
don't like us. Yeah,
Southwest.
they really hate us. They really
I
hate the
don't know.
do and the
I
Yoruba.
can't explain it.
I understand. I just don't know. It's just too confusing. I don't know why really, because they don't know. But if you look at it, they are the same people with us. So no difference. But
Because
they are just
there's
being
nothing
brainwashed.
historically that should create any
You
sort
can
of.
hear it in two Nigeria's voice as well.
I
No,
think it's a
no. That's a
cultural.
northern. That's a
I think it's a
northern
dominant
woman.
culture thing.
The problem is that if you look, these bodies they also worship Olokuna, Shango, the same family set, with us. You know what I'm saying? The women are so free. You know what I'm saying? Like polygamous in nature, and then where the women can live however they. I mean, the same culture. But I don't know. Now that kind of heat that is coming from the other side, I don't know. My cup just. I say my cup. I need German. It just. And if we don't unite, but especially them, some people they just don't want to see other people at all. I don't know why. Like as
Why some
one.
no.
people are in
Actually,
Ondo.
you know why I think I said Aizo is just joking. You remember, I think during Tunumbu's time, when the Niger Delta team was still strong, when they came to bomb Atlas Cove in Lagos, the way the Ijaw nation rose against those boys that came to Lagos to do the bombing, I was really impressed. They rose just the same thing the Southwest is doing to Yoruba nation agitators. That was how they rose in unison. So that's why I just think no, they are just kind of cool with us. They
I
don't
don't
have
know if
any
they also
problem.
have a OPC there. OPC. I don't know if they have it in Ijoland because in Edo they have OPC. In all the villages there.
No, they don't have, but they have their own security outfits.
Yeah,
Different
because
from.
for Edo they have all this OPC. OPC.
No,
Curiously,
Baba.
the only people that can partially tolerate us are the Northerners. I think they don't
No,
object to us.
woman. You see,
Hold on now.
I was coming for you now because that day we had this when you said that we look at historically. Do you know that once upon a time there was something like a Yoruba nation? You know what I'm saying? All of us are Yorubas. So from Edo, Delta, you belong to the Ijebu. Like today now. There was war between Ijebu and Egba, the Kale, and all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we are the same. The Edo people, we are in the same space. Forget about this Lagos or this claiming to be owner of Lagos or not the owner of Lagos. Forget about all those kind of because of common train. What is a train? You can't deny yourselves now. Like today also now you were saying that you had a war. Yoruba and us, the problem is that we say who is the senior. We said that we had that Oduduwa came from us. Una said no, that Oduduwa came from you. So it's okay. But at the end of the day, there's a link between these two people. You know what I'm talking about? The Jebu people, the Egba people, they're not the same people. Let us only the Oyo, now be the original Yoruba, okay? This Oyo, this you are laughing, you are laughing, Now be original Yoruba, but otherwise the rest. I mean, what one man. Look, do you want to deny Benin, the most powerful empire in Africa? You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't be saying that, But you should be proud of Benin. Why Benin are proud of the Yorubas? When I say Yoruba, we're talking about the Jebus, the Oyos, the Egbas. We're all brothers. I told you, the Kale, whatever. If you go to all this Ekiti State and all this Udo State, they are even more closer to Benin in culture and in family ties. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, because of the political wrangling between Usadebe and all those Inahuru Awolowo group, that is why we're having all this. Otherwise, Yoruba was supposed to be the official language also in Edo State. You know what I'm talking about? Go to the Oba's Palace or in many parts of Benin City, or this Edo Central, Edo North, all this Akoko Edo, or one local government where Patrick is coming from. They are Yoruba names. Or just like Kundayo, you know what I'm saying? My auntie is Ayo. So we are the same people. So let us be looking for what can bring us together rather than that. This Lagos train, they work. You want to say, okay, because of the owner of Lagos now, we fight each other for what, you know? If I'm the governor of Edo State, I will make Edo State the most beautiful. I will make Benin State the most beautiful so that everybody will be running. Yeah, we are also part of Edo. You know what I'm saying? Why can you say that Odudu will jump from the sky? You rather believe that the Edo narrative, which say that we lost a prince because that, you know that Edo kingdom, the Benin kingdom was the most democratic something in nature in the whole wide world. You know what I'm saying. So once the king's son is recommended to be sacrificed, they have to do it. Okay. I think Baba is there. Baba, are you still online? Is Baba still there? Baba?
It may not be there fully. Yes, you know, people.
So
yeah.
One, I want to let you know this this opportunity. The kings of the earlier kings, whether not Romeo, after Romeo, whatever, the kings, like the first one was Eweka and Olua, and then a lot of name, Ogedegbe, whatever you call it, you know what I'm saying? So, but the king, you know, once the chiefs they meet to say, okay, this son, he's not going to be the king, the first son. It's already the first son. But when they say no, this son, probably the mother have committed some something, some tabula, son. They will say, okay, go out, sacrifice this son. So that is why you say, okay, then the king now they will sacrifice his son. But in the case of Olu of Wari, the Oba of Benin say, no, I don't want to sacrifice this my son. Then he decided to send that one out to go and be the Olu of Wari. Then with the chief's children, not necessarily the first sons of the chiefs of Benin. It's okay. Please, who come? They say I should sacrifice you. Better jump into canoe and run away. That's how they went to set up this Wari kingdom. You know what I'm saying? You can see that how that woman today now, that woman from Ishekiri, you know, that woman from Ishekiri, you know, the woman of today. So she was dressing in a Benin chiefess, you know, attire or royal something. Go to the of Wari's palace, the same thing. You go to Owo Palace, Owo, the same Ada and Eben. Ada and Eben. You can see the symbol, you know, the coat of arms. Look at the way they dress. They are, you know, so you go to all this Ondo, all this Akure, you know, we are the same people, man. So that is how the Benin kings, the Benin was very, very democratic in nature, like no be dictator. Only this Ewari the first that was a dictator, you know, the Ewari the first, you know, currently is the Ewari the second. The first one was very, very radical guy. You know, he doesn't listen to nobody, you know. He even lost two of his sons one day. And then meanwhile, the kings before, you know, the brothers always try to kill their brothers so they can become the kings. You get me now? So it's not easy. Like Patrick Village, my village, every village in Edo State, we all have all this kind of something. All the sons of the Oba, they have to go and be forming their villages. You know, they were running away from home. So we also have this tribal mark, okay? So on a cheek marks, you know, we have them. It was introduced by the Oba so that anybody that is running away from it, they will capture him and bring him back. Okay, one.
All right, brilliant. So that seems like a perfect spot to wrap it up. So gentlemen, unless anybody else wants to say anything, I think a spot to wrap it up, acknowledging the super chatters. That's sorry. Did you want to say something, Tony?
I just said that we should try to, you know, use your platform to see how you can be able to unite us. You know what I'm saying? The Delta, Edo, and the Southwest states, so that we cannot be swallowed up by all these foreigners. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We have to build more bridges, more bridges, sir. More bridges. Try your best for that, okay? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So the super chatters are Ike Ogier, so that's Ike right there. Kulata, that's Kulata right there. And that's Joel of Nashville right there. So thanks to all three. I thank everyone. See you tomorrow. We do it all over again tomorrow. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.